passes, you can move, tagging into turnover. Only one person can be spot. Right.
What about defender?
No, only one person can spot.
No.
3 passes, then you can start, yeah. Ready? Then, 3 passes. Good, Marlo, numbers go.
Yeah, I thought we'd already scored then.
Only 3 passes, then you can start.
Three at the beginning. Yay! So 1-1.
1-1.
Yeah, carry on.
Numbers,
Our
big
ball.
ball,
Our
big
ball.
ball, yeah, big ball, big ball, big ball.
One behind you, one behind you. Oh no. Tag
Tag in, you can tag. Right. 1, you can go anywhere, spend any bucks.
Yeah. Yes, Scotty!
Big ball, big ball.
No!
6, 3, you can score any box, you can go any box. Nice. One, 2,
Back to Lee!
box. 2 seconds. This on. 2 off. Next point win. Next point win.
Tag it!
very good morning and welcome to sunny Taunton and the Cooper Associates County Ground for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy game between the Western Storm and the Northern Diamonds, getting underway in around about 20 minutes time at 10:30. The news from the toss is that it was won by the Northern Diamonds and they have elected to bat first. The Northern Diamonds winning the toss and opted to bat first this morning when we get underway at 10:30. Before that, we will be having a minute's silence in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, followed by our national anthem, and we'll be joined for that by the Somerset men's team before they depart for tomorrow's game. please welcome our Guard of Honour from Claverham Girls. Please welcome our match officials and our teams, the Western Storm and the Northern Diamonds, joined by the...
A very good morning to you and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground Taunton for the final home match of the season for the Western Storm as they take on Northern Diamonds in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Friday's fixtures were cancelled as a mark of respect following the announcement of the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. However, following the guidance from the government, this round of matches will take place and provide an opportunity for cricket to pay its tribute and respect to Her Majesty. And before this match takes place, as you'll be seeing already, a minute's silence will be observed by all the players as they're lining up at the moment, and we'll have the national anthem as well. So before we set up this encounter between the Northern Diamonds and Western Storm, we will have that minute's silence and then the rendition of God Save the King.
Please remain upstanding for the national anthem, God Save the King. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed.
So, the national anthem has been sung and the players will have the opportunity now for a few moments to get ready for the match, which is an important one in terms of both these sides. The Northern Diamonds, who they can actually punch their ticket to the playoffs by winning today, but they really need to win in order to keep their chances of going straight through to the final alive, where they're locked in battle at the top of the table with the Southern Vipers. As far as the Western Storm are concerned, they come into this having won 2 and lost 2. They're in 4th place in the table, 5 points out of the playoff positions. It seems quite likely that they will have to win both of their remaining matches in order to have a chance to make it into that top 3, their last game being up at Old Trafford next Sunday. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on South East Stars because they are the team ahead of Western Storm in the table. My name is Ed Seaborn. Alongside me for this one, I have both former Somerset player Claire Jenkins and women's cricket chats Hannah Thompson-Radford. You'll hear from former England player Kath Wilkins later on as well. But first of all, Hannah, what do you make of this one. What chances do you think the Western Storm have got?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's nice to be back in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint trophy, and it's an interesting lineup, isn't it? But we're missing some key names, but it feels like a slightly more experienced side as well. The likes of Claire Nicholas, in fact, you've got Fran Wilson back, Sophie Luff, alongside Danny Gibson, Nat Rafe, who obviously our youngsters are shining through. It's a nice little mix in comparison to the Northern Diamonds, who are a side that have got that international experience, like we always mention.
Little mix, right? We're on band name accidental mentions today. Claire Jenkins, good morning to you. Northern Diamonds come here with a wealth of experience. They're 2 times runners-up in this competition, and they won the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy meeting against Western Storm last year and the Charlotte Edwards Cup match that was played here. So I guess they'll come in with a lot of confidence that they can get the points that they need.
Yeah, feeling like they're top of the table, towards the top of the table, feeling fairly confident, I guess, coming into this. They've got a good mix of experience. And be interesting to see how the players respond to, well, the current circumstances, obviously somber mood for lots of us, but those kind of circumstances, but also coming off the back of the 100, some of them will have played in that. What are they going to bring back in terms of, learnings and things from that? What have they learned from other players? How has that gone? How have their performances gone? So, yeah, it's going to be a fascinating matchup today, I think.
Western Storm just going into their huddle pre-game. So let's give you the news as far as the toss and teams are concerned. Diamonds have won the toss and decided that they're going to bat first. So their side, Hannah, what's the Northern Diamonds lineup?
Yep, so we've got captain Holly Armitage, Lauren Winfield-Hill, Lindsay Smith, Stair Callis, Leah Dobson, Bess Heath, Leigh Kasparek, Lizzie Scott from the Academy, who's making that step up, Emma Marlowe, Katie Levick, Rachel Slater, and Rachel Hopkins comes in as number 12.
So I guess the main news for Northern Diamonds is there's no Jenny Gunn, there's no Beth Langston because she sadly ruptured her ACL during the 100, and Phoebe Turner misses out from their last game. Claire, the Western Storm side, what's that look like?
So the Western Storm will line up as Alex Griffiths, Emma Corney, Sophie Luff, obviously Captain Fantastic, Fran Wilson, Katie George, Danny Gibson, Nat Wraith, Sophia Smale, Lauren Filer, Chloe Skelton, Claire Nicholas, and Neve Holland is 12th.
So Lauren Filer has ball in hand. The 2 umpires for this one, we have got Ben Peverell and Paul Baldwin. So those are the 2 men with the decisions to make. And Lauren Filer to bowl the first over then from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, a very familiar figure to all followers of England cricket. Lauren Winfield-Hill to take the first ball, and Lindsay Smith at the non-strikers end. So it's a right-hand, left-hand combination for the Northern Diamonds at the top of their order. Plenty of experience. Be exciting to see how Lauren Winfield-Hill goes today. And she won't, because we've got a false start already. As you were. I mean, we were still at 10:29, so we're still starting early anyway.
Yeah, which is good.
A little bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. But here we go with the first ball. Ooh, there's some swing there. Unfortunately, it was swing well down the leg side.
It was. We've got we are in a brilliant position to see the ball hoop across there.
Definitely wasn't controlled, was it?
No.
Well, everyone's allowed a loosener, aren't
A
they?
loosener.
Going to be able to grab a quick leg by here. It's alert running from Lindsay Smith at the non-strikers end. So Lauren Winfield-Hill underway. She comes in as the leading run scorer for the Northern Diamonds in this competition. 93 off 72 balls in the opening win for the Northern Diamonds against the Thunder. World Cup winner, 100 winner. You'd say almost the clues in the name, really. You didn't call her Loosefield-Hill, did they?
Yeah, and she's obviously showing England what they're missing as well.
That's right. I mean, she did brilliantly in the 100, didn't she? Because she moved to Oval Invincibles for this season. And
Yeah,
really
it's a sensible
enjoyed
move,
that.
really, isn't it?
Yeah,
As far as the 100 goes, move to the Oval Invincibles.
yeah.
Oh, goodness me, that's really gone. And, oh, she's going to get away with that. I think Lindsay Smith's pointing at that ball there. That's the one. That was wide.
Yeah, there's an interesting bit of shape there, Mines. It might have been slightly closer than we think. Let's have a look at them.
Wide
Oh,
ball.
maybe not. Definitely a wide ball.
Okay. Remember the
being a bit
lines
too
on your,
kind.
remember the lines on your guidance, Mark?
That's a much better line to start off with from Lauren Filer. And Lindsay Smith brought into defence. So, I mean, Lindsay Smith's probably not had a great deal of batting to do recently. And then, having gone from not batting that much during the 100, you then get put in right at the top of the order here.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see her kind of evolution at the top, because back in the KSL days, she was batting like near the tail.
It's another nice looking delivery from Filer on the stumps. She seems to have got the radar sorted.
We've had a glorious day here, haven't we? Sunshine and
Yeah, it's
shadows on the pitch.
It's a sort of a September cricket's
Yes.
morning, isn't it? You'd know what time of year it was. I think it's fair to say.
Chilly.
Just not quite getting the timing on that drive, and once more straight back to Lauren Filer. So just the 2 runs so far off this first over, and I think it's. You would think it would be good bowling conditions out there at the moment. 10:30 start, bit of greenness to the surface. There should be a decent amount of pace for Lauren Filer to get out of it. And just work to mid-wicket to finish off the first over. So Northern Diamonds 2 for no wicket, and just the 1 run credited to the figures of, well, I say credited, it's probably the opposite, isn't it? But anyway, 1 run goes to the column in terms of Lauren Filer, and a leg by, so still yet to get our first run off the bat.
Because Lauren Filer's been doing well with the ball this season in this competition. She's got 3 fizz against Sparks and Lightning, so you know, I think it was just a loosener that first over.
Yeah, and she's, even though she didn't take masses of wickets during the 100,
Yeah.
her economy was really good. And for somebody bowling fast, you'd think if you just play, it's such a short competition, wasn't it? So if you just played enough matches, the wickets would come. So actually, the most difficult thing is so often keeping those runs down if you're going to bowl with the pace that she does.
Yeah.
It's that control piece again, isn't it? It's all right being fast, but if you can't control that line.
Yeah, exactly. Because actually, I think sometimes there's a sort of perception by those outside women's cricket that they might not like the pace on the ball, but actually everyone loves pace on the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's generally, isn't it? Batters like to use that pace, don't they? Because they know they can just deflect it then. Claire Nicholas coming in from the far end to us, the river end. Bit of spin here.
And again, another player who did really well in the 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right arm over, so the right-handed Winfield Hill, and launches that up over the backing up batter, and it goes down to the fielder, and they just scamper through for a single.
Yeah, she was the leading wicket taker for Welsh Fire, and in one of the games, I forget which it was, but yeah, I think it was against the Northern Superchargers, actually, fittingly, I suppose, given the fact that we've got the Northern Diamonds, the regional side based in the same area. She bowled 15 of the first 20 balls in that game and took 2 for 11.
Pretty good. She decided to come around the wicket to the left-handed Lindsay Smith. Top edge is that. There's a fielder coming in, and it's a catch, an easy catch in the end.
Nat Race is still confused there. Keeper, bless her, is looking around,
Where
wondering
did
what's happened.
Where did the ball go? Yes, indeed, where did the ball go? It got clacked up, and nobody was very clear apart from the fielder coming underneath that. So Good catch for
Chloe Skelton.
Chloe Skelton, of course, Chloe Skelton.
Yes. I think it's fair to say you're pondering life, the universe and everything as you walk back to the pavilion after getting out to a delivery like that. A, let's say, hip-high full toss, and it was just below the waist. It dipped on her at the last moment. And I think you're just, especially from somebody as accurate as Claire Nicholas, you're just not really expecting a ball like that.
No, it's stunned, but we know that it's not always the best ball that gets the wickets, unfortunately.
No, that's a
good start for Western Storm.
Diplomatic way of putting it, I think. I think we all know the saying around the cricketing world.
That something gets wickets.
Yes.
Something that not always the best ball. Yes, that. So now we're seeing the. Is this the captain coming in now? I think?
It is.
Northern Diamonds. I loved her interviews in the 100 because she seemed like a kind of combination of all the Yorkshire players that I've ever played against. There's a sort of amalgam of that kind of, gritty northern spirit and a great kind of talker from the heart as Nicholas comes over the wicket to the right-handed Armitage, who posts that underneath the fielder at cover easily. Doesn't really need to run for that, but decides that she wants to have a little run down the track anyway, and that goes through for a 4. The score moves on to 7 for 1.
I think you summed up Holly Armitage perfectly there. I had the fortune of being coached by her at uni for a little bit, and Northern Grit is a great way to describe her.
Maybe they should have called them the Northern Grit instead of the Northern Diamonds.
Yes, indeed, as Nicholas comes in. To Armitage, who, yes, French cuts that, shall we say. I had no idea. I mean, it was an unintentional sort of bad nutmeg to the field, and there was no run there. I had no idea where that went. It was at the bottom of the bat, but squirted to sort of short backward square, and there was no run as Nicholas comes in again to Armitage. So comes forward, not confidently, and the players go up for a how's that, and Ed wants to go to the TV umpire, which we don't have today, for another opinion on that. But yes, it was an exciting over. And
it's a good shot. I can see why there was doubt there. There's doubt as far as leg side-ishness, but it's still very much worth a shout.
Yeah, maybe Paul Baldwin decided there was enough excitement already in that over, and
yes,
let's have a bit of calm.
Well, also having got a wicket with that delivery, you deserve to bowl a good one that doesn't get a wicket now. Filer then to start her second over. Oh, that's a good bit of in-swing there. And Lauren Winfield-Hill, who does like to kind of stay leg side of the ball and then thrash it through the offside. She's so strong. I mean, well, she's really got every shot in the book, but as with a lot of opening bats in white ball cricket, the in-swing, it can be deadly. And Filer's certainly getting some in-swing there. Not just too straight with the starting line again there, and it'll be another wide.
Yeah, she just needs to bring it across a little bit more and just go back to that first ball, because that was absolutely attacking, wasn't it? It was a very dangerous looking ball. She just needs to maintain that control, but obviously she's still young. So it's like what we saw with Izzy Wong and the likes of those.
It's balance, isn't it? Accuracy versus speed, and yeah.
And this time not so generous with the call outside the off stump.
Yeah, I mentioned Lauren Winfield-Hill in the Oval Invincible. She got 74 not out, 44 not out, and 41 not out. I mean, Amy Jones got to captain last night, but if in other circumstances, Amy Jones might have been looking over her shoulder.
Trying to get the flowing drive away, but still haven't really quite got the measure of this pitch yet. Armitage played a nice looking drive through the covers, but probably could have been cut off. The other thing about that shot is that there's a particularly short boundary towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, with the pitch being where it is. That's nicely timed though, just squeezed through cover point. This will test the outfield, but that's the longer side of the ground, so it can be cut off. But they'll get 3 runs for that.
I wonder what, obviously we had that really kind of dry summer as well, and recently in Taunton we've had so much rain. What kind of impact does that have on the pitch and the outfield? And
Yeah, well, I think I noticed the outfield. Obviously, I was here for the 4-day game that was completed not so long ago, and there was a lot of rain during that. The outfield was noticeably slower. She's not going to get away with that one either. Lauren Filer just starting to show a few signs of frustration, but I think you look at this pitch and there's some green to it. I think it would make it easier to get a bit more pace in the pitch, and then there'll be more moisture around. So actually this may not turn out to be the worst toss to lose for Western Storm. It would be intriguing to know actually what they would have done if they'd won it.
that was a much better ball by Filer there. That's the line she's looking for, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, much better. I mean, I think Northern Diamonds are struggling to batten it because the ball's either not pitching or not pitching near them, so they're not really getting the bat near the ball to get the timing. Really, I think that's the issue in these first few key balls.
And it's interesting to have gone from the 100 obviously back into a 50 over comp.
Yeah.
I know some players mentioned about they'd prefer T20 afterwards rather than a 50 over just because of that mindset and change. And
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, because it's something that's, I think, a little bit overlooked in terms of format changes in the women's game, because there's all the talk about, because you've got 4-day cricket in the men's game going then to T20 and having to switch, but actually it is a switch even to 50 over cricket, and you see sides go too hard quite a lot up front in 50 over cricket. That's a beauty from Lauren Filer, and that one, it threatened to come in, and then it just seemed to hold its line on Armitage, so I think she's done quite well to miss it. 3 overs gone, and it's 13 for 1.
Good ball to miss. It was a snorter, wasn't it?
Yeah, just getting another look at it now. Well, actually, it did kind of carry on swinging in a little, but not as much as some of the others have done, which is why she played inside it.
Yes. It is glorious here. I mean, we're looking down from a great height, but right behind the bowler's arm, as it were, from this end. Claire Nicholas still from the river end, tossing the ball hand to hand. Field Hill just marking her guard around the field. Big silhouette of the lights, and Winfield Hill just launches that, doesn't even bother to run up and over the cover field. No risk at all. 4 runs to the total, and the score moves on to 17 for 1. That was an easy shot. It felt like a kind of practice shot almost, didn't it, Hannah?
absolutely, I was going to say, it just seemed absolutely flawless, that effortless. Just completely, right, I'm going to send you it right over the top. Thank you very much.
If you're going to put the ball there, that's where it's going to go. She didn't even run. And there's a word from Captain Fantastic, Sophie Love, there to the bowler, what she got in response to that. Winfield Hill comes forward and pops that underneath the backing up batter straight through to long on. And there is 1 run, so that's 18 for 1.
That's the length she's after, isn't it,
Yeah.
Winfield Hill? That was the real problem with that Nicholas delivery. If it's on that full length, she's just too good at lofting the ball over the infield wherever she wants.
Yeah, Nicholas into Armitage this time. Puts that down to 3rd, and they get through for just a single.
Yeah, on the previous ball, you could see she was trying to go over the top, straight back over the bowler's head, but didn't quite time it as perfectly as the one before.
Yeah, and because the length was just, I mean, it's still full of length, but the length's just a couple of inches further back, meaning you can't quite get underneath it so easily.
Yeah, we need to get this right to Winfield Hill, who sort of tries to put that down to fine leg, but misses the timing and there's no run. She practices flicking that off her hip, didn't get the timing there at all. Got a big shadow of the spotlights here across the pitch, which shows how sunny it is here, and Nicholas comes in and Winfield Hill does that cover shot again. But they do run, but it's gone for 4. So there was a good jog through there, but that was an easy 4 as the score moves on to 23 for 1.
Yeah, we do need to get their steps in for their GPS and, you know, otherwise their S&C and stuff.
Time on feet and running.
Yeah, otherwise we do have to do laps afterwards.
Or in the coach.
Nicholas into Winfield Hill, who just places that to short third, and we get through for a single score, moves on to 23 for 1, and that's the end of the over. 24 for 1.
You can't ask for too much more than that over, really. A couple of boundaries and then just nurdling some singles as well. There's the majority of the crowd that are here are in the stand in front of the Ondaatje Pavilion, the family stand. It's just really just this, I say this side of the ground where we are in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. I don't think that the Somerset stand is open today.
Seats. I can only see a little bit of the pitch. Are the spectators in? This is excellent.
Yeah, we've got the Clatherham girls here as well, cricket club, who were the Guard of Honour earlier. So nice to get some club cricket involved.
It's just done a bit too much. So no cries for leg before wicket that time, and Winfield Hill's rehearsing a murderous whip through the leg side. And that was clearing the Angie Caddick Pavilion if she made contact with that.
It's always worth seeing what the batters practice afterwards. What
Yes.
was really in their mind or what was in their dreams.
My favourite is when they rehearse a leave. Positive move from Winfield Hill looking for the single, which certainly isn't there. But as if you sort of don't know how to put your arms above your head and
You've done
keep
too
the
much
bat up
red
out of the
ball
way.
cricket, you see, Ed. We don't leave the ball in women's cricket. We're trying to hit it.
It's when players accidentally miss it and pretend that it was
Oh
intentional.
yeah, that's style it out.
Yeah.
And once again, swinging down the leg side. Struggling to get that particular shot away, which would be frustrating for her, because with the field as it is at the moment, there's a large gap between mid-wicket, and it's very much a long leg rather than a fine leg, because they pretty much said, right, we can't stop the ball running away fine towards that short boundary towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. This time she's got it away, and I don't think anybody's going to catch that, even though those two fielders I just mentioned try. And at the third time of asking, Lauren Winfield Hill gets that pick up over the leg side away for 4 more.
The one she's been rehearsing.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned about how the field's set, though, I think that's been one of the biggest things with the professionalisation of the women's game, is that cricket intelligence and players all across the board. You don't have to rely on that one captain or that one person, and batting especially. Players are looking for those options more.
Well, that's going to go straight down to that fielder they've got in front of the scoreboard next to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and she's, needless to say, a key wicket for the Western Storm to take, because she is so positive. It doesn't matter what the situation is, really. Lauren Winfield Hill is going to play her shots with freedom.
That was that murderous swipe that you just talked about, executed.
It's a lovely looking shot. That might actually be one of the best timed shots we've seen so far. It just went straight to the fielder, and that is the end of the 5th over, and the Diamonds, who got off to a pretty nightmarish start with that full toss being clunked up in the air, they put that behind them pretty quickly, and Lauren Winfield Hill's got them very much moving in the right direction, nearly going along at a run a ball here. And it's not necessarily been their strength, the batting, this season. They've won a couple of really quite low-scoring games, so you can't help but feel, if you're the Western Storm, that you've got to limit them to not a particularly big total. I mean, it is a bit different, I suppose, today because of the fact there is no Jenny Gunn. That's a big miss, and Beth Langston, who had been playing in this competition before the 100 and her injury.
Nicholas into Winfield Hill. Swipes again, does not convincingly, but into the leg side, and they just get through for an easy single. She just practices again, a more lusty blow than she needs to land on that last ball. Armitage marks her guard.
You've got that matting on the strip.
Yeah, it's 2 strips over.
Yes, which... Interesting to see where that plays a part.
Yeah, and that's Armitage has just posted that square through to the point boundary, which I can't see the edge of, but I think it's gone for 4. So I'm in the cheap seats here, so I can only see bits of the pitch. And the score moves on to 34 for 1. But that was just beautiful timing by Holly Armitage there, straight out along the popping crease line, straight to the crease there as Nicholas comes in again. Armitage plays that off her legs there. It's coming down towards the boundary here. And Winfield Hill tells her just the 1. And the score moves on to 35 for 1.
The only reason I mentioned the matting is because during the 4-day game here, there was one ball which just completely wrong-footed Tom Abel. The ball took a total sort of sideways turn on him off the matting.
He's given me a new kit bag. It's genuinely bigger than the old. I'm going to need to buy a new.
But I think probably the good thing about where this pitch is and where that particular bit of matting is hopefully there should be enough time for the fielders to adjust. But you've always got to keep such things in mind if you're fielding on the infield.
I think Sophie Luff might have to watch the bounce off there as Nicholas comes in. Winfield Hill just sweeps that down towards front leg. And now 2. Yeah, and through easily for 2 runs. The score moves on to 37 for 1. Yeah, it's difficult to get the timing right. It's not ideal having it that close, but as you say, perhaps it gives them long enough if it does take some sort of weird turn to get behind it from there. Nicholas just waits for Winfield Hill to just take a garden bat up and comes forward and plays that to square, but there was no run. She rehearses again a more convincing shot. That would have been good for that ball, but they're going along nicely though, aren't they? 37 for 1 off those 6 overs.
Yeah, and Nicholas has just struggled a bit with her line in that particular over. A couple of balls speared down the leg side, and she has picked up that wicket, but 23 conceded off her first 3 overs. Wonder whether, especially, I was going to mention about right-handers, but pretty much everybody's a right-hander as usual in this one. I think Lindsay Smith is the only left-hander in that, in the lineup. But yes, as you say, in the game as a whole. Will be wided again, but I just wondered whether they might consider if they're going to go with spin again, whether we might see a bit of potentially Sophia Smale come into the attack. She's certainly perfectly happy bowling inside the power play as we are now. Well, technically the first power play, but
what some of cricket she's had.
Yeah.
Angled neatly down to deep third for Armitage, so she's into double figures now. Oh, that's a long throw. Claire Nicholas doesn't know her own strength down there.
No. Nat Wraith, it's a wonder she would never double teapot on there. She didn't, but she's just looking like, where did that? What happened?
Good backing up.
Yes, good backing.
Testing out the skipper.
All under control. But you mentioned Sophia Smale, and obviously what a story she's had this summer. And if you haven't listened to the Naughty Child podcast, it's a really good interview with Sophia, talking about her granddad and his influence, and the fact he actually managed to make the final at Lords in the 100 to see her play. Absolutely heartwarming.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of options as well as Sophia Smale. I mean, Danny Gibson would probably, usually, I think, be the first choice to come in as first change. Katie George could be used as the left arm option. A straight pull from Armitage. It was a fairly uncomplicated shot, but didn't bring a run this time.
I think your point is they've got to bowl really well, haven't they, and to restrict them to any kind of catchable total.
Yeah, and both these two are going to put away anything that slightly offline, both going to come out with a positive frame of mind. It's going to be another wide. Maybe now just a little bit of that early swing is just going. And all of a sudden, you having kind of had to make the adjustment and start the line that much sort of wider outside off stump in order for it to get to the stumps. Now it's just actually hanging out there and staying wide. Still been pretty tidy overall from Filer, despite the wide. She's only going at well, a little over 4.3 and over.
Yeah, they're not really getting it off the bat from her. It's more she's just slightly giving it away with those extras.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as long as she bowls a good ball, she's not really going for runs at the moment, and that's testament to the. I think, as much as anything else, the length that she hits. It's that hard length that you hear talked about a lot.
Yeah, just get that body line a little bit more.
Yeah, it's just the accuracy there we need to get.
A good finish to the over, so 41 for 1 after 7 overs. Winfield Hill going along at a little over a runner ball, and Holly Armitage at just under a runner ball.
So we've got it on the screen now as well, so you can see Lauren Filer, 4 overs, 16 runs, 6 wides, unfortunately. Claire Nicholas, 3 overs, 23, 1 wicket.
There's a fair few wides, but I suppose overall, yeah, you're happy with those figures. As we have our first change in the commentary, Claire Jenkins will take a break, and it's good morning to Reggie.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Yep, you're going to have to explain the Reggie nickname.
Maybe a bit later.
So we do indeed have a change of bowling from the River End, and it is going to be Katie George.
Katie George.
So they've gone with the left arm option, and I'm not sure what Lauren Winfield Hill's waving at there. It was almost as she was telling somebody to get out of the way, but there doesn't seem to be anybody up there.
Hopefully it's not at us. That would be really good eyesight if she...
Well, she would have to have eyes in the back of her head.
I think she was sorting a fly.
Uh-huh. That's a beautiful on drive that's not going to bring any runs. So, good start for the Northern Diamonds. What have you made of the first period of play?
Yeah, I think they've, like you say, they've got off to a really good, strong start here today. I think Lauren clearly holds the key, Lauren Winfield Hill, for their batting lineup. So it's a key wicket, I think, that Western Storm need to try and get on top of. So it's a good bowling change, I think.
Clipped in the air, it'll fall short and wide of the fielder, who's Alex Griffiths on the boundary, but that is tremendous work because it's only a single, and there's been a lot of talk about boundary sizes, hasn't there? But I don't think anybody can argue with that boundary. In fact, nobody can argue with any of the boundaries today.
Yeah, today's boundary looks pretty decent, to be honest, but obviously within the 100, questions around were they made a little bit too small were floating around on Twitter especially.
Tickled fine, and a quick pick-up and throw from Skelton, maybe, and a direct hit might have had Winfield Hill in a bit of trouble, but they get through. I mean, other thing I like about this is there's one of the problems that I have with the boundaries, almost more so than the size, is the sort of uniformity to it. There's often not the kind of quirks that you get with the boundaries being right back to the edge of the advertising circles, advertising hoardings, I should say. It was a slightly aerial shot from Winfield Hill. It was well short of mid-on, but I'm not entirely sure she meant to hit that one quite as far in the air as that. But yeah, you know, here you've got a short corner to target, for example, towards that Colin Atkinson pavilion. It's also a bit shorter towards the river stand, but then it really opens up square of the wicket. So you've got to target the right areas.
Yeah, it's not perfectly round like dream books and
Yeah, or even oval
or
shaped.
ovals, yeah. Yeah, there's lots of different things going on these sides, different angles to work with, as you mentioned.
Lauren Winfield Hill's throwing quite a bit out of her crease here as well, so she's clearly looking to attack as much as possible, as we would expect. But she certainly is.
Oh,
yes, and that's a
there you
glorious
go.
shot.
Right on cue.
Straight over the bowler before. It's running away very quickly here today, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you make that kind of connection with it, it's only going in one direction, as we'll be able to get a look at a replay here, and it's just, again, that length that she's after. It's the slot length, as some like to call it, and then it just gets lifted up and over somewhere. So 47 for 1 after 8 overs, and it sort of spoils what was a really tidy start from Katie George.
And how good is it to see her back bowling again? Because obviously the last few seasons she's been injured, and obviously around that England setup as well, she would have been in training with Lauren Winfield Hill prior to injuries and stuff. So there's definitely some familiarity between them. But it's so good just to see her try and attack those stumps, isn't it?
I think that angle brings such a different element as well to any side that's got left arm. And as expected,
Yes, so first chance to see Sophia Smale. She picked up 8 wickets in the 100. I'll give you the 8 players that she got out. Alyssa Healy, Danny Wyatt, Talia McGrath, Bryony Smith, Sophie Devine, Emma Lamb, Erin Burns, and the wicket in the final, Smriti Mandhana. 10 points if you can name the connection between all those. Yeah. Starts off short and wide, double, will get away with it. There's protection at cover point, and useful protection in the form of Fran Wilson.
Another England legend. But Sophie Luff at the beginning of the season did tip Sophia Smale as a player to watch, and it's definitely coming to fruition.
Oh, there's a hint of, well, certainly a hint of drift. There was almost a hint of turn there, even with this quite new ball. She's got quite a sort of front-on action, and it just feels as if nothing's going to go wrong with it.
And she's quite tall in her stance and stuff as well, isn't she?
Yeah.
She has quite a lot of height, and it's another really exciting prospect for the game in England and Wales.
I think with that square-on approach, you kind of, as a batsman, you don't quite see the arm coming, so it's quite quick, so it's on you slightly quicker than a more traditional action as well. So, because when you square on, you don't see the arm naturally coming from the position it would. And I think she's actually quite looking to hurry the batsman here. She's certainly ready to push through her 6 quite quickly.
Knocked down to the fielder at long on, so we've got a long on and a deep mid wicket, 2 fielders out on the leg side, which for the sort of first few overs, and you've got a left arm spinner bowling, yes, they're turning it away from the right hander, but you would think try and protect that leg side early on. It's mostly going to be angled into the right hander rather than spinning away, so got their 2 fielders out on that leg side boundary, but a typically tidy start from Sophia Smale. Oh, that's a bit of an unfortunate bounce there, I think, 'cause I thought she had that one covered, Sophie Luff, as she dived across to her left, but it's only a single, and so that's exactly what the Western Storm would have wanted, but it does bring up the 50 for the Northern Diamonds, I believe. It brings up the 50, it says with such uncertainty. I thought it did. Anyway, it's 40, no, maybe it's 49 for 1 after 9, but that's what Western Storm needed, a tidy over at the end of that.
And like Kath mentioned, it's that pace that she went through it as well, just putting that pressure back onto them.
Yeah, and so, you know, it's a typical example, really, of what we're starting to see in the sort of regional setup now, of somebody who wasn't part of it originally, but somebody who's come through the academy system and is making that transition into not just the senior side, but then into a competition which is as close to international level as you can get, and making it look easy.
Yeah, and I think coming from the back of the 100 to today, in terms of atmosphere as well, it's hard for players to sometimes adjust to that with the energy that the 100 used to bring in the crowds. Hopefully we'll fill up a bit later after lunch today.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it, where obviously this competition doesn't get as much marketing and all of that fun stuff. So, like you say, it does make a big difference.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the idea of it being a sort of development level, etc., there's a tendency just to kind of sideline things a little bit by just using that sort of development term, and I must say I'm not really a fan of thinking of it that way. Oh, that's a good shot. That's going to clear mid-on. In fact, it's going to skip on to the rope. Just wondered, actually, whether that was going to plug, because I thought she'd hit it slightly better than she had, but more than good enough to get 4 runs, and that's the 50 up now for Northern Diamonds.
Yep, I was with you that I thought it was going to just plug into that spongy outfield out there, but it did trickle away, and these two now have formed a really good partnership, haven't they? For Western Storm, they really need to start trying to get one of them walking back to the pavilion.
Does bring up the 50 partnership as well between these two. Came together at 3 for 1, just 9 deliveries in. Be more runs here as that's heading down towards Gimblet's Hill, but not running away quite as quickly there as some of the other balls that we've seen. But Winfield Hill continues to move her innings on at some pace.
Holly Armitage and Lauren Winfield Hill.
Yeah, again, it's another innings by Lauren Winfield Hill that is just, you know, putting that hand up again to the England selector, saying, you know, I'm still around, I still want to play. You're missing me, come on.
Yeah, and I can play the way that you want us to play. I think she's just about going to get away with that inside the markers. The guidelines, I should say, as I was reminded. So just 1 ball left in this first 10 overs, and then Sophie Luff, I think with potentially a little bit of relief, can put the field back. Start to protect some of those boundary options that Winfield Hill's been taking. I say 1 ball. It's amazing how often that happens.
Yeah. I think as well, just to point out, I think Nat Wraith started brilliantly behind the stumps as well. I mean, the first 5 overs, it was swinging quite a lot from Lauren Filer, and she's picked up those slightly wider ones really, really well behind the stumps.
Yeah, and Nat Wraith has talked a bit about the pressure of professionalisation as well, the pressure to perform, which hadn't necessarily existed before. It's a good finish to the over from Katie George, but 7 runs have come from it. Northern Diamonds 56 for 1 after 10 overs. In fact, she will touch on that in the film, which we're going to show during the interval in partnership with one of Western Storm's partners, WPA Health Insurance, and they've produced a really nice film, which you can see being previewed here, and we'll talk to some of the Western Storm players about their own journeys, and also potentially where, a little bit, especially with Fran Wilson, where things still need to go.
Yeah, we'll definitely chat about that later, because no spoilers now. But yeah, Fran said some really interesting things, which we kind of spoke about before on the live streams as well, in terms of structure. But like I said, no spoilers. I'll stop talking.
No, I think we can preview it because, you know, we can talk about things in a general sense. It's all right. Reverse paddle comes out this time from Armitage. It's not going to have the pace on it to go to the boundary, but just giving Sophia Smale something else to think about.
It's interesting what you mentioned as well about that very fan professionalism and that added pressure, because I guess they're in this kind of transitionary phase at the moment. and getting used to the volume of cricket that they didn't really have before.
A few field adjustments here, so Sophia Smell taking charge, which is good to see.
Drops it a little short, manages to get past extra cover, yeah, but there is protection in the form of Fran Wilson on the boundary. And that was another thing that was really noticeable about Sophia Smale in the 100. With all these international stars around, she was quite happy just to point, right, you there, you know, that's where you will be fielding. And it's that, you know, that confidence that she's got on the field, although she's actually, you know, I think she's actually quite quiet off it. Quick single, and they're going to get through for it.
She's quite animated, isn't she?
Yes.
There's lots of really quite powerful imagery of her taking some of those international scalps and, you know, fist in the air, and it's what we want to see, that hunger from these young players to break through but want to continue striving.
And everybody loves a good celebration. This is another really quick single, and the stumps are broken, but I think it probably needed to be a direct hit.
She didn't quite respond. I was just literally about to say how well they're running between the wickets, these two, in the communication, but she was just slightly slower off the mark there, Lauren Winfield Hill, but made her ground.
I think she was probably slow off the mark, because I'm not totally sure that that should have been a single.
They made it.
They did. Judging by the way that Alex Griffiths is turning around in some annoyance, I think she'll feel that she had a good chance to affect that run out there. Body on the line from Sophie Luff. Not easy fielding on those pitch ends there. I mean, it's in remarkably good shape, the square here, given the amount of cricket and lack of rain that we've had. That was dabbed really softly this time, and that's a much better single because it was played so much softer. All the pace taken off by Sophia Smale, but they still managed to get through for the single anyway, so 61 for 1 at the end of 11.
These two are going really well, so I think Sophie's got a lot to think about here to hopefully get some change and a wicket.
What has Claire Jenkins brought here? Bacon butties. It's not particularly easy to eat a bacon butty with a headset on, but we can't complain. I think Ben Warren wants some as well. So now that they've been publicised.
I had an awkward moment of, I'm a vegetarian.
Well, there you go, there's Ben's.
So Ben Warren from Somerset County Cricket Club can have my bacon sandwich. And the camera operator too.
Katie George to continue. Not going to be a run there this time. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. So another throw goes over the head of Nat Wraith. I know some wicketkeepers who would be barking at the field after the. It's been about 3 or 4 which have gone over the head of Nat Wraith already.
Quite got their radar, some of the throws today.
Ooh, that's a long way down the leg side.
Again, another great take from.
Yeah, I mean it's tricky as well because not only do you have to move such a long way to her left, but I think the ball also is just yeah, exactly. Yeah, she should have been unsighted, and also it was just on the half volley, making it even more tricky.
Yeah, really good response. And like I said about Nat Wraith, it's a shame that you have to have a bad ball to make a keeper look good. But she's been absolutely spectacular behind there. And again, she's one of those young names that people do talk about quite a lot, don't they? But it's just her batting that I think England-wise that people want to see a little bit more improvement in that department. And she could be in for a shot in the future.
Use of the feet from Winfield Hill, but she'll pick out deep backward square. Yeah, I think in terms of the level of the wicket keeping, just purely with the glove work, it's one of those things a bit like we were talking about with left arm spinners before we started, where there's actually quite a wealth of talent in that particular area. So as you say, the batting is what's going to really separate you. Driven firmly, that's a good hand there. Cover, I think that's Emma Corney fielding in there, just be the single. Emma Corney, who's recovered from a stress fracture, and we had her on commentary during the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy match against the Central Sparks, but a sprawling effort there to stop that one. And I was saying during that one, it seems as if stress fractures are almost actually contagious. I think they must be, because of the amount that there are in the game at the moment.
We were talking before we came on air about that kind of female health side and the physiology and stuff, and perhaps the research isn't there yet to have a look at stress factors and like the female body, and whether there are other forces at play that may encourage it slightly more than what happens in the men's game. You know, there's lots of chats about kind of periods in sport and hormonal differences, but the research just isn't quite there.
Again, skipping down the pitch. Oh, that's nifty footballing skills from Katie George. We shouldn't really be surprised.
Down on that one, rather than spikes up.
Deflected it to Sophia Smale at mid-off.
She was a former footballer
Exactly.
too, so
Yes, that's what I was going to. Which academy was it? Was it Portsmouth?
You'd like to know that in the test match,
I should
You're
know.
really testing me now.
I should know.
Hampshire base.
Yes,
Portsmouth,
I think it might be Portsmouth, but I'll get in serious trouble if it's not, because they're all rivals down there. Anyway, she does have the footballing skills, that much I do know. So Smale, 2 overs for 8, and tidy enough start. But given her penchant for picking up international players, Lauren Winfield Hill would be the one that she'd be particularly after in this lineup. There's a bit of hesitation here. The throw's going to go to Lauren Winfield Hill's end, but in the end they've managed to grab a single for a ball that barely got away from the bowler. Certainly picking up the boundaries at a good enough rate at the moment anyway, but these quick singles will be annoying the Western Storm fielders, because they pride themselves on their fielding, particularly those that field in close.
It's that rotating the strike as a captain. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
When you're setting your field, trying to set the plans, and then that's changing ball by ball.
It was said from bitter experience.
Very bitter experience.
There's a lovely shot through extra cover, but I'm going to get one, and eventually Fran Wilson does get the ball under control and keeps it down to just that one. But really, if you're looking at the Western Storm bowling attack, Sophia Smale is one of the ones that you're probably not looking to take as many risks against her. But if you can pick up 5 singles and over, and then try to put away a delivery like that, which is wonderfully palmed back in by Katie George on the boundary rope. She is a superb fielder out in that position, as the throws just half-volleyed Nat Wraith there. But again, the backing up was good, but that's magnificent work. And we'll get another look at that. It was a drag down, which could have gone. And then that.
That's commitment.
We're seeing more and more of this in the women's game, and it's just fantastic, isn't it?
I mean, she had the equipment next to the dugouts down there to contend with as well.
Yeah, please not another injury, Katie George.
George the cat often wanders down that way as well, so I just need to make sure he's there.
Brian the cat.
Brian, sorry, not Brian, not George, isn't it? The ginger Tom.
Yes. Indeed. I haven't seen him about that much recently, but I suppose it was wet during the 4-day match that we had here. That's going to be a full toss. It's over the top of mid-off. Might not go to the boundary, actually, because Gibson is another terrific boundary rider at long on and gets across and manages to save a couple of runs, but Winfield Hill's heading towards another half century here on 43, and it's 72 for 1.
Let's see where they're going to get a wicket at the moment. It's absolutely brilliant batting here from Winfield Hill and Armitage. They're rotating the strike really well. They're putting away the bad balls. So they're absolutely taking the game to Western Storm at the moment.
Well, the full toss worked for the first one, so I suppose Smell maybe thought, I'll try a full toss again, and she didn't get magnificent connection on it, but more than enough to get it over the infield.
Yep, bowlers call it variation. It's the polite way, I think, isn't
Natural
it?
variation, yes. So again, another reminder that during the break we'll be showing a film in partnership with WPA Health Insurance, which was produced
when you bat your best, there's no distractions. You're engrossed in the game, you're in, I guess, the zone, a little bit cliche. You're not really consciously thinking about anything. You almost let all of that practice, all of that hard work sort of take over. I'm doing it with an element of freedom, and I'm not worried too much about the risk or getting things wrong. Actually, I'm taking the game on, and I think that's probably where my game's made a huge shift over the last couple of years.
Do make sure that you stick around for that during the break. It's Katie George continuing here, and a respectful defensive shot from Holly Armitage. And they have been content to do that as well. It hasn't been scoring at over 5.5 and over without actually seemingly taking that many risks. The runs that they have all have been calculated. There's been a ball on the money. They've been quite happy to defend it. Just respectfully worked into the gap for a single. So Armitage 20 from 29, and she's really provided the perfect foil for Winfield Hill.
Yeah, you just need somebody to stick around with you, don't you? And she's playing that role perfectly. Like I said, everything's been calculated. No risky shots. Just playing the field and really taking this game on to Western Storm.
Pulled away in the air out towards deep square, and it's just short. It was a great effort from Griffiths to get close to that, and in fact it wouldn't have mattered anyway because it's been signalled a no ball, even if she had managed to take a spectacular catch. So that means that the next delivery will be a free hit as well.
A free hit.
It's an opportunity for Holly Armitage to have a real go, and she can certainly give him a clout when she gets hold of it.
Yep, she's definitely one who can bludgeon that ball. She's got a lot of power behind her.
It can change the field because the strike has changed, but that's not much of a consolation. So here's the free hit. Not really got it, but they will get a single for it. Still able to run through.
Yep, and of course shying at the stumps there because you can be still run out on a no ball, on a free hit.
Partnership is bang on a run a ball as well, which again, it's just not been that kind of, it hasn't felt like a partnership which has been absolutely flying along, but that's testament to the way that they've built it up.
Yeah, it's just been some really good cricket, hasn't it? And sometimes it's those unassuming partnerships that, take a game on, and hopefully from Western Storm perspective, they're not here till the end, but at the moment they quite well could be.
Yeah, and you'd have been saying, I think, if you're Western Storm, okay, we just take a couple of early wickets here, and you start to expose potentially that middle order. Oh, that's
Dug that in.
that's a good little bit of interplay there between Katie George and Winfield Hill. The skip down the pitch, then banging it in short, and then the stare, the all-important stare.
One for the over.
Yeah, she wasn't in the end in a particularly great position to play it, and actually did play it well by swaying out of the way of it at the last minute. Chopped away into the offside. They might be thinking about 2 here. Armitage was, and then Winfield Hill was, but by the time they both got on the same page, could only be 1. 77 for 1 then, after 14 overs. And if you look at that Northern Diamonds lineup, it does. It does keep coming at you, and they do bat fairly deep. But I think you'd been saying, okay, if you can get rid of maybe 2 of Winfield Hill, Armitage, and Callis, who's been in the first couple of seasons, Stara Callis was the leading run scorer for the Northern Diamonds. So you're kind of thinking just a couple of early wickets and you could get right in amongst them and restrict them total-wise. But it's a huge difference now with this partnership being the way it is. Picked up the length so quickly again there, Winfield Hill. It wasn't really that short, but
I think she moves so brilliantly in her crease.
Yeah.
Winfield Hill. She knows when to be stepping a foot out and when to be deep in a crease. She enabled herself to have plenty of time then to hit where she wanted it to.
Yeah, she can use the width of the crease as well as using her feet to come down. It's Armitage coming down the pitch this time, but Smale able to field off her own bowling. Often like to call her teammate on TMS Shabnim Call Me Ishmael, but this is use of the feet again. There'll be another quick single up to mid-off. The stumps just misses, and Nat Wraith called into action again with the backing up. Might have been fairly tight with a hit that from Lauren Filer, but I think probably would have just made it. But I think if it's Shabnim Call Me Ishmael, it was Sophia Don't Call Me Shmael, because I don't know if you listened to a lot of the commentary, and I thought I'd been getting it wrong myself all that time. Well, is it really Shmael? No, it's not. That's been cut away for a single.
As ever, there were some interesting pronunciations of some of the players, particularly during the 100.
Well, it's just one of those things, isn't it, where you think, Shmael? I've been commentating on her all season. I've been saying her name wrong? No. There was a little kick there from Sophia Smale. It looked like quite a good delivery. She's just keeping herself amused out there. It almost looks as if she was annoyed at that ball. Pulled away right into the gap and just short of the first 6 of the day. Not the finish that Sophia Smale was after in that over, and a powerful pull shot from Holly Armitage. So
it
84 for 1.
Bounced, didn't it? It was only a couple of feet inside the boundary. We nearly got that.
Yeah. There's going to be a change of bowling. I think we might be. Oh no, she's still back on. She was giving the signs, Katie George there. She might not be continuing.
Carry on.
She's carrying on.
You're doing well.
It's a fairly lengthy spell, this, I suppose, going into the 5th over.
We forget that 50 overs is a particularly long time after the summer of T20s in 100s, isn't it?
Our diet's been shortened, and we've been snacking, and now we've got a whole meal to deal with. So I'm just talking about food now because I've had my breakfast now, feeling a lot better. And I'm in the front seats now. I can actually see what's going on.
In the driver's seat.
Yeah. There's Katie George, left arm over, comes into the right-sided Winfield Hill, who indicates that a fly, I think, is swatting that fly again. I don't know. There's a bit of mind games going on between these two England, squad members, given the stare of the last over.
I don't know. Maybe there's a wasp out there as well, because there was
one outside our window.
Yes, exactly. There was a wasp trying to get in through our commentary box.
Yeah, they're getting a bit dopey this time of the year, aren't they, like the rest of us? So George into Winfield Hill, takes a big blow. It goes, bounces first in front of the fielder there on the boundary, and they just get through for an easy single. The score moves on to 85.
No ball indicated as well.
Ooh, another free hit. A licence to thrill for Holly Armitage. And Lauren Winfield Hill's just giving her a bit of advice. Yeah, smack it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, smack it. Okay. And Sophie Luff is having a chat with Katie George.
Don't let us smack it. Don't let us
Don't
smack
let
it.
us back in. Don't let us back in. That's right.
Right. Okay. This is deep tactical
yeah.
level here, isn't
This
it?
was Somerset stuff here. Kath and I played Somerset County. She went on to lofty heights of England, but we did play county cricket together in the days when it was the West, which is basically Western Storm, and then became Somerset. As Katie George comes in from the River End to Armitage, and she has a big smack at that. Yes, that's 4. Never in doubt. Lovely shot. Swept. Lusty blow there into the leg side. 4 runs off that no ball, so the score moves on to 88 for 1.
Yes, there's a certain amount of confusion out on the field at the moment because Winfield Hill's 50 has been announced, but that was Holly Armitage who just smacked that ball to the boundary. So I think Lauren Winfield Hill was thinking, "Oh, do I just raise my bat anyway?"
Is there such a
or
thing as a crowd curse as well now?
Could be.
Maybe.
Well, it's sort of like a crowd catch as well. It's a crowd 50.
Won't we?
Yeah. What can Armitage do? So the next ball, Katie George gives that everything, and they get through for a single because Winfield Hill is desperate to get on strike for that 50 that the crowd have already clapped.
Well, it nearly happened. Wasn't that far off with Sophie Luff coming in from mid-wicket.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned that Winfield Hill was going to get run out there. She remarks her guard and no doubt opens her stance slightly to the left-handed over the stumps, Katie George. And, she has to just defend that. So it's waiting. It's going to wait a bit longer. Yeah, it's nice, actually.
Into a good little...
Winfield,
come on, then.
Yeah, Winfield Hill tithering on the edge of that 50, 48 runs. And Katie George desperate to stop her. And, yes. The crowd are waiting. They were desperate to clap the 50, weren't they? Very excitable. Katie George from the far end, from the River End. Left arm over. Winfield Hill poised. Takes a swipe at that. Out through the offside, but just a single. Moves to 49, not out, and Armitage is on 31.
You could do a bit of train spotting as well, actually, from this commentary position. There was a special train which went through this morning, which I was tempted to have a photograph of me next to and claim that that's what I arrived in. I think it is one of those steam,
trains,
one of those steam charters.
See the steam, but not the train itself.
And Armitage just defends that down, and there's no run. They're very impressive, aren't they? Make a great noise. You're not afraid of being called a train spotter then, is that?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a sort of avid train spotter, no, but I was tempted to have a look at that, but I thought I'd probably better get here and hold all your hands.
Yeah, look after us.
Yeah.
The lovely Ed. Armitage waits, and that goes wide ball. Score moves on to 93, so they're heading for that century. 93 for 1. Approaching the end of the 16th over. Winfield Hill on 49, Armitage on 31. Armitage surveying the field. George comes in from the far end. Armitage forward, very textbook defence there, Reggie. What do you reckon to that?
Again, she's taking the step forward there that Lauren's taken, so she's well out of her crease to give herself. They get in the right position, but solid in defence. And like I said, I'm struggling to see how Western Storm are going to break this partnership at the moment.
Yeah, and was that a bit of Armitage also making sure that Winfield Hill got the strike the next over, I suspect, potentially.
There's the station car park as well, just over the top of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and it's still going up over there. There's
hoping to get a good
another
view of the
construction site, yeah.
I'm
not sure you can make yourself too popular around here, suggesting that sort of move. What sort of binoculars do you recommend, Claire?
I could do a little story here. So my first job was working at Bath Sports Centre, and our fire escape had a great view of the rugby. So we used to pay people to stand on the fire escape to kick people off from getting a free view. But of course, the people who were on there, the staff, got a really good view of the rugby. So yes.
And bowler.
We've got a change of bowling here.
We have, yes. Chloe Skelton's coming into the attack,
Skelton.
and it's time for some off spin.
Yeah.
And Chloe Skelton, who took a 5 in Western Storm's last match against South East Stars at Cheltenham.
And Winfield Hill just dabs that down for a defensive shot, and there is no run.
Yep, so a proud day for Chloe Skelton, of course, being a product of Gloucestershire, played plenty of cricket at Cheltenham College.
Yep, right arm spin, and Winfield Hill smacks that to long on. She's going to get through for that single. Yes, so we're going to see the crowd give her another. What was there? Oh, yes, the bat is waved, and the captain comes in for a handshake. And that's the 50 up for Lauren Winfield Hill in the 17th over.
So her 4th 50, I believe, of the season already, unless that's already updated, actually. It may have done.
Maybe. Skelton, right arm over to Holly Armitage, who crouches and swipes that to cover, but that's fielded easily by Fran Wilson, in short. Nice bit of cricket there, no run, 94 for 1. Skelton into Armitage, thumps that to long on, and they just come through for a single underneath Sophie Luff there.
So what's the problem with these live tables that update? And I'm never quite sure whether they've gone through completely. But anyway, she's. I think this is the 3rd 50 now, but the strike rate is impressive. Nearly a run a ball for the whole season.
Yeah, Winfield Hill is almost the same shots along on, and that's a single. And the score moves on to 96. They move towards that century milestone, and Armitage takes a guard this time to the right arm spin from Chloe Skelton.
To advance there.
Yeah, she comes forward, does Holly Armitage, but just defends that down, and there is no run. Score is 96 for 1 off 17 overs. Lauren Winfield Hill now on 51 and Armitage on 32.
We're going to see plenty of spin come the second half of this one with, I mean, you couldn't ask for really, especially at regional level, you couldn't ask for 3, 4 better spinners than Lindsay Smith, Lee Kasparek, Emma Marlowe, who's having a terrific season, only 18 years of age, and then Katie Levick. There's going to be a lot of spin bowled in that second innings, so they'll be watching the likes of Smale and Skelton, how they go, where they bowl, and how much spin they get.
Yeah, hasn't been much, is there? And there's a change of bowling. Actually, Lauren Filer coming in from the Riverside end now, so change of ends for Lauren Filer.
What do you reckon this surface in terms of spin? I mean, is it spin? You good as a spin bowler?
Who didn't used to spin it very much. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, the swing to start with was really strong, and the spin has, for me, hasn't done anything off the pitch. But that's a wide to start with, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I think, it seems to be sticking maybe slightly a little bit. You can see that some of them are trying to push it through a bit faster, just to sort of hurry up the batsman. So maybe it feels like it's sitting up a bit from the spin point of view.
Wides have been, I think it's a real issue now, isn't it? It's already got to double figures. It's flashed away out to
shot for 1, as they say.
Deep cover, yeah. It's hit hard. Straight to the fielder in the deep.
Yeah, they've given away 14 extras. That'll be possibly 15 now. As we say, how live is alive, but probably 15 extras, which they can ill afford, really.
Yeah, and then you add in the 5 runs that they've scored off the free hits as well, which is sort of effectively extras to a certain extent.
Yeah, they're almost in the same bucket, aren't they?
Yeah, and it, it could just be that little bit of rustiness to a certain extent as well, just getting back into the mode of bowling longer spells rather than just
more than 5
balls. Yes, not even a full 6 deliveries at once. Pushed out towards deep extra. They'll be trying to push for 2, but that's the slightly shorter corner over there, so they're only going to get 1 for that. But yeah, it's got to be a bit of an adjustment. And I say you can sort of get away with the odd wide a bit more, maybe in either T20 cricket or 100 cricket. It's not going to build up to the same volume there as it does in the 50-over format. Oh, pulled firmly, majestically over mid-wicket. The ball does plug somewhat, and it's trying to slow up, but it does just about limp over the boundary, which, given it does, given the shot that was played, though, that deserved to go flashing over the boundary. She put absolutely everything into that.
Yeah, and it was into an absolute corner of the ground because the rope is pinned at an angle there, and it's about the furthest she could possibly hit that ball into that corner.
Yeah, if you're going to go towards a sort of a straight long on, then the boundary's quite short. But anywhere else on that leg side, as the right-hander from the river end, it's going to take a serious hit. But then Holly Armitage has almost done it once already. It's a better delivery from Filer, but the problem is now, because of the boundaries and the rate of scoring, they've had to push everybody back towards the edge of the circle, and even that's a single. Even good balls now are going for runs.
They're managing this innings really well, these two. They've got great communication. They know where the quick singles are.
And they're not really being put on any pressure, are they, really? Because as Ed said, the fielders aren't able to really push that close.
Much better line from Lauren.
This time there won't be a run up to mid-on. Reminder, the Northern Diamonds have won 4 out of 4 so far, and they've really got to win today in order to keep the pressure on Southern Vipers, who are in action against Thunder today. Southern Vipers have Thunder 76 for 3 after 19 overs. Lightning taking on Sunrisers. That's 87 for 2 for Lightning in the 20th over. And then the game that Western Storm will have their eye perhaps most closely on is the game between South East Stars and Central Sparks, where if you're a Western Storm supporter, you definitely want to be supporting the Central Sparks there, because South East Stars are the team that are ahead of Western Storm in the table. And I think realistically, the Western Storm are pretty much just trying to sneak into that 3rd spot and get into that playoff game.
Yep, and there's no run there. First ball of the 19th over. Yeah, South East Stars actually one of the teams that are more affected by the England T20 squad, because they've got a lot of players on that side. And that's pushed into the onside by Lauren Winfield Hill, and they go through for a single. Score moves on to 105 for 1.
But of course they were missing the likes of Bryony Smith, Alice Capsey, even on top of the likes of Sophia Dunkley, etc., for that game between the South East Stars and Western Storm at Cheltenham, and they still put in an incredibly impressive performance.
Yep, Skelton, the same result from that last ball as Armitage, just pushes that down to long on. They get through for a single, 107 for 1.
3 half-centurions in that game at Cheltenham. Chloe Brewer, Alice Davidson-Richards and Rihanna Southby.
Yes.
Ooh, that went into the air from Lauren Winfield Hill, but
Sophie Luff was in there.
Past the fielder. Sophie Luff looking frustrated that if she'd only been a couple of steps to her left, that would have been an easy catch. They just get the single. And Skelton into Armitage this time. He tries to take a big swipe at that. There's an appeal, but the umpire is not interested.
No, nor was umpire Reggie.
Umpire Reggie.
We've got the great view here, I'm not going to lie. Perfect line of sight.
Says no. Skelton into Armitage. She plays the shot that she tried to play on the last ball, and it's gone down into the corner, which I can't see.
Yeah, Katie George retrieves and just going to throw in.
Okay, and that's just a single then. Score moves on to 108 for 1. And that's the end of 19 overs. Lauren Winfield Hill on 59. Armitage on 35.
A bit of early fog this morning, but that's cleared, which means we get a beautiful view of the Quantock Hills as the fields just begin to turn.
It's a tapestry, isn't it? In
Yes,
front of us
turn
today.
slightly more sort of russety coloured, not quite full on brown yet, but
Very
lovely sight.
Yeah,
as
very
ever.
rustic quilt there of, as you say, it's very autumnal, but it's perfect
Yes,
conditions
I-
really. If
I
a
don't
little
like
damp
that
underfoot.
word. I
Oh,
don't like
okay.
that word because it means the end of the cricket season. Filer continuing, bowls a good Yorker there, which is squeezed out well, equally by Armitage. Yes, no, it's just that sort of sense of impending doom
Yes.
that the month of October brings.
The end of the season, it is a mists and mellow fruitfulness or whatever it was.
We just, we've only just got started again,
It's been there's been a lot of cricket.
and then it's time to finish.
Uh,
That's helped round the corner, but not quite fine enough. They've got Chloe Skelton down on the boundary rope there, and they've actually got her fairly fine, so rather got away with that one, Lauren Filer, down the leg side. But just going back to the Northern Diamonds, and
Yeah.
the 4 wins out of 4, and yet they still find themselves in second place. They just can't seem to overcome this hurdle that is the Southern Vipers.
I mean, they've definitely got a batting vibe about the bonus points to them today, these two. So
And that's going to beat the fielders. There were
nicely done.
2 after it, and I hope that
She's okay.
that's not a mischief that's been done by
Alex Griffiths.
Alex
down there.
Griffiths, yeah.
she
But
just-
it was perfectly placed that time. It wasn't really that short, but it just gave her enough time to rock onto the back foot and just pull it away.
let's hope she's just winded.
I
and
think it's
possibly
leg on the rope. I
Yeah,
think
the
that's
rope I suspect would make a
gonna hurt.
bruise. She's clutching her knees and just getting her breath back, and she looks like she's recovering. Let's hope.
But you mentioned that bonus point, and that's very much another reason for the Northern Diamonds to go as hard as possible. Just increase the chances of getting that bonus point. Remind you that the bonus point is awarded when the winning team's run rate. So that's a play and a miss from Winfield Hill. Just maybe trying to be a little bit too delicate there and actually missing the ball. But the winning team's run rate is 1.25 times greater than that of their opponents. So.
We'll leave the scorers to do the.
Indeed, yes.
0.25s.
We'll try and have a number for you at halfway, but
Yes.
it's not really much point giving anything out at this point.
They've certainly got the intention, Northern Diamonds, I think. That's their approach at the moment.
Tries to work that away into the leg side, but doesn't get any bat on it. So a couple of deliveries this over, which have caused a few issues, but then also a rather emphatic boundary. What do you think the Northern Diamonds need to do in order to get past Southern Vipers? Because at the moment, these two are positioning themselves once again as the strongest 2 regions in this tournament.
I wonder whether we're going to get to a point where it's really playing for the eliminator games in the Charlotte Edwards and the Rachel Ayo. Who is going to play Vipers in the final? Because it's hard to see a change, isn't it?
Slapped up towards mid-on. She didn't time that one, Winfield Hill. And in fact, she timed it badly enough that it fell short of the mid-on fielder.
And Katie George, she motioned that she was going to have a show at the stump. So there's definitely a little bit of interplay, shall we say? Are we saying? Yes. Kath is nodding, which comes over well on commentary. But
Thanks very much.
there's a bit of interplay, shall we say, between Katie George, I think, and Lauren Winfield Hill.
Oh, I've got some people watching inside the retirement flats, but the penthouse suite as well as we are up
Yes.
here.
They've got a very good view up there, haven't they? Yes, that's as high as you can be looking down, sideways onto the pitch. They've got a very good view there, although they're not in the sunshine yet.
We are pretty much, I suppose, level with them height-wise. Definitely get a bird's eye view from up there.
As the batters take on some much-needed fluid, I imagine. Score is 113 for 1. 20 overs done. Winfield Hill on 63 and Armitage on 36. And Skelton again from the Marcus Truscostic pavilion ends.
That
Just
was
as
almost-
well,
that was
it's
almost
not
Alex Hartley.
Yeah, I was going to say, so this is well Alex Hartley, because she can't say Marcus Trescothick. There was no run on that, if anybody's interested. Armitage facing Skelton. Cleans the ball. Armitage makes to pull that, but then just plays it down to long on. And it's just the single.
I was going to say poor Alex, but then she did actually bring it upon herself
The
by
ever
announcing
entertaining
proudly
Alex
that she'd learned
Hartley.
how to say it.
Yeah. Skelton comes into Winfield Hill this time, and she plays that into the offside, but straight to the field, and there's no run. She's ever entertaining. Gotta love Alex Hartley. And also National Treasure Kate Cross, and their No Balls podcast is well worth a listen, as is, of course, Women's Cricket Chat, we should mention, with Hannah, because that's essential listening for anyone interested in women's cricket. And the Naughty Child podcast is also very good. Mentioned to Polly there. Skelton into Winfield Hill, who plays that into the offside and really just walks through for a single, and the score moves on to 115 for 1.
Yeah, and still just continuing if the boundary options aren't there, just to tick things along. And this partnership, I mean, you called it quite early, actually, in terms of
I'm not
saying
downplaying it, but I think Armitage is going to quickly get to 50 without us kind of almost realising.
Yep.
It's one of those innings where she just played that anchor role, but we'll be clapping her 50 very soon, I think.
Yeah, she's snuck there.
squatting
She's
really
just
well.
got a single through to square leg, and the score moves on to 116 for 1. You're right, though. She's got to 38 without really any effort, very much at all.
And hasn't been troubled, I think.
No.
that's-
Winfield Hill to place Skelton. Winfield Hill plays that forwards, but straight to Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff, who just feels that, and there is no run. So that's the end of the 21st over. Score is 116 for 1.
and it's time for me to go and eat my bacon butty. I can't wait.
Right then, sunny Taunton here. Beautiful morning, or afternoon by now probably, and lovely green outfield. We have got this sort of strange bit of coconut matting two strips up, which, as we said, hopefully won't cause any problem for the fielders. And
They're looking, Sophie Smells changing ends as well, so they are trying to mix things
the
up here
ends out.
as they can.
Coming into the attack at the river end is number
There's a
16,
conflab at the opposite end,
Smith.
at the river end, just deciding where the field's going to go. And tactics. What do you make of it then, Hannah?
Yeah, it's been, like you mentioned, quite dominant from the Northern Diamond batters so far, and unassuming from Holly Armitage. We can't say that enough at the moment. And thank you so much for the podcast shout out.
Oh, it's essential listening. It is essential listening. Lots of back catalogue ones now. You can go back and binge them.
Yep.
Great for long journeys, cars, airplanes.
Yep, and I love now that we've got 3 of our voices, all former Somerset players.
Oh, indeed. We'll come back to that later. As Smell comes into Armitage, who makes as though she's going to do a run, dancing almost a hacker halfway down the pitch there, but decides on no runs. The score stays on to 116 for 1. Yes, a completely Somerset batting lineup in the comms,
Yep.
as Armitage plays that out through the offside, and they get through for a single.
No more Gloucester from
Yeah, no more of that Gloucester. He's gone out now.
so yeah,
The
obviously,
lovely Ed.
yeah, obviously Western Storm encompasses Gloucester and Somerset, so you know,
Yes.
we've got to be friends today.
Of course we're friends. Ed's here to look after us. Make sure we're staying in line. As Smell comes in from the far end. Just getting the rhythm right into Winfield Hill, who plays that up and
shot,
over the
inside
cover. It's
out,
almost
yeah.
a signature shot of today for Lauren Winfield Hill. No risk because the fielder wasn't close enough on the boundary to get to that, and that's 4 runs. Score moves on to 121 for 1, and you're listening to Claire Jenkins, Hannah Thompson-Radford and Kath Wilkins, all former Somerset players, as Hannah pointed out.
Get a good sense here as well how much movement there is off the ball.
Yep, and up and over again, and a big dive from cover
out of
fielder, but
reach.
just out of reach there. Another 4 runs, and it's easy pickings, isn't it?
I think that's a tricky shot to play that inside out, where you're sort of
Yeah,
moving
yeah.
your feet to position yourself to go in that area of the ground. But Lauren does it so naturally that it's second nature to her to just play those shots.
Feels like she's just practicing it over and over again now. As Smale comes into Winfield Hill. Doesn't quite time that, and it's just goes underneath the bat, but forwards, and there's no run.
Yeah, but it's harsh to call that previous shot a chance, but Fran Wilson underneath it,
Well,
potentially
yeah.
just a little bit more height and
Yeah,
a few steps
I
back.
think you're right. Winfield Hill whacks that back towards the bowler and gets through. She's obviously desperate, as you say, Kath, to keep the run rate going, and she inspects the bottom of her bat. I think she kind of Q-ended that for that single, which also I think allows her to pinch the strike.
It does,
Yes, pinch the strike. So 22 overs gone. Score is 126 for 1. Winfield Hill on 73 and Holly Armitage on 39, sneaking through to that 50 that Kath's predicted already.
Sun's blazing. We can't quite see it here, but the
It
sun
looks
seems
like
to be
blazing.
blazing
Appears
out
to
there.
be blazing
That's,
down, yes.
Yeah.
The wasps are a bit
well,
dopey.
Ed's missed the
and
train
also-
that's just come through the station.
Oh
He'll
no,
be
look, she'll be
absolutely
missed.
devastated.
They will
won't
be
he?
devastated. Hannah, what are we going to say?
And you can see underneath as well, there are quite a few fans below as well.
Oh, yeah.
So they're not, unfortunately, on the camera, but there's a good piling beneath where we are.
Yes,
at the
don't be
moment.
thrown by that, because there is fans in, and Winfield Hill plays that through to Cow Corner. Although Ed wouldn't let me call it a Cow Corner. He's out of the room now. He wouldn't let me call it Cow Corner. He said, "Oh, people get quite offended." So there was at Cheltenham, there was lots of different coloured marquees. So I said, "Oh, that's the orange marquee corner." As Armitage plays that forward, there's a risky run. Oh, it's hit the back of Winfield Hill.
Yeah.
As she goes through for the single. I think she's all right. She appears to be sort of making. She doesn't look particularly bothered. She's from up north. She's hard, isn't she?
Right,
But
they're
she
going
got
to come
hit.
and check that though.
She
The
got
ball
more.
to the helmet should be checked.
She got
You launched
hit.
that. Yeah.
Oh, sort of. Well, yeah, helmet. Oh, there'll be yes, as you say.
There should,
Concussion check for
should
Lauren
be.
Winfield Hill potentially. I'm not sure if it was shoulder blades or the back of the helmet.
It was definitely back of the helmet.
Back of the helmet. Oh well. So we're carrying on regardless,
Yeah.
because Winfield Hill just took a swipe at a ball that went past her at sort of waist height there, but had bounced, of course. There was no run, and she comes forward and
that's
plays
great-
that down
great
to
shot.
long on.
And it's taken.
Oh, and it's taken. It's out
I'm
of my
slightly
view there.
blind.
Oh.
Slightly blinded.
It must have been a great
Yeah,
catch.
Danny Gibson absolutely took a
Source a replay.
an
Yeah.
amazing catch there. She arm stretched.
It was a beautifully timed shot from Lauren Winfield Hill, who played that from outside of the off
Fabulous
stump.
catch.
Great catch there. Lovely catch in the outfield. And that is the breakthrough, potentially, that Western Storm will have been looking for, Hannah.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes you just need those moments. And now that momentum is swayed back to Western Storm. They need to make the most of this now, and they need to get that trickle of wickets to fall. Danny Gibson, amazing boundary rider, as we've already mentioned on the live stream today, but she put a lot of graft in there to get to that point.
Well, that's what Western Storm made the breakthrough. So we've got that second wicket and the one that they wanted, Lauren Winfield Hill, who was well set in there. So we now see Stair Callis, the Dutch international, come to the crease. And the score is 128 for 2, and we're into the 23rd over.
I think- Sorry, yeah, I was just saying some of those moments that can be game changing. So, you know, it's definitely a spring in the step now for Western Storm. It's a fantastic piece of fielding from Danny Gibson out there. So this is the breakthrough hopefully they need, and we'll push on from here. Put a bit of pressure on.
And Callis has done fairly well this season. She was she hit 46 at Worcester against Central Sparks. So and she also played at Fair Break, didn't she, earlier in the year, which was a great opportunity for the Associate Nations to get some cricket with some top-class international players. As Stair Callis just prods that down defensively, and there is no one.
Yeah, Stair Callis, amazing. Again, it's that international experience that Storm does have some former England players, obviously, but across the Northern Diamonds squad, they've got some different internationals from the Associate Nations, like Rachel Slater playing for Scotland as well. And those experiences just kind of pip those regional experiences, I guess. It just gives you different scenarios and a backlog of experience of that international stage, isn't it? Getting more eyes on the game, being used to live streams a little bit more, and
well, and it's almost the cricket craft of it, isn't it? And understanding what the expectations are at the next level, etc.
That added professionalism, even though they may not be professional in the sense of being paid, in terms of the structures, they're slowly getting there across those Associate Nations.
They are. We're going to hear some of that at the half-time video that we've got for you in terms of what's happening for the professionals. But as you say, and interestingly enough, Stair Callis is Yorkshire pay for Stair Callis. So she's a professional on top of the professionals that the ECB pay for at Northern Diamonds.
That's a huge indication as well of the commitment to the women's game.
Yeah. And that's prodded down and there is no run, and the score is 128 for 2, or into the 24th over, so approaching the sort of midpoint here. Left arm spin around the wicket. Armitage comes forward and plays that easily to long on, and there's just the one run, 129 for 2.
And what are we thinking score-wise would be a good target now we're kind of creeping up to that halfway point?
See, I'm going to ask Kath, because she at Cheltenham, what you missed, Hannah, is that Reggie, who I would call her, Kath, predicted exactly what the score was going to be about 10 overs out. 50 over game, she predicted the exact score. So
You'll have to give me a minute while I
oh yeah, look, we'll wait. We'll come back to you on that one, as that's played down and there is no run.
Bit of pressure now.
You can have a think about that, Kath. Smale to Callis, who plays that easily out and is going out towards the rope. That's 4. That's another 4 runs to Northern Diamonds, and the score moves on to 133 for 2. Callis off the mark with that 4, played out through the point region, and it just made the rope before the fielders managed to gather that back in again. So she crouches to face the next ball and plays that in the leg side, this time straight to the fielder at short fine leg, and there is no run. Still thinking?
I am, yeah. She's still pondering it.
Yeah, still pondering. Yes, Smale into Callis. Callis swipes that through cover. There's a fielder there who's going to swoop on that. Just a single. 134 for 2. And you're watching the Somerset Cricket, County Cricket live stream, but this is Western Storm against Northern Diamonds in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. This is 50 over trophy between the 8 regional centres of excellence across England, heading towards eliminators and finals at the end of this month. And the final will be at Lords the day after the England-India series concludes at Lords. So if you want to watch a couple of games of high-level women's cricket, that's the weekend to get down to Lords to watch those. What do you reckon, Hannah?
Yeah, I think if you're going to make a weekend out of it, it's going to be a great viewing. We mentioned Lords before about T20 cricket and how it can be a little bit slow, but for 50 over, what a venue.
Oh yeah, and it's a set-piece venue, isn't it? And there was no run there. Score is 134 for 2 still. Skelton to Callis, who respectfully dobs that forwards, and there is no run. Yeah.
Historically as well, obviously, the amazing Rachel Hayhoe Flint obviously protested to get women access to Lords. So there's a lot of history that needs to be kind of celebrated and remembered and criticised too, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the discussion point, is it? They got a single there, and the score moves on to 135 for 2. And of course, she has a gate now, Rachel Hayhoe Flint gate, quite rightly pioneer of the women's cricket and women's sport, but certainly women's cricket. Skelton comes into.
It's going to be a wide,
yeah. That's going to be a huge wide. Yeah. I think even Holly Armitage can reach that. She's got quite a long reach, but not on that one. So that's a wide. Skelton this time into Armitage, who comes forward and again defends that for no run.
Yeah, it's important that space and place does reflect the women's game too. It's not just the men's game, and the river stand could be renamed, I think, over there.
Oh yeah, and that's
Nice
swept
sweep, yeah.
nicely to backward square by Holly Armitage off Skelton's bowling, and there's just a single to the score. 137 for 2. Yeah, it's right that she should have a gate. So there's a sort of there's a relief picture of her sort of head and shoulders and the gate and a plaque and so forth as the ball goes straight through, and there is no run on the last ball of the 27th over. Score is 137 for 2.
Yeah, but I'm thinking maybe the river stand here in Somerset, Sophie Love stand.
Oh yeah, I'm liking that. Captain Fantastic Sophie Love
Yep.
stand.
Yeah, her obviously Somerset experience as well dates back to when she was a youngster, and she served her county very well. And obviously now at the helm of Western Storm.
It would be great to have, because at the Oval they've got a room named after Jan Britton, JB. Unfortunately, gone too soon. But yeah, not enough things really named after some of the legends of the women's game yet. Maybe a Catherine Brunt end at Headingley, but just speculating. So Holly Armitage really thumps that towards that corner, but Katie George swoops that back, and they get through for 2.
Good running.
And some good backing up as well. Good running, good backing up, good fielding there. That was good cricket all round, as they say.
Cricket all round,
yeah, we'll say that. That's the cliche klaxon going off if Mike Perkins is listening. 139 for 2.
I think Armitage is going to look to push on here. There's a lot of batting to come with Diamonds. She's got to take the lead now with Callis coming to the crease.
Yeah, as you say, playing a captain's innings. She's on 44, so sneaking towards that 50 and anchoring the innings, as you say. As Smale comes in from the river end and Armitage plays a beautiful shot through the covers, and the fielder manages to get down and stop that. Good bit of fielding there, and again they get through for 2 runs. We talked about, and there's been quite a lot of stuff on social media about making sure that the boundaries are big enough to run 2s and 3s, etc. And I think this looks like a good size boundary here at Taunton today, as Smale comes in from the far end to Holly Armitage, who plays that straight to the fielder, and there is no run. 141 for 2 as Northern Diamonds playing Western Storm here down at Taunton move towards that 150 mark, and Armitage just taking a little breather there, a little wander round. Smale left arm round, and that's swept down towards the fine leg region. There's a couple of fielders converging. It won't go for 4, so they'll have to run them up. They've got 2 there.
I mean, she didn't really get hold of that, but you can see that the outfield's actually slowed up quite a bit, and certainly probably the deeper parts of the ground where there might have been a bit more rainfall potentially over the last
and
week
maybe
or so.
As we talked about, the sort of misty, damp start, probably holding the ball up just in that one. Just dabbed down to fine leg there by Holly Armitage. She moves on to 48 and plays this to the cover, but there's a lovely bit of fielding there from Fran Wilson. She gets through for a single. Doesn't really hoover very well there with the bat, as we say, but gets through. 49. So, Kath, have we got an answer for what we think the score is going to be?
I'm hovering on 283.
Oh yeah, 283. Quick, write it down. 283. See if she's right. 283. Yeah. What do you think, more or less?
I'm thinking they potentially could go more.
Could be a big total though, then, Hannah.
Yeah, so on the ECB Hub player, it currently projects 276 at a current run rate, 288 at 6 per over,
I'm not far off.
and 338 if they go at 8 per over.
There you go, see. So yeah, 283 is my
your first
finger in the
offer
air.
there. Skelton to Armitage, who just defends that. And there's a chance of a run out at the backing up batter's end, but it doesn't happen. Skelton, Armitage, taking a few deep breaths, I think. Comes forward and just defends that, and there is no run. Maybe getting a little bit tired now. I mean, she's been out there for quite a while, Armitage. as the wind billows the black sheet as the sight screen, far end, the river end. Skelton comes in from Marcus Trescothick end. And again, there's no run from that as Armitage plays that efficiently but straight to the fielder at mid-off. Skelton into Armitage. Can she get that 50? Yes, she swept that. That's going to go at least for a single. There's a fielder there, so it's just the single. However it is, the captain's 50 for Holly Armitage. It has been a great innings. You're right there, Kath. It's been solid. She kept Lauren Winfield Hill, kept the strike rotating, kept Lauren Winfield Hill on strike when she could, and proper engine for this Northern Diamonds batting attack here as the Western Storm bring in some fielders to stir Callis, who plays that through point and races through for the first run and looks to go for a second, but there really wasn't a second run in there as the field now goes back again as Armitage takes strike. Score is 146 for 2. So Northern Diamonds heading towards that 150 milestone as Skelton comes into Armitage. We place that towards the point region and they get through for an easy single. Score moves on to 147 for 2. Armitage on 51, Callis on 7. And that's 27 overs gone.
Still plenty of time.
I think this
Plenty of time.
it is, even for us sometimes to adjust. It's the paces of the games we've been watching. There's a really long way to go.
It is funny, isn't it?
A whole new game to be had as well. In front of us.
Well, there's all the games within the games, isn't
Exactly.
there, for a whole day, and that kind of interplay between the players, and then we talk about match-ups, which is where one particular bowler and one particular batter may have there's some sort of history, or even history within a game, not necessarily between games, or they play in the same squads, or they played in the same 100 teams.
Yeah.
Got a change of bowling from the far end.
Alex Griffiths coming on, I think.
Alex Griffiths is one of yours.
One of the
So
Welsh
Kath has
girls?
done some. Was the coach of Wales. So what can you tell us about this player then, Kath?
Well, she was younger when I was there. This was a while
We were
ago,
all a lot
so,
younger.
But I think the story tells itself. She's come through the ranks brilliantly, and just where she's gone from a young player into the player that she is now is still very young and a lot to give to this game. So, yeah, I'm hoping for the best for Alex Griffiths today.
Excellent. Griffiths, right arm over to the right-handed Armitage, who plays that between the fielders into the offside for a single. Score moves on to 148 for 2 into the 28th over.
She's a real positive player as well, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. And, she really, works hard. I know all the players do, but, she absolutely works hard to be the best player that she can be in all departments, from throwing herself around the boundary ropes, as we've seen, to bowling and her batting as well. So in all departments, she's just looking to be the best that she can be.
So that must have been good for you as a coach to have somebody who can do all the departments, as you mentioned. She was also noted by the Cricketer for a player to watch this season. So she comes in from the river end to Callis, who plays that lustily out to the deep point region. Again, looks for she's keen to get that second run, but just gets the single, and the score moves on to 149 for 2.
So, Kath, especially with Western Storm, with that Welsh link, how proud are you of the Welsh girls that are coming into the squad?
Super proud. I mean, Claire Nicholas, or CT as I've known her for a number of years, is just an absolutely fantastic player, and a credit to the sport in terms of hard work, work-life balance, that you can be a parent and still play professional cricket and hold down a job and all these things. So yeah, just super proud of the girls that are coming up through the ranks, and it's just great to see so many of them get an opportunity, because it's not always been available to a lot of players, so just having that opportunity for them to play on a big stadium has been fantastic to see.
Yeah. And Northern Diamonds put the 150 up, took a single off the last ball, the ball before last, and then a dot. So 150 up for Northern Diamonds.
You mentioned Claire Nicholas. I always said Claire Thomas as well. Then. But yeah, being a parent, And not so long ago as well, relatively quite
Yeah.
fresh still.
Yeah. A second.
Oh,
yes.
caught behind it. It is.
There she goes.
Callis is
Griffiths.
snicked one to Nat Wraith behind. That's another wicket, and Western Storm are very happy about that, and they run in from all corners with those distinctive emerald green tops and black trousers on.
That's a great take. You know, she's standing up. You know,
Very
standing
close.
up to the, medium pace quick bowler here. That's a great take from behind the stumps.
Yeah.
Well deserved. She's had a good time behind those stumps already, so that's a great take for her.
So the 150 up, but then losing another wicket there. 150 for 3 Northern Diamonds against Western Storm here at Taunton in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over regional competition. We've got Leah Dobson, is it next? As the Western Storm players take some refreshment, and Holly Armitage just briefs the new batter.
Could be a little ripple of wickets here for Western Storm.
Could
if they
be.
play their
could be,
cards
couldn't
right.
it?
so
Yeah. I mean, that's what Western Storm be hoping for. That
yeah.
sometimes you get that sense of momentum, and but a great take from behind, as you say, very close, stood right close up, as you say. Also, not a slow bowler, a decent pace there. It was a split second timing for that catch, which is brilliant.
And at least with the 50 over match, you've got time to like play yourself in compared to the T20s and the 100. Obviously, it's much of a quicker. You come in straight away as a batter, and you've got to get off from the get-go. But with the 50 over, you have got a little bit more time to build. So, not too much pressure on Northern Diamonds at the moment. But like I said, that can swiftly change with another wicket or two.
Leah Dobson gets ready to face Alex Griffiths. She comes forward and plays that through the covers and gets through for a single, so off the mark straight away for Leah Dobson. Score moves on to 151 for 3, and that's the end of the 28th over. And yes, so what do you reckon to the state of play then, Hannah?
It's lacking something at the moment, isn't it? It's feeling slightly.
There's nothing rushed, is there?
Yeah, it's just
No rush in the fielding, no rush with the bowling.
I think you said somber earlier, and I think that sums it up perfectly. It's a bit of a strange mood. I don't know
yeah,
if
I
there's
suppose.
just this restart of getting back into 50 over after the excitement of the 100 and the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Whether it just feels like the pace is off a little bit at the moment, but that can really change quite quickly with, hopefully, from a Storm's perspective, a few more wickets.
Yes.
But you can't fault Northern Diamonds either, can you? Like, they've come out and just been really steady, I think is a good word to describe
Yeah.
how they've been playing so far. Minimal risk.
Yeah, and Armitage really leading from the front in terms of that intent, I think. So Western Storm fielders come in for the new batter, and Leah Dobson just dobs that defensively down into the leg side, and there is no run, 151 for 3. And Armitage on 53. Dobson got that single, of course. Skelton into Dobson, who plays a beautiful shot down towards the boundary, but there's a fielder there, and they just get the single. Score moves on to 152 for 3.
And Cass departed and is replaced with our Gloucester foe.
A lovely Ed is back. He's had his bacon sandwich. He's all refreshed and everything. Skelton comes into Armitage, who plays the same shot that Dobson just played, and they get through again for a single. Score moves on to 153 for 3. Welcome back, Ed.
Thank you. Yes, I did unfortunately miss the Danny Gibson catch, which is a shame.
Yeah, it was a really good boundary, running in, arm stretched, and just scooped it up before it hit the ground.
Yeah, the full service that was. That was a single there. The score moves on to 153 for 3.
I didn't get quite as unlucky, though, as Andy Stockhausen, who's doing the ECB Reporters Network today, who has gone out of the media box and missed each of the last 2 wickets. So he's obviously at the
swept backward of square, and they go through for a quick single.
He's obviously the good, well, so I suppose he's the bad luck charm for the Northern Diamonds.
But good luck for Storm.
Yes, can he go out again?
Well, I think you might have to persuade him to take on a bit more fluid.
Skelton into Dobson there, I think, isn't it? So she places that backwards to sort of gully region and gets through for a single. Score moves on to 156 for 3 as we do 20 and get through 29 overs. So we're into the sort of second half now. What do you reckon, Hannah?
Yeah, it's just steady, isn't it, at the moment from a Northern Diamonds perspective. Storm really do need to take a wicket pretty soon. Ideally Armitage, and just try and get some 2 fresh faces in the middle rather than Armitage, who's been here since early
Forever.
doors. Early doors.
Well,
we'll
Lindsay
call
Smith
it.
didn't stay with us for long after having said that she's the only left-handed batter on the whole of both sides. She didn't stay long, unfortunately. So we have seen quite a lot of Holly Armitage, and I'm sure Western Storm will be delighted if she were to take a break and have a cup of tea or something, as Dobson just defends that straight to the field and there is no run.
What have you two decided is a good score, do you think?
We have taken counsel from Kath Wilkins, who has told us that it's going to be 283 or possibly
right.
more. That's
okay,
that's her prediction.
Are we doing a sweepstake?
Well,
that's often a
I'm not
popular
allowed
thing
to
to
bet
do.
on cricket, so but we could speculate about what the score might be.
I think we're perfectly entitled to see who gets the closest to the final score.
So right, well, there we are then. So Kath says she's put the marker down 283. So have I got any more predictions of potential scores?
Oh, that's a shame, because that really is very close to the score that I was going to go for.
As Griffith comes into Dobson, who plays that again through the covers. There's a fielder there, but they get through. That's always there's always an easy single there. Some lovely backing up, but not a no risk single, and the score moves on to 157 for 3. So what else have we got?
Well, the wonderful Leisha Hawkins, who's the CEO of
yes.
Cricket Wales, and certainly a familiar voice to listeners on regular Western Storm broadcasts. She'll know that the only time we did this, I got it spot on.
And Griffiths to Armitage, who plays that to fine leg. They get through for a single. And there's no chance of a second, so score 158 for 3.
And I haven't been living off it since.
In fact, you hardly mentioned it then.
No, in fact, I never mention it at all.
But I was explaining when you were at the room that Kath Wilkins predicted the score with about 10 overs to go exactly when we were at Cheltenham. So she did.
Oh yes, she did as well.
Yes. As that's defended and there is no run.
Off air though, so it didn't count.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we're doing this on air.
So I'm
Ed.
going to go for 274.
Okay. H.
Do you know what I was going to say?
Oh, that exact number.
No, 273.
Oh, do you want to stick with that?
You might want to change it now. You see.
Now I'm thinking,
Griffiths comes into Dobson, who I think Nat Rafe was very interested there. She thought she was going to get a snick behind, but there was no run there. So that's the end of the 30th over. So we've got 20 overs to go then, Hannah. Northern Diamonds on 158 for 3. What do you reckon they're going to get to in the 20 overs?
If we're being super optimistic and Storm are going to take some wickets and absolutely strangle them, we'll say 2 for 1. But
Ooh.
I know that's being.
But that's
really
that sweepstake strategy in there as well, isn't it? Like that's not just purely based on what you think is going to happen. If it does get low, then you're in the position to take advantage of that.
Well, that's what I think. I'm being optimistic, but I do think 273 would be an average kind of score at the moment.
Yeah. As Skelton comes into Armitage, almost ever-present Armitage, who smacks that towards the fielder at cow corner. I'm just going to wind it up. Cow corner and just a single. I told them that you wouldn't allow me to talk to call it cow corner.
No, I didn't say you weren't allowed to do it.
Some people don't like it, is what you said to me. Skelton to Armitage, who plays that up in the air. Oh, in front of the fielder. There was no dive. Oh, dear. Oh, missed opportunity there, I'm afraid. Spooned the ball to the fielder, but it just dropped tantalisingly in front of them. So the score moves on to 161 for 3. Oh,
I think Chloe Skelton gave the look that we were
The-
all feeling there.
The look. You can feel it, can't you, even
Yeah.
without seeing it? Yeah. It's just as well it wasn't Catherine Brunt bowling.
That really should have been taken, unfortunately.
Yeah, Skelton into Dobson, who plays that straight to the fielder at mid-off. And there is no run. Score still on 161 for 3.
It was a very strange old thing, that, wasn't it? Because it was
It
almost
was.
as if she hadn't seen it. At the last moment, she lost it.
Yeah, well, maybe. And that's, again, no run straight into Sophie Lougher. Still awake there. Short mid-wicket, winding up the troops. 161 for 3. Approaching the end of the 31st over. Skelton comes into Dobson, who plays that behind square. They get through for a single as a fielder there. Think about a second, but then think better of it. And the score moves on to 162 for 3. Last ball of the 31st over. Skelton this time to the ever-present Holly Armitage. Plays that into the offside. There's a gap, but there's a fielder running around to scoop it up. They get through for 2 this time. As we mentioned, a good boundary is one where you can get those 2s potentially, and the score is 164 for 3 here at the Taunton County Ground. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, Hannah Thompson Radford and Ed Seaborn on the live stream going out on Somerset County Cricket, but for Western Storm here from Taunton.
And Claire, don't think we've forgotten.
What?
What's your prediction?
Well, yes, you see, I was hoping you weren't going to...
I know you. I know you were. I could tell us exactly what was going on down there. But,
Well, I'm
but
gonna
I'm afraid
be-
I've been sitting here all over thinking about the fact that that was going to come at the end of it.
Well, I'm going to go less optimistic because for Northern Diamonds and more optimistic for Western Storm, because I'm going with Hannah's feel for they're going to take a lot of wickets here. I'm going to go 2-3-2.
Whoa. You're predicting a collapse here.
Yeah. That's what we want. That's what we want, isn't
And
it?
you've been undercut, Hannah, as well. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, because I thought you were going to say, I'm going to feel optimistic for Northern Diamonds and say
No, hang on.
3-3-2.
I think if they can get rid of sounds a bit sort of final, doesn't it? Holly Armitage. If they get Holly Armitage's wicket, let's find out what their middle order is like. I've only lost the 3 wickets so far, but are we into the bowlers then? The bowler comes in from the Riverside and Dobson just pops that for no run. And Sophie Love spectacularly runs over the ball that she didn't field as it went to the fielder behind her. And Griffiths goes to the back of her mark from the river end, right arm over to the right-handed Leah Dobson. Stands waiting. Dobson plays that straight to the fielder at forward point, and there is no run.
Yep, for Northern Diamonds as well, you've still got Bess Heath, youngster. Lots spoken about
She's
her.
been doing all right with the bat, hasn't she, as well, I think.
Yeah, she can provide a good finish to the innings as well, if necessary. She's got that boundary clearing ability.
Yeah. She got 32 against Western Storm last year in the same fixture as well. And that's defended, and there is no run. Griffiths. How's she getting on? Halfway through the 32nd over. 164 for 3. Leah Dobson on 8. Holly Armitage on 59.
She's done really well there, Alex Griffiths, just not really putting too much pace onto the ball. Stump to stump, keep her up, it's hard to get away.
Yep. And as if to illustrate that point, Fran Wilson gathers a ball in the covers and there is no run.
You know, they can't use the feet, which is what particularly, well, I mean, both Winfield Hill and Holly Armitage up front were using their feet to the seamers with quite some freedom, but actually this sort of intermediate level of pace between the spin and the seam of the likes of Filer has proved quite effective so far.
Yep, Dobson plays that between the fielders this time. It's heading towards the boundary and it's a 4. Yes, the better line from the bowler, as you say, stump to stump, but that was just good technique.
Yeah.
And just split the fielders there. 4 runs the total.
That's just a good shot. You can't really do too much
yeah.
about that. I mean, it wasn't really that over-pitched, and she's
No.
threaded a gap between extra cover and mid-off that is really only a couple of yards.
As you say, threaded a gap, a very small gap. Griffiths comes into Dobson. It goes straight through her, and there is no run. I don't know quite how that missed the stumps there from where we are. We're a long way away. But yeah, must have been pretty close. And that's the end of the over. 32 overs gone. 168 for 3 on Northern Diamonds against Western Storm here in their Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 regional centres of excellence across England. Yes.
Lightning have rather lost their way against Sunrisers.
Oh, yes,
Just
how so?
watching that total, 141 for 6 in the 35th over. Sunrisers, of course, still searching for that first win in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
Oh my. They've been so close, haven't they? Skelton comes into Armitage, who plays that to deep mid-wicket for single.
Yeah, we had a match last year, Sunrisers Western Storm, that got into a 300s, didn't it, Ed? At Gloucester.
Yeah, well, it was an extraordinary game of cricket. Sophie Luff with a remarkable innings. That was close. They almost had one too many fielders outside the circle there. Deep cover was sprinting in, although actually I think, now that I look at it, they would have been all right, but I think she thought that she was the 5th who had to get in.
Oh, that's launched into the air. Is there anybody on? Oh, it's another catch. We had a replay.
Yep, it's Katie George out there.
Ah, Katie George. I can't see round the corner where we are. The window is obstructing my view, unfortunately. But another great catch. Deep mid-wicket.
Yep, again, riding that boundary, coming round and safe hands once again. She's been on fire. No
She's-
Welsh fire, pun intended.
Way!
Hey! Ding! Yes. She's a great fielder, though, isn't she?
Yeah, she
You've
does
got a
so
lot of
well
fielding.
and just so much control as well. And again, much needed wicket.
It got launched into the air and it disappeared out of our view because we were obstructed by a wall here. And I was just thinking, well, we've got a replay of the previous one, a deep catch, but a different fielder this time. So we have 4 wickets down now, 169 for 4.
And that's pressure that's been built
Yeah,
up on Dobson, isn't it? Because it was 12 off 22 deliveries
Yeah,
in the end,
difficult to
and
get it away,
Alex
isn't it?
Griffiths is as much responsible for that wicket as Chloe Skelton. They've formed a really effective bowling partnership, and Chloe Skelton amongst the wickets again. So 5 in the last match, and now she's already picked up a couple here.
Which brings Bess Heath to the crease. We mentioned her earlier. Her initials are BAM, which is presumably what they call a Bam Bam. I read somewhere, I don't know where I read that, but they ought to call her Bam Bam if they don't. She's taken a guard, and Skelton decides where she wants the field for the new batter.
I think now, if Western Storm can get rid of Armitage, they are looking at maybe limiting it to under 250.
There was no run there. Straight to the fielder, the last ball. That's Heath. Just getting a bat on the ball and feeling away to see what the surface is like. Skelton comes into Heath, who takes a big wind up and tries to get it through the gap, but unfortunately there's some great fielding from Heath's point of view, unfortunately. But fortunately for Western Storm, there's a straight to a field and there was no run. And the said fielder is now retreating back to the boundary rope. Oh, and it drops that. That was sliced by Beth Heath towards the gully fielder, who was several paces too far back. And again, it drops agonisingly in front.
An outstretched arm,
Outstretched
potentially.
arm,
you
yes,
know.
bit of Inspector Gadget needed there. And the score is, that's the end of the 33rd over, 169 for 4. That's Northern Diamonds batting, and we have Western Storm in the field, looking a little dejected after another chance. Right, well, Was
say
it a chance?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'd say
think it was a chance. I mean,
Would
you have
you?
to be-
Okay, I was
I
actually
mean,
thinking
it
that
was a
it
bit
was
harsh,
always going to
but-
fall short personally at that one. I felt, but it's just yeah. It probably looks different from your closer viewpoint. I don't know.
I feel like the standards in the game have improved so much.
Well,
we
that's
do
true.
see those worldie catches getting taken more
I think what
regularly,
you would say
perhaps.
is you probably would again like to see a dive forwards
Yes.
at least,
Yes,
because
yes,
you're
yes.
not it's not as if the ball's travelling at pace. You're on the boundary and the ball's going to go past you for 4.
To be fair, it was sliced, so you're dealing with a spin in the air as well,
Yeah.
as Armitage plays that out to deep cover point, and they just get through for a single. Score moves on to 170 for 4.
The other thing that you might say is they have tightened things up, and it did just feel as if there was a little bit of rustiness early on, which I think they've got for the most part, I would say, much sharper in terms of the bowling and the fielding for again for the most part. We're not seeing those kind of errant throws as much as we did at the start.
Griffith to Heath, who plays that to deep cover, and they're determined to get some run rate up here. So very, very fast scampering between the wickets there for 2 runs to Bess Heath.
And that sort of goes hand in hand a little bit with the discussions that have been had about boundary sizes, and it's something that actually current pros as well as pundits have been not too afraid to say is about those 2s.
Yeah, we were speculating that a good pitch is one where you can get those singles, or a potential 3 if you time it right. And
but it's also
airing.
though so often about the intent with the running.
Yes.
And all too often that first run isn't run hard enough. And I know it's not easy sometimes to get back for those 2s, but sometimes it's just about going for that first one hard and then just turn and go.
Yeah, as Heath plays that through cover, and Fran Wilson does a dive nowhere near the ball, and they get through for 1, but they look for the second. But yeah, they've had some sort of instruction, or Holly Armitage just says, right, we're going to speed this up now, I think. So yeah, she's obviously said, let's get on with it. As Griffiths.
Speechless at that impression.
No, it's very bad. I should have had taken a longer run
was
at
that
that.
an impression?
No. She scares me. Griffiths into Armitage, who plays that beautifully through the covers. Almost a signature shot for Northern Diamonds, and the fielder has a flat. What looked like was going to be a really successful dive, unfortunately went underneath her for 4 runs. But the Northern Diamonds seem to be making a bit of a habit of playing the ball through the covers from the Trescothic end.
Yeah, well, they know that's a real
down the
area
hill?
to target.
Is it down the hill?
It's just a short corner over there, isn't it?
Yeah, short corner, yeah. Hockey reference. As Armitage surveys the field. 65. Western Storm wanted to be having a cup of tea very shortly. And Armitage again plays it towards the cover regions. They get through for a single. It's a proper scamper. It's not just wandering. They are trying to speed this run rate up.
Yeah.
We'll be looking for that batting point.
Bessie literally did exactly what had to look to turn and push on for that second run, but unfortunately they couldn't quite get away with the solid fielding from Western Storm.
Yeah, and I think that is the thing. So often it's get to the other end and then have a look and decide, rather than turn, go, and then realise, actually, I can abort this.
Bess Heath just dobs that down. There is no run. Well, it's what the coaches say, isn't it? Run the first one hard. I mean, that's what the coaching manual says. Run
But I
the
think
first
it's
one
also
hard and
start running the second hard,
and have
then
that intent for the second. Yeah.
But
You're
you know,
right.
you see it across certain teams. Not just trying to. I'm not picking on anyone here, but you,
But
you
you
do
are.
see it in certain teams. World cricket throughout, that just they don't have that same level of
But the successful teams are the
really
ones
looking
that
for
do.
those second runs. And earlier on, the way that Winfield Hill and Armitage pushed the infield and took those quick singles as well, that had a big effect, I think, during that partnership of 125 between those two, as much of an effect as the boundaries.
Yep.
They just need more Sophie Luffs in their team.
Yes. Now, she's a great example of running quickly for both Skelton to Armitage, who plays that past the aforementioned Sophie Luff, and they just get through for a single. Sophie Luff. Yeah, if you had a team of Sophie Luffs, you would have very fast running between the wickets and a great intent. She always reminds me a bit like indoor cricket, where there's an assumption you're going to make it. You have to make a run. The assumption is that you can run, and I think that's the intent that you were talking about. Skelton comes into Heath, who swipes that out through the offside to the cover point region, and they get through for a single. I thought Holly Armitage she's wanting that cup of tea soon. She had a little twitch as though she was going to take that second run. Perhaps she thought there might be a bit of a misfield or something, but she's surveying the field, and she's been batting almost whole innings here as Skelton comes in and Armitage plays that to the cover point fielder again, and they get through for a single. Score is 181 for 4. We got halfway through the 35th over, and Bess Heath on strike. Skelton in from the Trescothick end, and Heath plays that to the point fielders, who do a bit of a sort of sliding doors moment, and they manage to stop the ball between them, and it's just a single. Score moves on to 183 for 4.
And again, that running, Holly Armitage looked like she was going to refuse that to begin with, didn't she? And Bess Heath was looking for that second.
Skelton to Armitage, who sweeps that towards the boundary. There's a fielder there. He manages to get a hand. Oh, got a hand to it. Oh, padded it onto the rope. Unfortunately, she gets a pat on the shoulder from Katie George, I think, out there. They didn't manage to stop that. It was another 4 runs. Western Storm looking a little bit tired and weary now out in the field. Last ball of the 35th over, and Skelton to Holly Armitage, who again swipes away that dozy wasp that seems to be bothering all of us at the moment. And Skelton comes in, and Armitage plays that efficiently to long on, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 188 for 4 off 36 overs. 35 overs. My maths is rubbish.
Yes, and I think we've got Kath hovering with
she's hovering.
Intent.
It's me to go, isn't it?
To come back in, yes.
So and she's armed with a coffee. So I shall just hand over to.
So we've got Armitage still in the middle there with Heath. Armitage on 73. She's crept up again, unassumingly, like she has done all innings, playing a solid captain's innings here. And soon to be joined by Ed to swap places, and Kath's back with us now. So welcome back, Kath.
Thanks very much. I bumped into Lisa Padgett, the director of Western Storm, so...
Not too hard, I hope.
No. Good to have a quick catch-up with her on today's play.
Griffiths to continue. Oh, driven straight back to it. They was heading straight for a chop. So I think it was a bump ball, so it wasn't a chance, but it was nearly a nasty one. Chloe Skelton has finished her 10 overs now. That seems to have flown by because she's just been able to rattle through them. And 10 overs, 2 for 39. Tremendous figures for her again. Wickets and a good economy rate, which is really dragging the Diamonds back here. Steps across her stumps a bit there, Armitage. Almost as if she was looking to access the leg side, and then Griffiths fired it wide of off stump. But again, another sign that she's just not particularly happy with the run rate in the last few overs.
Well, 27 dot balls from Chloe Skelton's overs there. So the dot balls is what matters, isn't it? It's that pressure. If you're not taking regular wickets, then the dots really do build up and start to question the batters.
That's slapped through mid-wicket, and that's going to be 4.
Oh, yeah.
Fielder can't get there, even Katie George. So Bess Heath gets her first boundary, and she's now come in, and it's only 9 off 9 balls, but she's already going at a runner ball in the early part of her innings. And she did have a good Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign, couple of 50s in there, and a strike rate of 117, which is pretty healthy. push hard here for the second again. You can see the,
Yeah,
they're going to
intense.
come as well. And I'm not sure that necessarily that Emma Corney thought that they were going to come back for the second run there, because so often in that similar situation, there isn't a second available.
She had a little pause then and looked like, did you really just do that? A little bit of sass from her I saw there, but that's exactly what the Northern Diamonds need to do and start putting those questions back onto the fielders.
Yeah, they've already got 7 off this over. And, you know, this is the first over for a little, well, I say first over for a little while. They're just actually in the last couple of overs, never mind just this one, in the last couple of overs, they've managed to find that boundary and supplement it with singles. Alex Griffiths is having real problems
she's not
there
happy.
now.
What's going on? It's 2 false starts from Alex Griffiths.
We saw quite a lot of problems with the landing areas during the championship match that we had here, because the ends of the pitch were a lot greener than the actual pitch itself, slightly oddly. I don't think that's quite the case here, but yeah, she's something's really got her the last few balls, and that was very wide, and Nat Wraith's done well to make sure that that wasn't 5 wides rather than just a couple.
Yeah, she not quite got her run up, or is it the landing, like you mentioned? She seems slightly off, doesn't she?
Yeah, I mean, considering how accurate she'd been, it's sort of come out of nowhere, really, over the last few deliveries.
She just took a further couple steps back on that one as well.
Bit of width, and Emma Corney actually almost ran the wrong way for a moment. They're out towards deep extra cover rather than deep cover, but they probably would have got a single anyway, because she's right back on the edge of that long boundary. So they continue to tick closer and closer to that 200. It really did look as if, you know, one more wicket and they might have been able to drag them back to under 250 even. But the way that this partnership's building, it's starting to look a little ominous again for Western Storm. As it's pulled past Sophie Luff, who looks
despairingly on.
Yes, slightly annoyingly at come on, you should have hit that straight to me. And it's another 2, which makes that a really good over for the Diamonds. And Griffiths 1 for 33 from 5 overs, as we look down at what on earth is going on here. We've got some sort of backyard cricket going on, because that's part of the ground that's been shut off today. So the ground staff seem to be taking it upon themselves to have a bit of
bat and ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's bowling at, though. This is the thing. All I can see is him bowling at it almost looks as if he's bowling at the Super Sopper.
He's enjoying himself, that's the main thing.
I was just about to say the same thing. He's definitely enjoying himself, working on definitely getting that follow through.
Well, I think the other thing is that it looks as if there's a slight uphill there, so...
It's a lot to contend with in the car park, it seems, yeah, on a slope.
I'm not sure what to make of that, really.
He's just so inspired by the match at the moment.
Yeah, he is. There is an uphill there as well, which makes it rather tricky.
So Lauren Filer.
Sort of means you have to finish off in this kind of ballerina-like position with the back leg raised and the front arm outwards. Yeah. Anyway, we do have a change of bowling. Lauren Filer, as you say, back 6 overs of 29 so far, and that's a really lovely shot. Just driven away through extra cover. The ball's slowing up though, and it's not going to get there. So Chloe Skelton, who's bowled her 10 out, having to chase that. And they're through for something which you don't see so often. The lesser spotted 3.
Yes. Never a fan myself.
Why not?
1 or 4, that's generally my approach.
It's another pleasant looking drive, this time from Holly Armitage. But this time there's not going to be a run.
So, Kath, did you ever get to play at Somerset at all?
I We did. We played here. We actually used to play here quite a bit, but it was midweek, so we were never fortunate enough to play on a weekend. But yeah, we were lucky enough to play here midweek, generally on the edge, but which I was all right with because the shorter boundary was fantastic. But yeah, it was an absolute privilege to be able to play here. Use the old changing rooms. We were in the old ones back in the day, but absolute privilege to walk out on this ground.
So that was before the days of the Lord Ian, as it's being called today.
Yes.
With everything else covered up over there. It's just the Lord Ian. Just be squeezed away again. I'm looking for two, but
Yeah,
the
showing good
fielding's
intent.
done well.
Yeah, because it's an important part of the history of this place as well, and I'm not sure how much the regional players connect with the former players, but it's something that I want to see in the future, is that history being put back onto the map.
Yeah, that'd be good. But I agree, we've come a long way as well. You know, we've come a long way with women's cricket, and rightly so. But yeah, it's like I said, just great to be back, to be honest, today. So it's great to be back in the ground, in a different part of the ground, which is always quite nice.
But I think it's actually it's good that, to a certain extent, as the game develops, that the history of it isn't actually being forgotten. It's actually been brought to life again. And I wanted to ask you as well. So that's pulled up in the air, but there's nobody there. It sort of plinks out towards mid-wicket. Just be the one. Armitage moves on to 80 now at the end of over 37, 207 for 4. I wanted to ask you, about Nykøbing Mors, if I've pronounced that correctly. No? That's where you made your England debut, isn't it?
That is, wow, you've done your history. Yeah, I would have just said the Netherlands, but yes, but I think you probably have pronounced that spot on. That was a long time ago.
What are your memories of that?
Fabulous memories. So yeah, we won the European Cup as well back in 1999 over in the Netherlands, and yeah, it was, I mean, lucky enough to do quite a few tours, but it was great, like I say, to win a European Cup away from home as well, across the other nations. So yeah, it's probably a distant memory now, but one that's very fond in my memory bank for sure.
And obviously we've got the Dutch link with Ster Callis here today.
Yeah.
Yes, in fact, some of the smaller nations are quite well represented, really, because we've got Lee Kasperek with her Scottish connections, now that New Zealand seems to have sort of bizarrely parted ways almost.
Claire Nicholas as well.
Indeed. Returning then from the river end and made into a low full toss. It was actually almost a fairly high full toss, but just the single. And then not playing in this game, we've got Mariko Hill of Hong Kong as part of the Fair Break tournament as well, as was Ster Callis, part of the winning side in the end. Worked away for another single.
Yep, it's funny because Mariko Hill actually wasn't too sure about what the structure was like in England. So on our podcast, she mentioned, I'm not sure if it was recorded that part, but she mentioned how she knew one of the coaches at Northern Diamonds and she's thinking about giving it a go.
Still able to find that gap past Sophie Luff at mid-wicket out towards long on. She's looking slightly annoyed that all these deliveries keep going past her. Use of the feet sliced away, but it'll be safe. Lands right between backward point, deep cover. Now they're going to come back for a second run here. The throw will go to the non-striker's end. And another, I think in the end, but a good running.
Yeah.
But so what, she was almost quizzing you, was she, on the...
A little bit.
The structure in England.
Yeah, in terms of playing club cricket and then what the regional side's all about and county. She was like, I think I might try a bit of like club and see. I was like, no, you're too good for club. You need to, you're ready to make that next jump up. Play club, play county, but definitely get involved with the regional side.
Down the pitch again. This goes straight to mid-off, and it's cut off by Sophia Smale. They kind of banked on the fact that she wasn't going to be able to come up with that all-in-one motion. And in the end, they made a decent decision to do so. So 213 for 4 at the end of 38 overs. Yeah, and I think you talk about fair break as well, what they're doing to widen the reach of cricket, which is something that frustrates many cricket fans, the fact that, you know, not enough is done in that regard, and here come along fair break, and now they're doing what I think some wish might have been done before.
Yeah, you've got a Zimbabwean player making a debut in the WBBL, hopefully this our winter, their summer. And there's so many Associate Nation players who deserve an opportunity out there, good enough, but because of the structures within their own countries, they just don't get that chance.
That opportunity, yeah.
Filer to start her 8th over then. Starts it well with a dot.
But yeah, fair break is going to be huge over the next few years. I think they've just kind of dropped in what it could be this past year, but it's going to be bigger and better year on year, I think. And hopefully we might see some of that filter through into some more of the domestic competitions globally.
Short, oh, she's onto that very quickly. Past mid-wicket and for 4.
Yeah, certainly running away a lot faster down that end of the ground than the other corners, which is...
She's not facing many dots, is Bess Heath, and 23 now from 18, but only 2 boundaries in that. So she's rotating the strike and hitting the ball hard, but seemingly not with a massive amount of risk as well, just hitting it hard along the ground. Again, wide of Sophie Love. She's just having one of those days at the moment where everything just seems to evade her.
She's normally a magnet, isn't she?
Yeah, exactly. Normally it's the opposite.
Normally she can't escape it, but today, like you mentioned, they're just finding the gaps past her, and she's such a good fielder. But I think Bess Heath is coming in from the back of a good 100 performance.
Down the leg, so it was top edge though. Long leg is in play. No, it's over her head for 6. So we do have our first 6 of the day, and that I think may be an illustration of just how short that corner was, because I thought she pretty much top edged that, as we'll see the replay.
Yeah.
It was sort of a top edge, but it was sort of a help as well.
Yeah. Used the pace well there to get that over the boundary route. Like you say, slightly shorter boundary in that corner, but got there with quite some ease.
So Armitage to 88, and that's now 11 runs off this over already. Yeah, I suppose that's, you know, this is what can happen when you put pace on the ball and it's angling down the leg side towards the hip area. But have they found this ball yet?
Yes, back in the
yeah, there we go.
Yeah, back in the
They're waiting for something else. I was wondering what was going on down there. There seemed to be
consultation.
just somebody having a drink,
Yeah.
handing a drink out down at long leg. I thought there was somebody looking for the ball. I thought maybe it got trapped underneath the advertising boards for a moment. A flash and a miss this time from Armitage.
Much better kind of response there. She wasn't happy about that top edge for 6 at all. And like you said, there was a long consultation there. So, Kath, what do you think they were talking about?
I think, you know, just getting those, making sure you get those tight lines back. You know, we're setting a field to a type of ball, so it's just making sure that we put that ball in the spot that Sophie Luff's setting that field to, and what Lauren Filer is looking to achieve as well. Difficulty is that when the batsman then well set at the moment, you know, these two are showing great intent. Armitage is absolutely flying along. You know, it's harder to do that when people are moving their feet. You know, they're manipulating the ball in the positions they want it to go. So it's not easy being a bowler under these circumstances sometimes.
It does feel like it's Armitage's day at the moment, doesn't it? Like we mentioned, unassuming, and all of a sudden she's kicking on. And another day, that top edge could have been down the throat of the player out there, and she'll be walking back. But a little bit of luck on her side, it seems.
Yeah, and she's, you know, she's gone about things at times in a kind of, you know, sort of uncomplicated way that you would expect, but it's been the touch to be able to get those 1s and 2s actually that's been so impressive. Smale then to bowl from the river end, and immediately is pumped back over her head and may go for 4. No, it's more good work from Danny Gibson, who quite often goes long on to long on. Manages to get across to that slightly oddly shaped rope where directly behind the bowler it's actually slightly longer than it is towards long off or long on. Another well-timed shot, but straight to mid-off. Smale's certainly not had it all her own way today, into her 8th over, wicketless for 47 runs, and that's down the leg side. I think there may have been a bit of something on that. It's going to be leg byes. So I could say she's rather got away with that one. Bowling-wise, left in the innings, so Filer's bowled 8, and you'd think that she would bowl right at the end, so we may see her held back now. Taking mid-off on again, and that was very close to hitting.
Very close.
I thought that actually was going to hit, and then there would have been a tricky decision for the umpire to have made. Down the pitch again, wide of extra cover, and that is 4 more to Bess Heath. They seem to have found
Really
that gap between extra cover and mid-off so often today.
Some interesting dives there as well, wasn't there? It was one of those in the Field and Book, if you don't dive, that's a fine.
Yes, I think particularly the second one. Something about the sort of ponytail flying as well as
a little slow-mo
as he hit the floor. Just makes it look more dramatic. They're seriously having to think about this field though, because
it's not easy.
Yeah, I mean they're targeting that long off extra cover region, and all the protection is out there on the leg side for the bigger boundary. And this time hit into the leg side, but almost into the gap, and there's a bit of relay fielding which has been attempted here, and the ball's been thrown way away from Alex Griffiths, but they were going to come through for 2 runs anyway. So the end of another good over that for Northern Diamonds, 234 for 4 at the end of 40 overs, so just the 10 left. And in terms of predictions, I think there is every chance that all 4 of us might be a bit conservative the way this has gone of late.
I did say an optimistic one for Northern Diamonds would be like 3-3-2 or something around that. So, but
Yeah.
I was just trying to keep the Storm biased slightly, you know, a bit of optimism.
Well, I was thinking, like you, that Claire was going to go for something towards 300, because especially that would then been the upper limit. You know, if you just said 1 more than Kath, even that would have been acceptable to get her closest.
I did think they'd bring Katie George back on, but it's a change of end for her actually. So
Indeed.
good to see what she does from this end of the ground.
And she will, as usual, change to round the wicket rather than over the wicket for this part of the game. Just trying to cramp up these two for room. They've been swinging their arms with a certain amount of freedom. Whipped down to long on, and that moves Armitage on to 90. Will the 90s be nervous? Not the way the rest of her innings has gone. I would have thought about coming through for what would have been a rather sloppy extra run conceded.
Calm and composed, I think the 90s will be for her. I believe this is her top score of this season so far. I've been trying to do a bit of digging, but unfortunately, as we know, the stats aren't always there for us. But I think it should be her top score this season.
That's just too straight, and that will be
Run away
four.
for four, yeah.
It's just running away very quickly down towards that corner of the ground especially. So another boundary for Bess Heath. And she's really pushing this innings on now. And that's the danger, of course, with trying to cramp the batters up for room from left arm round the wicket. You just end up spearing it even further into the body. And with fine leg up, you're not going to get away with that. Bit of width there, just cut to the sweeper. In fact, I think not only is this her highest score in this year's competition, it's also her highest score full stop in the Rachel Heyhoe Flint Trophy. I think her previous highest was a 68 not out made last year, so she's actually comfortably surpassed that. Miscued back to Katie George, who's done really well there. Sort of plucked it with the mitt. Would have been at least a single if it had got past.
Yeah, there's no one out there other than Katie George to field her own bowling then.
This time just worked to Filer along on. Still managing to rotate that strike well. One thing we haven't had yet today, even with Claire Jenkins on commentary, is the respectful kadunk. We haven't had the return of the respectful kadunk yet. There hasn't been one, says Claire. That's why we haven't had one.
Can you explain?
Were you not? Oh, of course you weren't. You weren't there, were you, at Cheltenham? The respectful kadunk. That's a wide. So it's not really too many alternative terms for that.
Not long given birth, so apologies about that one.
As excuses go, it's a pretty good one, to be fair.
I'm very sorry.
No, but the respectful kadunk's one of the more intriguing ways to describe a shot that I've ever heard. We just haven't had one yet. Let's see if we'll get one. Not this time. We'll get a low full toss, which is slapped past mid-off and to the boundary for 4 more. So Bess Heath on to 41 now from 27 deliveries with 5 fours.
Like we mentioned before, she's on that England radar, isn't she, Bess Heath? And she's really putting her hands up. She's been involved with the England Academy, and she needs to be next couple of matches to go, especially going into that final as well. She wants to be in that top form.
Yeah, exactly, of course.
She's timing it brilliantly as well. I mean, again, this next partnership as well has been fantastic. You know, Armitage is pushing on brilliantly. You know, again, I think without putting any curse on it, I think there will be some sort of clap in a few runs' time for Armitage. But, you know, in terms of Heath's approach, you know, she's not been the anchor role, she's just playing her own game and playing it brilliantly.
This time they won't take on mid-off. Perhaps
Sensibly
unsurprisingly,
so.
given that's Armitage on 91.
From a Northern Diamonds perspective as well, the top order firing is exactly what you want to see from a batting lineup.
Yeah, exactly. So, as I mentioned earlier, they've been winning some low-scoring games, but you're not going to get away with those low scores against the mean machine that is the Southern Vipers. They're just not going to let you off the hook.
Yeah, and they're forever the bridesmaids at the moment. And I bet you know from the county days as well, Kath, that Yorkshire sides as well.
Oh.
In the air, it'll go over mid-off though, and that is 4 more to Bess Heath, and she's just taking all the pressure off Armitage in terms of the scoring rate. All she's got to focus on is giving the strike actually back to Bess Heath and getting that total up towards the milestone.
Yeah, I think Bess Heath's well on for a 50 here before Armitage gets to 100, so potentially commentator's curse right there if anyone wants to talk to me about it later.
Yeah, they just definitely don't want to be second best this season, do they? No. They want to get across that line.
I think the intent as well they've come out with today, Northern Diamonds, from ball 1 they've shown exactly what they're looking to do here today.
Down the pitch yet again, wide of extra cover. Had a decent go at that, but it was never going to get there.
We haven't mentioned this yet, but that was definitely gifable. You know, if you could, or memeable, social media
Yes, of
clippings.
course. Yes, that's true. We have to get in your social media background at some point. So there it was.
So, you know, a little dive. I'm sure people could do all sorts with that.
Using the feet every ball at the moment. Armitage inches one closer. It's been in decent time throughout the innings from Armitage. She hasn't really had much of a dip at any point.
In the gap.
Stroked
nicely,
for a
yeah.
couple at least. It's running away pretty well. Might even go for 4. No, it's
Great
just been
pick-up.
picked up by Katie George on the rope. But even that, the one period where Western Storm really had control, as that's another good over, ended 255 for 4, was that period with Griffiths and Skelton in tandem. And really, apart from that, the Northern Diamonds have ticked things along well, and Holly Armitage in particular hasn't had that dip. It was mostly when they were bowling to the new batter Dobson. We see Lindsay Smith, among others, on the top of the Ondaatje Pavilion, where the Northern Diamonds are housed, looking rather casual in the sunnies, even though the sun's not out at the moment. But I'll be very pleased with the position they're in, and the bowling unit, I'll be imagining they've got quite a bit in terms of runs to play with already. In fact, you know, they'd probably be confident enough they'd have a good chance of defending even this now, even if we stopped the count.
Did Hannah mention that Hypercourse has said this is Holly Armitage's highest list A score?
Highest list A score. No,
Oh, you
I
see.
did mention it was her highest Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy
Yeah.
score, but no, thank you very much to Hypercourse.
Yeah, thank
It
you,
is
Back
Hypercourse.
over
a
Katie's.
magnificent authority on all
Oh,
things
yes.
women's cricket.
If
And they're
you're-
going to come back for a second run here. That's really skillful work from Katie George to palm the ball onto the stumps. But Bess Heath is in, and she gets her skipper another run and another run closer.
Getting close. They're both getting close to milestones. I went out for a little walk, and suddenly there's a partnership appeared, which has ruined our predictions potentially. Although,
Well, I know who's going to win now.
yeah.
Good strike once more, but she's not quite got it as wide of long on as I think she was hoping for. Just targeting that gap at wide long on, but
Yes, you can't see that
Just a
corner in
single.
the driving seat, can you? I can see that bit now that I'm sat in the passenger seat.
yes, I think the passenger seat. The only drawback with the passenger seat is that you're closest to the camera.
I'll smile.
But I think, yeah, I'm not sure. I think on balance, I probably prefer the passenger seat. That's gone over the top
Yeah,
of
it's a great shot.
mid-off this time. That is 4 more, and that is 50 for Bess Heath.
Yes.
That's got to be one of the quicker 50s in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, I would have thought.
Also,
This has
30
come
balls. Well, 31 balls.
31, I think, in the end. Yep, 7 fours included. And she's shown why she's thought so highly of.
Yeah. 160 strike
And
rate.
you can see
Not
why, based
bad.
on today's performance, she's absolutely excelled in her batting today.
Yeah, so strike rate 168. pretty
Brilliant.
much.
Oh, yes, because I hadn't got the last one in.
She's timed that one well as well. But
One actually found Sophie Luff then, though, didn't it?
yes, for once, the ball went where it was meant to. A fairly rare dot ball at the moment. I think they'd be looking for that sort of 330 mark. The rate they're going at the moment. No ball, that's going to help, and there's hesitation in the middle of the pitch. Could be a run out, and Katie George can't take the throw. Sophie Luff, I think, was just going for the direct hit. May even have had time to lob it to Katie
Yeah.
George because she was getting back to the stumps.
Not sure how aware Katie George was of that they'd taken a single there, to be honest.
I think she's still probably mithering about having delivered
ball.
a no ball, yeah.
Yes, that's true. So what an opportunity this is. It's a free hit, and Armitage
On
will get it on 96. steps away and hits it
Stumps
hard,
it.
but won't get the 4. Now, will they come back for 2? I think they may well do. The throw to the striker's end with Armitage running to the non-danger end means they can come through for that couple of runs. 98. Really would be such a shame if she didn't get there from here. You never like to see
even as a Western Storm
exactly,
supporter.
even from this angle. She'll get to 99. No troubles at all.
Pinch a strike.
Indeed. That's also you don't want to be
That's
stood at
handy.
the non-striker's end for a couple of overs,
No,
do you?
don't want to be sweating in the non-strikers end, I assure you.
So again, another reminder that we have a film to show you in the interval between innings, which is highlighting the progress that has been made in the women's game, and an opportunity to hear from the likes of Sophie Luff and from Fran Wilson, from Niamh Holland, from Nat Wraith as well.
Yeah.
And some really nice interviews done there. So do make sure that you stick around for the break between innings to have a look at that.
They've encapsulated a lot in about 8 or 9 minutes, so it's well worth a watch.
Nicholas to continue. And played down towards extra cover. She's celebrating, but she needs to make her ground first. And she's there. Holly Armitage gets a century. What an innings it has been. And you can see how pleased she is with that beaming smile. She's going to be lifted up by Bess Heath. They've made a terrific partnership, these two. And pointing to her elbow. Not exactly sure what that one's about. But well played, Holly Armitage.
Yeah, you've got to take your hat off to her because she came in early. She's batted virtually the whole game. What an innings that has been. 100 runs of 110 balls, 6 fours. Brilliant. And holding the whole thing together and setting an example.
Exactly, really well deserved. Fantastic batting display today.
And Nicholas coming in from the river end. To
Oh,
Bess
did
Heath.
she get something on that?
Oh, did you get a hand on that? Hit the stumps the other end and shattered the bails rather spectacularly at the river end. But I'm assuming, since she didn't appeal, that she didn't get any little fingertip or something to that. Just a single then. But a spectacular smashing of the stumps as Bess Heath drove the ball in a very straight drive.
Too
I say about
straight,
the
though, wasn't it?
Yes, about the V, just the V, but missing the stumps.
Don't
is
tell you
better.
about that when you're learning to play cricket. Don't play it too
no,
straight.
yes, but not too straight. As Armitage bends the ball around Sophie Luff there at mid-wicket, and they get through for a single. The score moves on to 267 for 4. And we're halfway through the 44th over. You're listening to the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy between Western Storm in the field and Northern Diamonds with the bat. And Bess Heath just taunting Sophie Luff there by knocking the ball up over her head, out of her reach. Perhaps a taller fielder, I don't know, but they get through for the single. The score 272 for 4. Bess Heath on strike. Claire Nicholas from the river end. Bess Heath plays that down to long off and then get through for a single. 273 for 4.
The scary thing is they've been scoring at about 8 or 9 and over, something like that for the last few overs. I'm not even sure they've hit top gear yet.
No, it doesn't feel like that.
I was just going to say the same, and it feels like the gears slowly change. Well, not slowly, they've been going through all the gears so far, to be fair, but the next 5 overs, I think they are going to these two are going to let loose.
Armitage pushes one down to long off for single. Oh, we've got some views of those seats. Look, there's some empty seats up there in those flats. But that looks very comfy up there.
They don't look
put your feet
pleased,
up.
do
That's
they?
lovely. Look at that.
I don't think
Cup of tea and a view of the cricket. Oh,
I don't
lovely.
think they're particularly pleased with the position of the match at the moment.
No. Oh, is it? Oh,
What have we got
we're
here? Oh,
just
look at
being
that.
suggested. We
Somebody's
think
got
a glass
the
of
bottle
red wine.
out.
Is it a bit early?
20
oh,
past
no. 20
1.
past 1. Lovely. I hope there's some nibbles to go with that. A bit of cheese.
Might
to go
be
with, a bit of
wonder
bread.
over
Well, they are retirement apartments.
Yes, how
so
far away is it?
If I'm not in a position
Well, I'm
where
closest.
when I'm
Let me tell you.
retired,
I'm just
that
saying.
I can have a glass of wine in front of the cricket at 1:20, then my life has not
Yeah,
gone the
then
way
when
that I
can
hope.
you? Yeah.
Oh, I'll be asleep by mid-afternoon. That's the trouble. You get older, but you want to sleep in the afternoons if you've been drinking wine. Well, I do. We're having a.
So I shouldn't have had that glass of red out the back, should I? Oh, did I say that?
No, other drinks are available, I'm sure. There was a committee meeting down at this end. So we have
Just deciding
Lauren.
whether it's Merlot or Cabernet Sauvignon today.
Oh, I can't drink Cabernet Sauvignon. A bit of Malbec suit me. Or a glass of Prosecco. I can,
Filer then bowling a low full toss.
Got away
which
with
is
it.
slightly clothed. I say slightly clothed. Completely clothed. Down to long on for a single.
I think Armitage was advancing, thinking it was going to bounce potentially there, and it didn't. So she, like I say, quite high up on the bat in the end. Yeah, she felt that one. Shake of the wrist.
Well, I think that's an underrated ball, actually. If you're going to charge me, I'm going to bowl it as high up as I can get away with. It's another low full toss, but not proving that easy to get away at the moment. So I don't know, they've brought back Filer now, but I would have thought that they wouldn't necessarily have wanted to do this. They would have been quite happy to have Filer complete the innings, but they're almost in a position now where they're saying, we've got to break this partnership now because it could cause so much damage. Well, it already has. And swung away into the leg side. Just be the one, though, this time. Danny Gibson has not bowled today, so I think we have to assume there's a minor niggle there.
Yes.
She seemed to be okay in the field, but I assume there's just something there, which is meaning that she can't bowl, which has been a bit of a loss for the Western Storm. Helped away final, beat short fine leg, and there's nothing that Deep Square can do about that. It's yet another 4 from Bess Heath.
Yeah, because Lauren Filer, today she's been a bit loose with her targeting, shall we say. But I've been really impressed with her bowling, but just today, just a little bit not quite right. But I love her angular running. I love that. It's very distinctive.
Yes, the elbows.
She
elbows. Gets the elbows.
It's a very distinctive action.
Out sideways and
saw her bowl
pumping away.
Yeah, Edgbaston a couple of seasons ago. Really good.
Cut straight to short third. This could be tight with a hit. No, that's really good backing up, actually, from Armitage, because she got to that end so quickly, and it would have been a long throw to get Heath at the non-striker's end.
They've meant it, haven't they? I mean, you said the word intent, and despite the length of time that Armitage, well, both of them really, but Armitage particularly, they've still got that intent, haven't they? As I say, maybe they're after that batting point.
Giving herself room. That's another good strike over mid-off and wide of mid-off anyway. Not that it made any difference. And that is 4 more to end another expensive over. 286, 287, I think the scoreboard says for 4. But either way, it's a lot of runs on the board. And there's still 5 overs to go.
And well past all of our predictions. Even Kath Wilkins' predictions. We're heading for, right. Maybe
look at that, they're drying the ball now.
The ball's got wet going across the outfit. I wonder where it's gone. It's gone somewhere very wet.
I suspect it's gone underneath the covers, which is always a danger. Some furious drying going on.
Yes, I got some feedback from Twitter. There's a guy called Mike who's driving, and he was desperate to get some radio coverage, but in the end I think he settled for YouTube and just listening to us, and he's enjoying it. So I don't know where he's driving to. Hope he's got a nice long drive so he can get the whole game in. But he's enjoying that. It's nice to get some feedback. Thank you, Mike.
So Nicholas to continue, and there's a huge appeal for leg. Now there's a chance at a run out, but
all going on.
Heath is definitely back there.
That looks a good shout.
Well, I mean, the umpire was kind of unmoved for a while, which normally leads you to believe that he was very
Thinking.
much considering it. But, well, no, I'm not giving that.
No. Nor am I now. No, I've seen the replay.
Oh, we have the benefit of the replay. Of course, the umpires only get one go at it, but it just felt like one of those ones where there might have been a TV. If there had been a TV umpire available today, there might have been some use of it there. Oh,
Sure where
just
that one
lost the timing for a minute there, hasn't she? Beth Heath. It was exciting though. There was a wicket keeper's glove flying. There was
There were seemingly
some
two
fielding.
batters standing in the middle of the pitch for a moment,
Yes.
which is always fun.
Yes. Claire Nicholas from the river end to Bess Heath. Bess Heath comes forward and plays that into the onside. And there's a shy at the stumps, but it hits that matting that Ed was talking about, and they're going to get back for a second. They're going to get a bonus run off that coconut matting, Ed.
There you go. I thought
Predicted it before it even
wasn't.
happened.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't going to happen, and then it did.
Yeah.
It's those. Yeah, and I should have thought about that actually. The bounced
shy
throws,
in.
which
Yeah,
is that's actually what it's the problem for. It's not the actual fielding itself.
Nicholas to Heath, who plays that up and over the umpire, and there's two fielders converging, and they just get through for a single. The score is 288 for 4. And the other people who are listening are the Scott family of Lizzie Scott, who are very excited their daughter's going to be debuting today, and they're huddled around. I imagine them huddled around the live stream somewhere.
Not with a glass of wine.
Well, yes, probably with a glass of wine. I don't know. We'll have to ask them. Perhaps they'll let us know. And that was thumped through
Pulled beautifully.
deep mid wicket. Yes, beautifully for 4 there.
And it's also a no ball.
Oh,
She
it's
didn't
a
get away with it.
no-ball. She did
I
not
wondered
get
just,
away.
it was a bit tricky, these ones, as we'll look at the replay, because she was down the pitch a bit, but I don't think that would have dipped below waist height, and so it's a no ball and another free hit.
To Armitage.
To Armitage. Has she had all 4 of them?
Possibly. Nicholas to Armitage, who
She dug
takes
that in.
takes an intent to thump that, and it goes down to long on just for a single. So I think they got away with that really, because I think yes, Armitage leapt to the to pull that to a leg side and didn't really get hold of it. Heath facing this time and plays that through the covers again. That kind of signature Northern Diamond shot. There's a lovely
field
dive.
by
That's
Katie
Katie
George,
George, isn't it? Great field in there for Katie George. Lovely dive and the throw in, and the score goes on to 296 for 4. Armitage on 114, Heath on 66, and that's 46 overs done.
Yeah, so 4 overs to go, and then I think really it's got to the point where Western Storm are just wanting to get off the field, I think, because
trying to make this minimal damage, I think,
Yeah,
from this point.
even that really at this stage, there's been a lot of damage done, and it gets to a point, I think, when you're out there in the field and you feel pretty powerless, and like, well, okay, we're going to have to chase a total with a high required run rate, so really just let's get out there and start doing it, because nothing can really kind of move on until, at least from the point of view of the fielders, nothing can really move on until that happens.
Western Storm could do with Filer bowling like I saw a bowl at Edgbaston a couple of seasons ago, and really keeping this tight. Ooh.
Well, that's a good start to this over anyway. It was
Followed her well there.
yeah, and
Saw her
she took
coming.
pace off it as well.
A dot ball, more importantly, for Western Storm.
So if the family of Lizzie
Yes,
Scott
Lizzie
are
Scott.
listening,
Yes.
hello. And I think we can all agree that it would probably be for the best that a couple of wickets fell and she could get out and bat.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I jest. That's driven to mid-off hard.
What
Shy at the stumps, that would have been out with a hit for
Ooh.
sure that time. But as we've said several times already today, it feels as if it's Holly Armitage's day.
Yes. Yes, the captain of Northern Diamonds leading from the front with the bat.
It's just a step or two off the edge of the circle there, Chloe Skelton. Just couldn't quite find the target.
Ooh, in the air.
In the air, Skelton running back as well as Sophie Luff, but can't get there. And they'll be through for 2 more runs.
Does that take us to 300? That's
300.
it. That's the big figure.
is
300.
300, and this partnership is now worth 131 in 14 overs.
Oh my.
What a partnership
What
it
a
has been.
partnership. Yeah, we thought the one before was
So,
mighty fine. This is
yeah.
taking it to the next level, really.
Yeah,
It
it's,
is.
it's even surpassed that Winfield Hill Armitage partnership.
And you may not believe us because you're looking at the live stream. Look like a lot of empty seats there, but the the seats that you can't see have got lots of people in them.
They have.
So fear not. There is a good crowd in, and
Just that only half the ground is open.
well, yes, and that the home side are 300 down, as it were, to chase.
She's really trying to play about with her there. Now that's been
That's
wided,
wide.
which is it's slightly unfortunate that because she did shimmy to leg, and I think once that law changes, it actually.
I think it was the.
Yeah,
I
there's
think
gonna
be
that
the back
won't
leg
be a
out.
wide
Yeah,
come
there's a change-
October,
that's
but
right,
for the
change of
moment I think it
interpretation
has to
coming
be
in.
wided.
Oh,
Or straight and then what a catch!
great
Claire
catch!
Nicholas.
It's Claire
Straight
Nicholas.
down
She
the
can be
throat.
very sharp in that
Oh, she
region.
felt that one.
That would have got a heart rate up, I think.
Yes, shock catch.
Yeah,
Woof.
I don't think she had any choice in that, to be honest with you. So thankfully, at a very catchable height, that was going some.
That was a great catch.
It was. I mean, she's actually rather got away with another delivery which was speared down leg, but Lauren Filer does get a wicket, and that's
who
the
is
end of
coming
this
in next?
partnership. Bess Heath 70 from 46 balls with 8 fours included in that. Superb innings, which has
Yeah,
really driven Northern Diamonds' total up
Yeah.
to over 300 as it is now. And, you know, looking further down the line, you think about that bonus point, it's given them every
Yeah.
chance of
Yeah,
getting it.
She's done exactly the right thing. I can give you an update on Lizzie Scott's family, who are watching from Northumberland. They said that I don't know if this is right, and I'm hoping that you won't mind me reading this out because it is actually a message to me. I reckon Lizzie's granddad might be the one having a glass of red wine now. He's loving the live stream and the commentary. So well done, Lizzie's granddad.
But is it a Merlot? What is it? You know,
Well,
need a
no,
bit
we
more
didn't. It
detail,
isn't. No,
really.
such a batting partnership. But yeah, so we've got Lizzie Scott's family and the granddad with a glass of red wine. So maybe she will get a bat. So who have we got coming in?
Kasparek for now.
Lee
Lee
Kasparek.
Kasparek to the crease.
The Kiwi international. Well, Edinburgh born, but Whitefern, New Zealand international though. Not been in the recent sides. I know there's a lot of debate within
Bewilderment?
New Zealand. No, the debate in New Zealand about which is the best spinner and who should be in the team, and you know whether Kasparek should have played instead of Frankie Mackay, etc. in the World Cup.
She'll get off the mark with at least one. That's really intelligently played. The
Yeah.
boundary is
Oh, they're gonna
long. Although
sneak it
actually,
through.
they were a bit hesitant about coming back for the
That's
second,
out,
and she's
yeah.
gone.
Oh,
So I was praising the intelligence of the way it was played, but in the end, the running
Never a
was
clue.
perhaps not quite equal to that. So Kasparek goes first ball for a single, and there was a long run in for Katie
George
George,
has got
but
bullet
it was
arm
a good throw
Yeah.
right next to the bails, and
yeah.
Western
Yeah.
Storm were on for a team hat-trick.
Well, yes, and Lizzie Scott's granddad is now seeing his granddaughter, come to bat. I think we're going to see Lizzie Scott. It's Lizzie Scott. She's carded to come in next.
Well, I mean, I actually thought that there was going to be two there.
Yeah,
Initially.
it looked like it, didn't it? But it was good fielding from Western Storm, and not quite long enough. I don't know what Ed is signalling something, and I'm not sure if he's.
It is Lizzie Scott.
It is Lizzie Scott. So Lizzie's granddad, take that red wine, and give your granddaughter a cheers moment as she comes out to bat. She's taken an off guard, so nice.
Well, actually, I
Ooh.
think she's
Bit
going
two,
for.
bit of middle,
She's
bit
going
of
for it.
everything,
Oh,
yeah.
a bit of all sorts here. Twiddle of the bat. She's looking good, granddad.
Well, I mean, as
Proud
times
granddad
to
moment.
come out for the first time go, I suppose you're not really
Yeah,
under a
do
lot
it.
of pressure here at the moment. Filer then to her, and she'll get off the mark
It's a
first
mark.
ball as it goes wide of
They're going to get two. They're
the
going to
short
get two.
third fielder, and indeed they're going to be able to come back for two. So that's a pretty good result for Northern Diamonds because it'll mean that Armitage will have the strike for the next over, but Lizzie Scott gets her first runs, 304 for 6 then. There are 3 overs to go.
Yeah, we are then. Excellent. And Lizzie Scott's got a 200 strike rate at the moment. 2 off the 1 ball.
Yes,
Grandad,
that's true as well.
doing well, Grandad. Have another glass.
The strike rates are only going up then with Bess Heath's 152, although I suppose Kasparek actually ended up with a bang on 100.
Yeah.
Continuing with Nicholas.
Yeah.
Nicholas, sorry.
304
CT,
for
as I know her.
6.
Can't not call her that.
It's very confusing. I was
It
like,
is.
why is it CT?
I thought Nicholas, have you just no, now I understand why. I thought maybe it was just a slip of the tongue, but no, of course not.
So Armitage to face. Claire Nicholas from the River End. 304 for 6. 3 overs to go. Armitage plays that straight to Fran Wilson, and there is no run. Armitage on 114. Lizzie Scott is on 2. Grandad's watching. Nicholas into Armitage, who plays that on the full. There's a fielder straight on the boundary who has a little fumble and enough time for them to get 2 more runs. 306 for 6.
Claire Nicholas could have shouted a few words in Welsh out to Alex Griffiths there after that one.
Yes, yes. Whatever the Welsh is for hurry up, get the ball back. Armitage again thumps that in the same direction. I don't know. Oh, the fielder, yes, it's too fast for the fielder to get to that, and that's 4 more runs. Score moves on to 310 for 6. Armitage is on to 120.
Question for the front row, because
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sat in the back.
Yeah,
Just how many
sat in the
singles has
back.
Armitage scored? Because she's done a lot of running between the wickets, and bear in mind she's nearly batted for 50 overs. She's still running these singles as quick as she did in the first 5 overs.
Yeah, I've got her as 9 4s and a 6, Armitage. Don't know how many singles she's taken. Social details.
No, that would be a good thing. Unfortunately, neither of the systems that I've got up have
No, got the
dots
stop balls.
either, so I can't even tell you how many runs in 1s and 2s.
Yeah, Nicholas to Armitage, who takes that off.
Or
Ooh, ankles as a throw in.
quite.
Not certain that the umpire was in a brilliant position there.
We could bang on the window
Not.
next door, but I'm fairly sure the scorers wouldn't like that.
No, I don't
But,
think so. No. How desperate are you to know, Reggie?
Right, just curious.
Not that desperate. We'll find out afterwards. I'm sure it'll be on some stats or other. Claire Nicholas is just checking her field. And Grandad, Lizzie Scott's taking her guard for the first time at the Trescothic end. Plays that through to the covers and they get through for a single. Yes, it's all right, Grandad, she's home.
This is you're getting a sort of a personal
Well,
service.
yes,
know.
personal service for Lizzie Scott's Grandad. This time, Armitage. Gosh, he's been there for so long. Just plays it through into the onside. They get a single, and she's sending back Lizzie Scott. Decided there wasn't a second there, and also it means she can have the strike the next over. So Lizzie Scott needs to remember to count to 6 to keep her captain on strike.
Well, I suppose the one thing is, being captain, Holly Armitage has got to come out for the start of the second, and she can't just have
She's
a
not
little break, you
feeling
know,
so well.
extended
Yes.
break.
Oh. Might be feeling. Yes, she might want to feel yes, bit of a headache coming on or something. Just long enough to get a cup of tea.
Yeah, and then of course
Feet up.
after potentially 50 overs in the field, there's then the small matter of about 4 or 5 hour coach journey potentially as
yeah.
well.
The ice baths better be good.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you miss the ice bath?
that's
era,
where I was
did you?
going
Yeah.
next.
Was that in England? Were they ice bathing you in England then?
I think I probably did one.
Ah, I see. You did make the ice.
You did one.
Yeah, you did
Right.
one.
And it wasn't a bath, it was a
Oh, it's up in the
blue
air.
bucket.
Clipped to the air, but it'll be well short of deep mid wicket though.
They just
it was an
chuck some-
ice bucket.
Yeah.
A
Were
slightly
they
large
throwing
bit
it
of-
at you,
A blue
Reggie?
drum. It was one of those blue drums. And bearing in
yeah.
mind I'm short.
One of
Getting
those
in
bl-
it was...
Well,
Alright,
so
getting
like
out of it
an
was a whole
oil
different
drum
matter.
sort of thing.
Yeah, it was a big blue plastic drum.
Wow.
And yes, it was short.
It wasn't punishment, was it? You were supposed to be anyway.
I was going to say it sounds more like a forfeit to me. Is that's just what they? Is that what they told you? Because I'm not sure I'd be believing
I
whoever
wasn't
told
alone.
Was
you.
everybody
that
else going in, Reggie? Meanwhile, Katie George is just marshalling her troops.
Sent deep cover out. Long off has come up. I'm trying to target that offside there, but just onto her a bit too quickly. Katie George is running back to her mark here. What's the cut-off time? 1:44. So
Yeah.
they should
are they
make
a bit-
it, but I can see why she's hurrying
yeah.
up a
She's
little.
Hurrying.
Down the pitch this time, worked leg side. I think they'll probably be fairly happy with just the one. No, they're going to come back for the second run. Again, another 2 taken, and another fielder who's getting the double teapot directed at them by the bowler. I don't think the Western Storm will be the happiest in terms of the mid-innings discussions there. 1:41 you just saw the time move on to. So yeah, that's the last thing they need, really, to put in an extra fielder. But they've got time here. Down the pitch, shout for leg before wicket. Now, it was very straight, and not out is the call.
What's the back seat saying?
Ooh, not quite in line as the
No,
umpire's
we
line.
aren't. We have.
So
We should say we're at an angle.
Yes.
We're going to get a replay
What's the
now.
replay?
Well, it's one of those ones, isn't it? So far down
Well, the bowler
the
is always
pitch.
convinced. The batter doesn't.
It was a very good shout for
It was
sure.
a good shout.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where if you're the umpire, you've got to be 100% certain with how far down the pitch
Yeah,
she
she was
was.
advancing quite a way.
Left arm slightly wider of the crease with the angle. I don't know. It looked very close, but umpires giving it not out. That's a good Yorker, and she's almost chopped that on.
Yeah, that was close.
Much needed dot ball.
She'll want to carry her back, won't she? With a score this big, Katie George jogging back to her mark.
She is still jogging. I'm not sure that she really needs to, because I'm pretty sure they're going to be in position. You know, they've got a couple of minutes, but she's just making sure. Oh, what?
Oh,
That's
dear.
almost bounced twice.
Oh, that
I
would be a
think
no
it did
ball.
bounce
It did
twice.
bounce twice,
Did
yes,
bounce
no
twice,
ball.
yeah.
And for once, Holly Armitage won't be on strike for the free hit. Katie George has
Bit
fallen
cramp,
over, and
bit
she's
cramp
Oh,
potentially,
dear.
or
Hopefully
Well, I
some
hope that's
cramp.
all it is in a
Yeah.
way, because
or she's hurt her.
we look at the replay. Yeah, she's really lost her footing,
Maybe
and
not.
then just
And just
feeling
collapsed.
that
Oh,
calf.
she's back up again. She's back up again.
Free hit. Here we
Free
go
hit.
again.
And yes,
I'm
Katie
afraid
George
for Katie
limping
George,
back
that's
to her.
I think that's her 4th no ball that she's bowled today. Previous 3 for front foot, but she was just stumbling forwards after she bowled that ball.
She's done a few where she's sort of banged it in, hasn't she? And she's almost looked like she's about to fall, but then managed to get back up again. So there's something to do with her follow through potentially.
Free
Oh,
hit for Lizzie
got
Scott. No, she tried to run in, and then it's
No.
gone again.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
No. Umpire signalling the dead ball.
I think you've got to be asking, if you're Sophie Luff, what is it? Because
Yeah, because
there are other options.
Don't make anything worse.
No.
And,
Yeah, exactly.
Or just walk up and spin bowl it or something. It's one ball, isn't it? So we don't want to see Katie.
Here's the free hit for Lizzie Scott, and she's got it away. She's got it for 4, so that's her first boundary, and 3:23 for 6 as Katie George is down again, and she's gone for 63 runs in her 8 overs. Tried to kind of follow Scott as she backed away to leg, but Scott then just helping it away for 4.
I wonder whether Katie might just take herself off it. I know there's only one over to
mean,
go, but
It would be worth. I mean,
feels
there's
like she's going to
323 on the
boundary again.
board. I mean,
yeah,
go off for cramp. You know, if
she's
it
not
is.
though.
She's not. She's
she's
soldiering
staying on.
on, but which may or may not be a good decision. Although she's sending Fran
Wants to
Wilson
sweep.
out to sweep and staying closer in. I think this may be a bit of bravery too much there for Katie George, and would do any more damage.
I wonder if
at this
they've
stage.
given some extra time as well. I think they must have done, because the clock does say 1:44 as we're starting the
Yeah.
final over.
well, injuries and things, there'll be allowances potentially for that.
Oh, go and push it for 2.
Ooh, is it going to be out?
Oh, it looks just made ground.
Sophie loves giving it out from behind the umpire.
That was closer, I'd say. Very close.
She did everything but sort of walk up to the umpire and then raise his finger for him. Close.
Can't see from the
I'd say
angle that we've
in
got
though.
on the replay, which is slightly delayed from what you're seeing. So Nicholas into Armitage, who clacks that up towards mid. Oh, for one, she's thinking about a second one. She hadn't even bothered to look what the fielder was doing. That was, I mean, that's a that's a bit of tired judgment potentially.
Yes, I was going to say
not
that
watching where the ball had gone.
Just lost her bearings.
Yes, Nicholas, and that's clubbed by Scott towards the fielder on the sweeping. They're going for 2. Will she get back? Yes. Not. Grandad, you need to teach your granddaughter to hoover there, because she did not have her bat down. If that ball had hit the stumps, that would have been trouble, but she's in. You're all right. 328 for 6. Scott on 11 and facing to Claire Nicholas, coming in from that river end, right arm over, a bit of spin.
Nice and
Oh,
straight
she
on
squirts
that
that behind her, an inadvertent nutmeg, and they get through for a single. Holly Armitage on 127, Scott on 12. Score is 329 for 6. Western Storm in the field. Northern Diamonds batting. Armitage, the captain, on strike. Big thump up and over mid-wicket. That's going to go sailing towards the rope. And indeed, that's another 4 to Holly Armitage's score. Holly Armitage moves on to 131.
Probably the longest boundary
Yeah, she's picked a
as well.
She's picked a proper corner there, hasn't she? Yeah.
Right, really does kink.
Imagine it feels like the longest game for Western Storm as well. At
I was,
the
you know, I was just
Yeah.
thinking that it will feel an awful lot longer than 50 overs.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. As Armitage crouches ready for the next ball. Tries to play that, but doesn't really play it. Just dobs it down in front of her in the end, and they get through for a single. And that is the end of 50 overs. So the score for Northern Diamonds is 334 for 6, and Western Storm will be going in for a spot of lunch, and the umpires just flick the bails off. Armitage is on 131 not out. Scott is on 12 not out. What do you reckon then, Ed?
Well, it's going to be a good game to win from here. I think it's fair to say 335 to win, I think, would represent the highest chase in Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy history. So that is what is facing the Western Storm. Holly Armitage, as you say, 131 from as many balls, 10 fours and a 6. She's getting the warm reception of
even a Western Storm going off. That's some innings.
Home support and the home team. It has been a superb knock from Northern Diamonds skipper, but ably supported by Lauren Winfield Hill, who made 74 from 77 there, and Bess Heath 70 off just 46 delivery. There was just 1 point with Callis out for 8, Dobson for 12, where Storm really looked as if they might be dragging Diamonds back to potentially around about 250, but as it turned out, they accelerated away again, and that partnership between Heath and Armitage was superb, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way Heath just strided out to the crease, she was showing exactly what she was going to be doing, and Armitage was well on her way by that point. So that partnership in the middle was vital to get to this fantastic score for Diamonds at the end.
As far as the bowling figures are concerned, they're on the screen for you. Chloe Skelton, definitely the standout, 10 overs, 2 for 39. She bowled superbly.
She did bowl brilliantly today. Yeah,
the best economy.
And not easy today to come in and bowl against, you know, very experienced batters on the back of, like I say, we've talked about it a number of times, on the back of the 100, a lot of them. You know, so she absolutely came in bowled brilliantly today.
And got the prize wicket of Lauren Winfield Hill as well. However, from really, it has to be said, most of the others points of view. You look at 26 extras, but 16 wides and 5 no balls and some high economy rates in there. This hasn't been Storm's best day so far, I think it's fair to say.
No, but even if you take even if they hadn't bowled those extras, I mean, and also even if you took off what they got for the free hits, which kind of almost needs to be in there as well, brackets, you know, then they then scored this off. But if you even took those off, it's still an enormous score to chase, isn't it? And the crowd were brilliant. I can see from the corner that I'm at, they were all on their feet as Holly Armitage came off the pitch, which was quite fitting. Ed.
Yeah, indeed. So it's going to be quite some chase for Western Storm. They need 335 to win from their 50 overs. So it's time for us to take a break for the session interval. However, during that time, you'll be shown the film which we have been previewing, made with the help of WPA Health Insurance, one of the proud partners of Western Storm. So do enjoy that. Stick around with us on the stream during the interval, and we will be back with you for the resumption of play as Western Storm look to chase down this 3-3-4 for 6 made by Northern Diamonds.
When you bat your best, there's no distractions. You're engrossed in the game, you're in, I guess, the zone, a little bit cliche. You're not really consciously thinking about anything. You almost let all the lap practice, all of that hard work sort of take over. I'm doing it with an element of freedom, and I'm not worried too much about the risk or getting things wrong. Actually, I'm taking the game on, and you know, I think that's probably where my game's made a huge shift over the last couple of years. I'm Sophie Luff, captain of Western Storm, and I'm a top order batter. My first memories of cricket would have been probably 5 or 6 years old in the garden. My dad played club cricket, still does play club cricket, believe it or not, and I've got a younger brother, Jack, who was always in the garden throwing balls at me. I was always throwing balls at him. So it started from there, really. I remember every weekend, every Saturday was spent at our local cricket club, and yeah, I just fell in love with the game from there, really. Yeah, I'd say both my experiences at school and at club were I was a sole girl in a lot of boys' teams, and to be honest, that was the norm for me. I actually really enjoyed it. I was a bit of a tomboy growing up anyway. I loved playing football, playing cricket, and I found myself in those environments more often than not. I thought it was a real challenge. I always sort of had a point to prove, I guess, being the only girl. You used to get a few comments around, well, they've got a girl playing, and I always wanted to show my worth, and I think that's something that stayed with me throughout my career, really. Yeah, I think as captain, there's a responsibility on me to lead from the front. I make no bones about it. I talk openly about wanting to lead from the front and put in as many match-winning performances for Western Storm as possible. I'm incredibly passionate about the club, about the team, and I want to see it go from strength to strength. And you know, with me as captain of the ship, I guess it's on me to sort of lead the way, pave the way for the next girls coming through. And you know, one thing I'd like to think that I will do is sort of leave it in a better place than what it was when I started my captaincy stint. You know, having a really positive impact on what cricket is played at Western Storm, how we go about things, both on and off the pitch. Yeah, I absolutely do see myself as a role model to younger girls in the dressing room, as a senior player in the environment. I work on the academy as well as a coach, so I can see the next crop of players coming through and feel like I can have a real positive influence on some of those girls as well in their development and hopefully their careers in the future. But I also want to inspire the little girl that comes along to a Western Storm game and experiences cricket for the first time sat in the stands. And I think we've all got a role to play in that, but it's something that I really enjoy doing and take a lot of pride in.
Hi, I'm Neve Hollands, I'm 17 and I'm an all-rounder for Western Storm. I always enjoyed it from the start, and it was something my parents always said, you want to do something you enjoy when you're older, and I think it's something that's kind of stuck with me. Ultimately, I'm playing with my mates. It's something that I have to be grateful for. I probably forget about that quite a lot when I get kind of hooked up in things. probably say when I got to about 14, I got asked to play for Somerset Women, and at that level I kind of thought, oh, I'm really enjoying this, and kind of my competitive side kind of came out a lot more. And I was like, I looked up to a lot of people in the Western Storm side that are in it now. For example, like Sophie Luff. I saw that I played with her with Somerset, and she also played for Western Storm at the time. And I thought, oh, I could do this. And obviously it's all happened very quickly for me, which is exciting. And someone like Luffy and Fran, they're kind of, what they saw ahead of them was I have to play for England to be a professional cricketer. But for me, that stepping stone is I can play for Western Storm and do it as a job, do it as a living. Whereas probably at my age, they probably thought, what other job could I do alongside playing cricket? So I think it's made it a lot easier for people my age, and they can definitely see a pathway to where they want to go.
Hi, I'm Fran Wilson. I play for the Western Storm. I'm a batter and I'm vice captain. How do I feel being seen as a successful woman in sport? First of all, a bit of imposter syndrome. I just kind of play cricket, and but then I guess if you think about it a little bit, it's you do feel like a bit of a pioneer, especially like the era that me and my kind of age group grew up in. I don't think we'll see that again, where you're literally the only girl in a boys team, and kind of all those hurdles that you had to overcome, but you didn't even think about it at the time. So I guess a bit of a pioneer and a bit of history that, you know, you've taken the game to the next level. Yeah, that would be how I feel about it. So the way that the women's game has developed in the last 5 years, there's so many girls playing, and it's across all different demographics now. I think before it was girls with brothers would be playing, but now it's girls who used to play hockey who'd come into the game, state school, private school, everyone. So I think it's a lot more accessible. So likes a chance to shine's probably really helped. And also along with that, I think the level of the girls coming in, so the ones who are like 17, 18 now have had really good support since they were probably 11, 12, like really good coaching. And I think that's meant that they're ready to play the professional game, the international game, a little bit younger. Yeah, it's quite scary how good the kids coming through now are. So basically I feel like a whole new professional level of the game has been added, but the facilities and the infrastructure is still behind, still where it was. And it's amazing that we've now got however many pros across the country, but if you've got all these pros and they've got nowhere to train, it's kind of a bit conflicting. So I think there needs to be a real push and a real emphasis on facilities, coaches, physios, and it's pretty urgent. So that would be the barrier for us right now as professionals.
Hey, I'm Nat Rafe. I'm a wicketkeeper batter for Western Storm. Like the mental side of the game, I'd say I've struggled with more than the physical side, especially after becoming pro and like feeling that pressure of like, this is my job, I want to keep my job. It's definitely got hard to deal with that sometimes. I think the progression in women's sport has been like quite evident recently. So you've had the Women's Euros. I've definitely been following that, and I've seen some quite big crowds there. And just like speaking with my friends about it, which you maybe wouldn't have seen in the last few years. And I think you can see the same in cricket, like the World Cup in Australia was very well viewed. Oh yes, I've seen a huge change in the last 5 years in women's cricket. So like now you have the opportunity to make it your career, and whereas before it would probably only be the England girls that have that chance, it's now people playing at a regional level that get to do that as well, which is really good.
The one piece of advice I'd probably give to my younger self and give to younger girls coming into the game now is just remember why you play, like know why you play, because like I said, there's so many highs, so many lows, but you can always come back to why you play. So for me it's because I love the game and I love playing with my teammates, and like I'm hungry to succeed. I've always got that drive, that ambition, and I think if you can keep coming back to those reasons, then you'll keep waking up the next day and going to the gym and putting in that hard session, turning up, doing your skills, doing everything that's required of you as a professional cricketer to, you know, keep getting better day on day. So yeah, remember why you play. When you bat at your best, there's no distractions. You're engrossed in the game, you're in, I guess, the zone, a little bit cliche. You're not really consciously thinking about anything. You almost let all of that practice, all of that hard work sort of take over. I'm doing it with an element of freedom, and I'm not worried too much about the risk or getting things wrong. Actually, I'm taking the game on, and I think that's probably where my game's made a huge shift over the last couple of years. I'm Sophie Luff, captain of Western Storm, and I'm a top order batter. My first memories of cricket would have been probably 5 or 6 years old in the garden. My dad played club cricket, still does play club cricket, believe it or not, and I've got a younger brother, Jack, who was always in the garden throwing balls at me. I was always throwing balls at him. So it started from there, really. I remember every weekend, every Saturday was spent at our local cricket club, and yeah, I just fell in love with the game from there, really. Yeah, I'd say both my experiences at school and at club were I was a sole girl in a lot of boys' teams, and to be honest, that was the norm for me. I actually really enjoyed it. I was a bit of a tomboy growing up anyway. I loved playing football, playing cricket, and I found myself in those environments more often than not. I thought it was a real challenge. I always sort of had a point to prove, I guess, being the only girl. You used to get a few comments around, well, they've got a girl playing, and I always wanted to show my worth, and I think that's something that stayed with me throughout my career, really. Yeah, I think as captain, there's a responsibility on me to lead from the front. I make no bones about it. I talk openly about wanting to lead from the front and put in as many match-winning performances for Western Storm as possible. I'm incredibly passionate about the club, about the team, and I want to see it go from strength to strength. And with me as captain of the ship, I guess it's on me to sort of lead the way, pave the way for the next girls coming through. And one thing I'd like to think that I will do is sort of leave it in a better place than what it was when I started my captaincy stint. Having a really positive impact on what cricket is played at Western Storm, how we go about things, both on and off the pitch. Yeah, I absolutely do see myself as a role model to younger girls in the dressing room, as a senior player in the environment. I work on the academy as well as a coach, so I can see the next crop of players coming through and feel like I can have a real positive influence on some of those girls as well, and their development and hopefully their careers in the future. But I also want to inspire the little girl that comes along to a Western Storm game and experiences cricket for the first time sat in the stands, and I think we've all got a role to play in that, but it's something that I really enjoy doing and take a lot of pride in.
Hi, I'm Neve Hollands, I'm 17 and I'm an all-rounder for Western Storm. I always enjoyed it from the start, and it was something my parents always said, you want to do something you enjoy when you're older, and I think it's something that's kind of stuck with me. Ultimately, I'm playing with my mates. It's something that I have to be grateful for. I probably forget about that quite a lot when I get kind of hooked up in things. Probably say when I got to about 14, I got asked to play for Somerset Women, and at that level, I kind of thought, oh, I'm really enjoying this, and kind of my competitive side kind of came out a lot more. And I was like, I looked up to a lot of people in the Western Storm side that are in it now. For example, like Sophie Luff. I saw that I played with her with Somerset, and she also played for Western Storm at the time. And I thought, oh, I could do this. And obviously it's all happened very quickly for me, which is exciting. And someone like Luffy and Fran, they're kind of, what they saw ahead of them was I have to play for England to be a professional cricketer. But for me, that stepping stone is I can play for Western Storm and do it as a job, do it as a living. Whereas probably at my age, they probably thought, what other job could I do alongside playing cricket? So I think it's made it a lot easier for people my age, and they can definitely see a pathway to where they want to go.
Hi, I'm Fran Wilson. I play for the Western Storm. I'm a batter and I'm vice captain. How do I feel being seen as a successful woman in sport? First of all, a bit of imposter syndrome. I just kind of play cricket, and but then I guess if you think about it a little bit, it's you do feel like a bit of a pioneer, especially like the era that me and my kind of age group grew up in. I don't think we'll see that again, where you're literally the only girl in a boys' team, and kind of all those hurdles that you had to overcome, but you didn't even think about it at the time. So I guess a bit of a pioneer and a bit of history that, you know, you've taken the game to the next level, yeah, that would be how I feel about it. So the way that the women's game has developed in the last 5 years, there's so many girls playing, and it's across all different demographics now. I think before it was girls with brothers would be playing, but now it's girls who used to play hockey who'd come into the game, state school, private school, everyone. So I think it's a lot more accessible. So likes of Chance to Shine's probably really helped. And also along with that, I think the level of the girls coming in, so the ones who are like 17, 18 now, have had really good support since they were probably 11, 12, like really good coaching. And I think that's meant that they're ready to play the professional game, the international game, a little bit younger. Yeah, it's quite scary how good the kids coming through now are. So basically, I feel like a whole new professional level of the game has been added, but the facilities and the infrastructure is still behind, still where it was. And it's amazing that we've now got however many pros across the country, but if you've got all these pros and they've got nowhere to train, it's kind of a bit conflicting. So I think there needs to be a real push and a real emphasis on facilities, coaches, physios, and it's pretty urgent. So that would be the barrier for us right now as professionals.
Hey, I'm Nat Rafe. I'm a wicketkeeper batter for Western Storm. Like, the mental side of the game, I'd say I've struggled with more than the physical side, especially after becoming pro and like feeling that pressure of like, this is my job, I want to keep my job. It's definitely got hard to deal with that sometimes. I think the progression in women's sport has been like quite evident recently. So you've had the Women's Euros. I've definitely been following that, and I've seen some quite big crowds there. And just like speaking with my friends about it, which you maybe wouldn't have seen in the last few years. And I think you can see the same in cricket, like the World Cup in Australia was very well viewed. Oh yes, I've seen a huge change in the last 5 years in women's cricket. So like now, you have the opportunity to make it your career, and whereas before it would probably only be the England girls that have that chance, it's now people playing at a regional level that get to do that as well, which is really good.
The one piece of advice I'd probably give to my younger self and give to younger girls coming into the game now is just remember why you play, like know why you play, because like I said, there's so many highs, so many lows, but you can always come back to why you play. So for me, it's because I love the game and I love playing with my teammates, and like I'm hungry to succeed. I've always got that drive, that ambition, and I think if you can keep coming back to those reasons, then you'll keep waking up the next day and going to the gym and putting in that hard session, turning up, doing your skills, doing everything that's required of you as a professional cricketer to, you know, keep getting better day on day. So yeah, remember why you play.
Welcome back to the Taunton County Ground for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which is the 50 over competition for the English Regions Centre of Excellence. We have Western Storm as the home team and Northern Diamonds are the visitors. Northern Diamonds won the toss and decided to bat this morning, and they made a huge 334 for 6 off their 50 overs, with a captain's innings from Holly Armitage of 131 from 131 balls. There's some symmetry there. 74 from Lauren Winfield Hill, and yeah, a huge total for Western Storm to chase here. And we've got Rachel Slater, who's a Scottish international, coming on from the Trescothick end. And we have Western Storm, we have Emma Corney and Griffiths about to take the first ball. Rachel Slater from the Trescothick end and Emma Corney to face, and that goes very close, flirting with the wide line, the first ball. Emma Corney not even wafting at that. So it's a big total to chase, and Hannah.
It definitely is 3-3-4, and we were making our predictions earlier on, and none of us were too close. I did say an optimistic 3-3-2, I think, for the Diamonds, but I was opting for Storm to have strangled them near the end. So a really dominant display from the Northern Diamonds to begin this restart of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. Yeah,
after a brief break for Commonwealth Games and also for the 100. So some of these players will have had a rest of sorts. Some will be coming straight off the back of playing in the 100. And they looked a little bit rusty this morning, but soon got going. Certainly the Northern Diamonds batting as the ball flirts with the outside of Emma Corney's bat. Emma Corney, of course, Devon player. So it's a huge region, isn't it, for Western Storm? When Kath Wilkins and I played for the West, as it was before it became Somerset, it was the same area as Western Storm, so we would claim to be early Western Stormers potentially. Slater comes in, left arm over to Corney, who leaves that ball, still yet to score here. It's a massive region to try and keep together, and you've also got some quite big blocks of power, haven't you? You've got Wales and Glamorgan, the Welsh cricket set up, you've got all the West Country set up, you've got the Bristol focus, you've got the Taunton focus, and then the whole of the tip of the West Country peninsula as Slater comes in to Corney, who defends that down, and there's no run still.
Yeah, because you mentioned there, so North Wales all the way down to the depths of Cornwall, and it is a big area. And when we talk about the regions, Sunrisers kind of get a lot of discussion around that because they encompass about 9 counties, don't they? Whereas although Western Storm may not encounter so many different county boards, it's still such a huge area to cover. Yeah.
Slater, left arm over to the right-handed Corney, who plays at that one into the offside, but there's no run. What do you reckon, Kath? Are we early Western Stormers? Would you? I mean, you know.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take that as well.
I really think you are, though, because I think that history has been a little bit forgotten, and it's good to remind people that prior to this regional competition there was regional cricket in the past.
Yeah.
And you guys are trailblazers of that, and it's really important to remind people because the media coverage is still growing. It's still not quite here for women's game today. Way better than it's been in previous years. But when you guys were playing, did you ever get much coverage at all?
No.
Occasionally in local newspaper, perhaps.
Yeah, but usually, I mean,
when square on page 74 or something like that.
I mean, you mentioned Rachel Hayhoe Flint earlier. She was writing the reports and trying to get them into the papers. That was for England games, and that was a reality of her era. That was before mine, I'd have to say.
And mine.
Yes, before ours. But yeah, when you've got that and trying to juggle jobs and all the rest of it, as
Lizzie Scott.
Lizzie Scott. Well, that's going to be a wide, and they're going to run it as well. we've got the first runs on the board.
And you're talking about jobs. We obviously had that WPA footage.
Oh yeah,
that really nice video.
It's a great video.
Spoke about the professionalisation. Still, there are some players that still have to have jobs to top up their income. It's not widespread across everyone yet, but there is that sense of professionalism emerging throughout, from top to bottom.
It is Scott to maybe to Griffiths at our end. Yeah, that's an important point. I'm going to come back to that in a sec. Lizzie Scott comes in from the river end, bangs that into the pitch and
cut in
that's
nicely.
defended forwards. Yeah, because I think people may well be think that they're all professionals now. Well, they are. All the people on the pitch are paid to play. However, only half of each team are actually full-time paid professionals. Lots of the players that you'll see on this and in the other regions have to have day jobs to be able to let them play. And that's played into the offside through a gap in the covers. It's heading towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? Oh, yes. And
Lovely
it's
shot.
over the boundary for the first 4 of the Western Storm innings. Nice shot there. 4 through the covers. Nicely struck.
That's what Western Storm will be needing right now. They need to pick up a boundary pretty much every over. You know, they've got to go at run a ball to get close to that score.
Nice shot from Emma Corney there as Scott comes in. Some pace there, banging it into the pitch, but there's no run to that one. So if you're listening still, Grandad, she's doing good here. It's a nice smooth action actually. It's a play that I've not seen at all before. On the Lizzie Scott coming in from the river end, blonde ponytail. Just receiving the ball back on the edge of the fielding restriction circle, coming in from the riverside end. And that's pushed out to point and they get through for a quick single. And we're talking about having an intent to not only run the first single but turn quickly and come back, which is exactly what they've done. And this is what Western Storm will have to do to stand any chance of getting anywhere near this total at all, as Emma Corney moves on to 6 off the 10 balls she's faced.
Western Storm have had a history of scoring 300 plus, so
Yeah.
it's not unthinkable.
Yeah, that was a dot ball. Would that have been with Heather Knight batting included in that? I mean, I suppose she's not often, because of England duties and unfortunately now due to injury, not playing at the moment. Scott in from the river end. Sliced to third, but there's a fielder down there. Katie Levick's just doing the tidying up down there, and they get through for a single. And Emma Corney just pinched the strike there. Alex Griffiths yet to face a ball.
Yeah, no, the match I was thinking of was the latter end of September last year as well, September 18th at Bristol, where Western Storm scored 313 for 4.
You see, you're right, yeah. So it's possible.
But they were setting in that match.
Yeah, and that can sometimes make a difference, doesn't it? Yeah, Alex Griffiths got 48 against Stars in the last game, so she's doing all right with the bat. Well, there was a bit of a break, wasn't there? That would have been July, presumably.
Slater continuing from this end. She had a great first over, good shape to her action and bowl.
Yep, and that's Fox, the batter. There's no run there. 9 for no loss. Into the second over. Rachel Slater, the Scottish international.
Is she slightly too old now for the under-19s? Because I know she's 20, but I don't know where the age.
Oh, that's a good shout.
The eligibility.
Yeah. When's the cut-off for the birth date?
That is exactly what I was trying to say.
Another dot ball, yes. I'm not sure. So we're familiar with playing in navy blue. She's a Wildcat. You've played against the Wildcats, haven't you?
A very long time
yes,
ago.
that was the first time we ever met. It was, Hannah was playing for the MCC against Scotland. So you might have played against Rachel Slater 10 years ago, perhaps. But Slater, left arm over, and Corney's glancing that off her leg, and they get through for a single. Oh, over Lauren Winfield Hill's head there. With a wild throw.
Unfortunately, Rachel would have only been 10.
Yes, you know, they were quite a young side, but yes, that's right.
There was a young Catherine Bryce, though. I did look.
Oh yes, was there a? I was going to say, did
Yeah.
you look back? There was
Looked
one of
through
the Bryce.
photos.
There wasn't a brace of Bryces.
There was
there?
not,
No.
unfortunately. Just a single.
I did meet Bryce's mum and dad at Old Trafford, but perhaps more of that later. Slater into Griffiths, who faces her first ball, and it's her first run. There's a chance of a run out as a shy, but
Bit of hesitation
yeah,
there.
a bit of hesitation, and she gets home safely. So
Yeah, we want to forget about that one and move on quite swiftly.
Oh, no ball.
ooh, no ball. Free hit as well. Right. What are they going to do with the bonus ball? It's Emma Corney to face Slater. So with a free hit, just to remind people, you can't be caught, you can be run out or stumped. So, but it's more or less a license to throw the bat at the ball, as they say.
Not bold.
Not, well bowled in terms of limiting the options to the batter there, and they just get through for a single. Corney on 8. Griffiths on that single that she got in the last over, which is the only ball she's faced so far. I love the name Wildcats. It was a great nickname for a team. I wish I'd played for Scotland now. Not really. And that's another dot ball. Griffiths. Slater keeping the ball up there. Do you fancy this chase then, Kath? Do you fancy a bat today?
Always fancy a bat. Chase from it's a real tall order, I think, for Western Storm. Hopefully they can compete. That's the key thing we want to happen
we want
today.
a close game.
We want a close game as much as possible. So
yeah,
starting sure and steady at the moment, but
yeah, Griffiths just dots that down to mid on, and there is no run.
The two openers have bowled really tight lines here, which is key to stop Western Storm getting off to that strong start, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately Western Storm gave away some extras at the beginning of the innings, which kind of gave Northern Diamonds a bit of impetus into the batting innings, unfortunately. And then they picked up with the bat, and the rest, as they say, is history. So that's 3 overs gone, 13 for no loss. Corney on 8, Griffiths on 1. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, Hannah Thompson-Radford and Kath Wilkins, all of whom played for Somerset previously.
Back in the day.
Back in the day, yes. That's it. Scott to Corney, who they thought that it was going to be a dot ball. There's a bit of a misfield from what must be a very tired Holly Armitage after batting for that long. And they get through for a sneaky run there. Felt like they burgled that, Hannah.
Yeah, she looked like she gave a quirky little smile there, just thinking, yep, I am a little bit tired, but definitely needs to do a bit better here. But the momentum is with the Northern Diamonds at the moment.
Yep, Scott. Ooh, little waft from Griffiths there as the ball went past at some pace from Scott from the Riverside end, river end as it were.
Still plenty of time for Western Storm as well. Like, we just need to build a good partnership. That's what we saw from the Diamonds, was plenty of partnerships in the top order firing, and these two can definitely do that.
Need a bit of patience, don't we? And just as we talked about different formats, they're coming out of short format into longer format. Oh, the ball's clacked up in the air. It's over the bowler.
Oh, they've taken a risky
run.
run.
And then there's a run out. Is there a run out?
Umpire's
not in a brilliant
position to call that.
Quite difficult.
I think that might be turning around and going to the TV umpire if we had the benefit of DRS there. But they've survived. We've survived, Hannah.
We definitely have, and
Ooh,
definitely need to see a different angle on that. But
yes, the replays that we're getting are not quite the perfect.
Not
angle.
conclusive.
Not conclusive. Yes, thank you, Kath. Not conclusive as Scott comes in to Corney, who tries to force that through the onside, but there is no run.
yeah, it was a little bit hard for the umpire because the field just kind of swarmed around.
Yeah,
didn't
there
they?
was a melee at the far end, wasn't there? And it would have been difficult, even if yes, it would have been difficult to see that one, I think.
Storm just required just under 7 per over, so as long as they get a few singles and a boundary, it's very doable.
Lizzie Scott into Emma Corney, and it's straight back to the bowl, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think it's key that they just keep it ticking over. If it creeps up, then that's when, you know, a bit of panic sets in with some batters. If you just keep it rotating the strike, ticking it over, the bad ball will come. They always do.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just about getting those singles and where they can to keep rotating.
Staying calm. Scott to Corney. That's down the loose down the leg side, and that's a wide, and well taken by Lauren Winfield Hill there, diving spectacularly to her left down the leg side. 15 for no loss. Last ball of the 4th over. Lizzie Scott from the river end into Emma Corney, crouched waiting. Oh, down the leg side again. It won't be the last ball. We'll have another one.
Yeah, it's so good.
Ball.
So good way to see an academy player making her debut.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Late on in the season as well. It's quite nice. Hopefully she'll get the next game as well. Fingers crossed for the Northern Diamonds, and she can start building, looking ahead into next season and becoming one of those regular players and putting a hand up for a contract even.
It's brilliant. I think it's brilliant.
You know, those options exist now, don't they? But she can actually be bidding for a full-time contract.
Yeah, Scott to Corney, who pushes that, but it's gathered easily by Lee Casbrick, and there is no run. So we get to 4 overs gone, 17 for no loss. Griffiths on 2, Corney on 9, chasing a huge total of, they need 335 to win. And we're picking up on the camera some awards giving. I think that's somewhere.
Thatcher stand, yeah, Thatcher stand downstairs.
They're having some refreshments and hospitality downstairs, so I see something fun going on there. We weren't invited, were we? Girls, we weren't
I passed a.
Did you try and get in, Kath?
Well, I always try and get into a Thatcher stand. But I did pass a hen do as well. There's a hen do present, so I need to find out who that is and see if we can give a shout out to.
Yeah. So saying Kath sent me won't get me in then, is that right? As Slater comes in from the Trescothic end, and Griffiths takes a little waft at that and looks sort of slightly accusingly at the umpire, but there's a dot ball.
See, I love that as well, the fact that there's a hen do here. It just shows how the women's game's changing and the fans are changing, and people are viewing this as an opportunity to celebrate and get involved and have a proper good day out, which those opportunities didn't really exist for fans to come along to matches previously, did they?
We were talking about that earlier, we'll come back to that. Slater to Griffiths, who punches that to mid-wicket. There's a shy at the stumps, but they get through for a single, 18. Yeah, I mean, Kath and I were joking just looking at the pitch earlier. I mean, I did once play on here, which is a bit of a stretch really, because I actually only got on as 12. But, you know, I have played on here. Kath has played more often, but it was those days where they could have probably introduced the crowd to the players rather than the other way around. But yes, Slater going away from us. That's dabbed through third, and it might well have the legs to get to the boundary. It's running towards the ropes, running out of energy, but it's got there. So 4 runs to the total, and the score moves on to 22 for no loss, and we're in the middle of the 5th over.
Yeah, that was really slowing up there,
It was. It looked like it was just going to go and stop, and then Lindsay Smith was going to go, really, I've run all this way and now you've stopped.
Yeah, the Northern Diamonds are looking good at the moment, aren't they? But if Western Storm can keep creeping those through.
Yeah. Slater into Emma Corney, dunks that on its head. It's a sort of defensive kadunk if Ed's in the earshot.
But he'll be delighted.
He's waiting for me. He's waiting for me.
You can tick that off his list.
Yeah, tick it off. Bingo. Defensive kadunk. And there is no run. 22 for no loss.
Nice sign of respect.
Yes, a kadunk. You mean?
Yeah.
Yes, defensive. Yes,
slowly learning what it means.
I make most of this up, so I won't learn anything from me. Slater into Corney, who dabs that forward into the offside, but Holly Armitage takes it tired.
Unlike Sophie Luff, Holly Armitage seems to be the
She's
magnet.
diving forward, but in instalments to stop that ball.
I think
there's no run.
She did put a little bit of spice on that, though.
Yeah.
You know, just make her look a little bit harder than it was.
I mean, I mentioned it earlier, but she really, when she was interviewed in the 100, she really was the kind of embodiment of every single Yorkshire player I ever played against as a player. As Slater comes into corner, there's a call for.
I don't think so though.
For Kath's not giving it out from upstairs. We are at an angle, but yeah, that's a dot ball. 22 for no loss, and that's 5 overs gone. What do you reckon, Kath?
Oof. I think, well, Diamonds have got off to a really good start here. They're containing things very well. They're bowling tight lines as well, which in the first 5 is what you want. So they've kept the batters guessing really. They've had to do all the hard work. So it's it's a good solid start from Diamonds, but actually Storm are doing okay as well. So Corney's showing some good strong shots.
Because it almost feels like actually this sort of sounds a bit mad, but it almost feels like they don't necessarily need wickets at this stage. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In terms of the strike rate is pretty low from both batters. I can't imagine that Northern Diamonds feel particularly threatened at the moment from these batters until they can get themselves in. So,
yeah.
But I mean, I'm maybe talking rubbish as usual.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. The strike rates at the moment
it's gone up a bit as well.
Yeah.
Because we've all played those games where actually sometimes you think we're better off not getting a wicket at this stage, because if the batters aren't getting the ball away,
Lindsay
sometimes
Smith
it's
change of bowl.
Lindsay Smith is about to bowl through the umpire and round the wicket, left arm to Griffiths, who squirts that to mid wicket, but there is no run. Score is 22 for no loss. Griffiths on strike on 3, Corney on 13. Smith in, and doesn't deal with the ball particularly well. And Lauren Winfield Hill starts to look interested. She's patting hands with a slip field, and they're stair callus or something. They're looking more interested as the batter's struggling to get away. Lindsay Smith again, a dot ball. It's a sort of mid-wicket, but no run and no chance of a run. I think Alex Griffiths is just taking a bit of a look at this. Oh, it's a caught behind. It's a caught behind. She really did look like she was struggling with the timing there, Kath.
Yeah.
Just.
I think she was, like I say, she was looking to advance potentially and just sort of try and work out what Lindsay Smith was doing. But fortunately, the other two were quite close, hit and miss, and that one carried through. Brilliantly taken by Winfield Hill.
Yeah,
she'll be very disappointed with that. Very disappointed.
Yeah, she's sloping off. Unfortunately, Alice Griffiths, who goes off for 3. Corney's on 13. The score is 22 for 1, and we're approaching the end of the 6th over. Ooh, Hannah.
Yeah, obviously not the start that Western Storm wanted, but we've got to give credit to Lauren Winfield Hill as well, because obviously she's had a really difficult year. She's been more out than in terms of England.
Yeah.
And then she's been absolutely performing at the domestic level. 100 as well. She did unbelievably well, getting the gloves.
Yeah.
And she's just absolutely relishing the opportunity, isn't she, behind there? And just to take a catch like that, it looked pretty simple in the end, but
you've got to take him.
Yeah, that's the skill, isn't it? To make them look simple.
Exactly.
It is years of practice and all the rest of it. But it does bring to the crease Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff. Has to be one of my favourite players ever. She is such a role model for these young players here at Western Storm. So let's hope I haven't built her up too much now. It's a big commentator's curse.
She was my captain in my Somerset days.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there we are then.
So.
Connection to modern day cricket, yeah.
Led by Sophie Luff. Learnt a lot. Shame I couldn't replicate any of it.
Well, I'm still disappointed I haven't had any of her baking stuff, and she's apparently a great baker. Smith into Luff, who just defends that to mid-off, and there is no run.
I did cheekily ask her after seeing her Instagram post of some brownies last week for the Somerset match. I think she brought some in. I did say, were you going to bring some?
Did you get some?
No, I didn't. Well, I did ask if she was going to bring some today.
Smith to Luff, and that goes past the bat. Winfield in ill, and we're just getting a word in our ear that Sophie Luff's baking is great. Thanks for that. We're really pleased that you got to try some and we didn't. I heard something like, what was it? I want to say some Rocky Road or something. Yes, Rocky Road. Yes, Ed is shouting yes and yes. Incredible baking. but I don't know because I've not tried any. So, although I did meet Sophie Loft's mum at Sophia Gardens.
She's here today. I've already
Is
spoken
she
to her.
here?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
excellent.
She's literally sat below in the.
She gave me a little wave
in
as
the
well.
suite below. So yeah.
Oh right.
Gone and said hi.
She introduced herself at Sophia Gardens in the first game of the season against Central Sparks. Her and her friends had been a little refreshed, shall we say, and we're glad they weren't driving. And then she waved again when we were at Cheltenham. She gave me a big wave.
So one of Sophie Luff's favourite kind of quotes and stuff that she gave me was about her mum sitting in the sun. She doesn't really like the cricket. Well, she does like the cricket, let's clarify. But she does prefer the sun.
That's a dot ball for Emma Corney from Slater. She prefers the sunshine.
She loves cricket, just to clarify.
She loves cricket.
She loves watching her daughter play. But sometimes you may find her with a deck chair facing the wrong way just to top up that pan. So.
Just taking in the whole experience, the 360 as it were.
But yeah, an amazing family support. Sophie Luff's got a really good cricket unit behind her.
Her brother plays as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, brother and dad. So they played out Limpsham, I think it was. Limpsham, I think they've changed her name to like Belvedere or something.
Yeah, they get a single there. Yeah, she mentioned her brother Jack in the VT at lunchtime, didn't she? So, yeah, cricketing family. And that's what you want. You want everybody involved, don't you? You want everybody playing, everybody involved.
And Western Storm does feel like a big family-orientated club, especially if we've got lots of cricket mums in the squad and within the backroom staff as well.
That's true. That's true too. Yeah, that would be fairly unusual because I'm just thinking, work for Central Spark sometimes. I don't think we've got a mother in the side at all. As Slater comes in to Sophie Luff, who plays that defensively straight to her opposition captain, Holly Armitage, who very slowly dives forward and picks the ball up, and the score is 23 for 1. We're halfway through the 7th over, and this is Western Storm batting and Northern Diamonds in the field in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 English regions. We're getting to the back end of the competition now, so it's starting to get jockeying for places. Oh, we've got a refusal there, Kath. Just
horsing terms.
Yeah.
Didn't fancy that.
No, didn't fancy that one.
No.
Going back for another one. Sophie Luff just prods the ground. I think probably out of habit necessarily, and actually finding a lump. Slater left arm over to the right-handed Sophie Luff, waggling a bat, and she wafts at that one. Got back. And didn't get hold of it, but Lauren Winfield Hill just doing a little bit of Greek dancing just to warm herself up because she's hoping for an edge there.
Yeah, I think she just pulled out at that last minute, didn't she?
Yeah, just
a tactical
Yeah,
move.
did a bit more. It cut quite a little bit there.
Yeah.
Bit of movement off the pitch, which is good to see.
Luff yet to get off the mark. Slater in from the Marcus Drakothic pavilion end. Luff plays that straight to the fielder again at mid-off, and there is no run.
But we don't need to worry too much with Sophie Luff in terms of that starting point, because we've seen it time and time again. She may have a slow start, but by the end of her innings, she's crept that strike rate right up there into the near 100/100 plus.
I think she just needs to feel the bat and ball, with a decent, I don't know, cover drive or a sweep or something, and I think we'll see some fireworks hopefully after that. As Slater comes in to Luff. Oh, she edges that. There we are. Look,
Nicely
see, that's
done.
going to go for 4, isn't it? It's going down the hill.
Yes,
Yes,
made
4 runs to Sophie Luff. So she gets off the mark. 4 runs to Luff, and the score moves on to 27 for 1. And that's 7 overs gone.
Yeah, it was really interesting as well in the 100s, seeing Sophie Luff take on a slightly different role, perhaps, would you say? She seemed to take on a bit more of an attacking role within the side and everything for London Spirit.
Yeah. What surprised me about London Spirit, now talk me through this one, Hannah. They lost their captain, well, because it would have been Heather Knight, but she was injured out of it. And you've got Sophie Luff in the team. I know she's only just joined because she'd played Welsh Fire the previous season, but I would have made Sophie Luff captain of London Fire. I mean, I get that they want to give Charlie Dean some captaincy, and she did a great job. I think just on paper, I would have picked somebody who'd already got captaincy experience for that. But,
Yeah.
There's a single there into the leg side, and the score moves on to 28 for 1.
I think that is a fair comment, to be fair. I guess it's hard going into a new team and taking caps straight away, but then we do see that happen. And it's one of those things. Do you look at inform and experience, or do you look at the future? And it's one of those battles, isn't it? And I think we've got Ed joining us now.
Ed's come back again. So Lindsay Smith, left arm around. Sophie Lough was a bit confused by that, I think, and the ball went straight through. The bails were off, but I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but there was no run for sure. So Lindsay Smith is bowling through the umpire, as we would say, round the wicket, left arm to Sophie Lough, who defends that. There is no run. 28. Welcome back, Ed.
Thank you. Yes, I've been admiring the setup downstairs, actually, on the balcony floor of the Marcus Trescothick. But I haven't, no. But I was admiring their drinks down there.
Smith to Lough, who plays that forward and is determined to get a run because she hasn't got one so far, and it's put the fielders under threat because they did get a single in the end. They burgled that one, didn't they, Hannah?
They should have got 2 there.
They should have got 2, yeah. I'd have been like, yeah, I'll have another one, thanks very much.
I think the problem was that Corney couldn't see behind the fielder quite how far it had gone.
No. And Smith into Corney, who plays that to Holly Armitage, who smothers the ball, and there's no run.
Yes, but I noticed some sparkly stuff down there.
Oh, yes, did you bring it back?
Some orange stuff, and I thought, well, how nice would it be if you just put the two together?
And did they?
I don't know.
Oh, I bet they have. The box fizz, oh, it's a wide, and you can get stumped off a wide, and that's what Winfield Hill tried to do there, but...
it's not one to be spoonerised, though, that particular drink.
No. We're on to Ducky Fuzz if we're not careful. As drinking games, we should not get into drinking games, as Holly Armitage covers that one as well, and there is no run. 30 for 1 off 8 overs.
I think I'm alright just with a cup of tea, you know.
Cup of tea.
We
nice
could play.
Cup of tea
we could play commentary box drinking games.
Yes.
They're always fun.
Well, you missed my kadunk. You missed it.
I
you had
missed
to be
your
here.
kadunk.
See, that would have been bingo.
Oh, my day's ruined.
I know. It was a defensive one as well.
A defensive
kadunk.
Kadunk.
Yeah.
Right.
I think actually kadunk. I think I pinched it from Ebony Rain Brent. I think she said kadunk, but I just like it because it's very descriptive, and it's onomatopoeic. Is it? Is it that?
Yes.
Sounds like it. Yes. That's
I'm
right.
still trying to work out what it actually does mean.
Well, it's just that kadunk.
Hitting it straight into the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Straight into the ground. That would be a much better description. As we've got to change of bowling. Number 2.
Yes, it's change of ends for Lizzie Scott.
Ah, yes. Grandaddy watching. She's come from this end now. Coming in from the Trescothick end to Sophie Lough. Waggles about. And then defends it down. And there is no run.
Here's a good one for you.
Go on then.
2 other test grounds.
Yes.
Women's test grounds in the country have ends named after cricketers. Or at least they're not named after, but there's a cricketer's name in the name of their ends.
Yeah.
What are they? 2 women's test grounds.
Got to Lough, who defends that women's test grounds. Because
you see, I could have tricked you by just saying test grounds.
Yeah, because that would have been Old Trafford and Jimmy Anderson, but the women have not played a test there in a while, if they have ever.
They have played one.
Oh yeah, okay. Am I getting that, or is that not?
Yeah.
That's
one.
And Scott coming into Lough. Defends that again. Down in front of her, and there is no run.
But it's a bit of a trick because it wasn't named that when the test was held there.
Well, is it a Lynn Wilson end at Northants? You can give me that one.
You're right that it is Northants, but it's not Lynn Wilson. It's the David Capel end, which is the opposite end.
See?
But you'll have it.
Can I have the point?
Yeah.
Excellent. Scott into Lough, who again defends that down. And there is no run.
David Capel, of course, former assistant coach of the England women's team.
Ah, yeah. Well, I only remember it was a Lynn Wilson end because I was fortunate enough to do commentary for the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals this season there. And I play golf with a woman called Lynn Wilson, so that was why it was memorable to me. I don't know who Lynn Wilson was, but I thought it was nice that they named an end after one of my golfing chums.
Benefactor of Northamptonshire cricket.
So, it's a catch. Is it a catch behind? Yes, it is. Sophie Luff is caught behind. Hannah, I'm desolate.
That is not what Western Storm
That
wanted.
was not reading the script.
Definitely not reading the script. But for Northern Diamonds, what a wicket to take.
Yes, well done, Grandad. Your granddaughter's done well there. That was a really good ball. The edge of Luff and then caught behind. Lauren Winfield Hill quite a long way back to take that catch as well. But yes, Western Storm do not ever want to see Sophie, Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff, leaving the field. But she has to leave the field, unfortunately, and she only had 5 runs to the total. So we now have Fran Wilson.
There's quite some wicket for Lizzie Scott, though, isn't it?
Yeah, on your debut.
Sophie Luff averaging basically 72 coming into this innings in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. She passed 1,000 runs in the last game against South East Stars, where she made 95. I mean, average 72.
Yeah,
Every time she goes out to bat, she's like 72 is an okay innings for her, but she's out for 5 today.
Yeah, I was just going to say something similar, but not as good as you just nailed that. But
he did.
Absolutely smashed that.
It's almost as if I prepared for this.
Yes.
But Lizzie Scott as well had such a good moment there. I don't know if you saw, but the players kind of grouped around her, and she looked like she had a little bit of a moment. Her first, Rachel Hayhoe Flint.
Brilliant. I hope they squoggled her hair with the, because the Aussies do that, don't they? They do the wicket keeper does the shiggling the hair so that it's got to go and put it. Might have done to put it back in there.
Good moment to celebrate and good to get the team behind. And
sorry, did you say shiggling?
Squoggle the hair and shuggling. Yeah.
Shiggling and squoggle.
Yeah.
Squoggle and
squoggle.
Shiggle.
Shiggle. Interchangeable.
Just known as
Scott.
rubbing the head.
Yeah, rubbing the head with.
Where does the kadunk come into all that?
You've got to do it. It's got to be spontaneous, and that's a 4 backward of square from Fran Wilson, who's opened her account with a lovely sweep shot there, backward of square, and the score moves on to 34 for 2.
Yeah, she's going to have to take on this role and responsibility now, isn't she? Fran Wilson, former England player, former Somerset player, as well as playing for about 5 other counties
she's
in her
Gloucester
career.
Yes, she's playing for Gloucestershire now.
Yeah, I was going to say Gloucester, and as that catch I still have in my mind that she took at England, which was like Superwoman. Super Fran diving forward at cover. I mean, that was if you get a chance to look that up, look up Fran Wilson England catch. I think I can't even, was it West Indies? No,
yeah, it was West Indies at Chelmsford.
Oh, there we are then. Thank you, Ed.
Not on the obviously not on the last tour because they were all at Derby.
No, but that catch is worth looking up anyway. But yes, she's vice captain of Western Storm, and they're going to need a vice captain's inning from Fran Wilson. As Corney tries to play that, and that's a bit messy. There is no run.
If she could request one ball, though, to get her off the mark, I suspect it probably would be
what she
the
just
one
had.
Delivery that she just had, exactly, just to get that pull shot of hers away.
Pull shot backward of square, yeah. So Lindsay Smith to Emma Corney comes forward and plays that straight back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Lindsay Smith's bowling really neatly here as well. Gone underappreciated a little bit, and obviously she fell out of the England setup a bit too.
Yeah.
Again, international experience under her belt.
Yeah. Straight back to the bowler again, and there is no run. So
it wasn't the best 100 competition for her either.
No.
So she'd be looking for some wickets at the end of this competition.
And that's worked out to the onside, and they get through for a 1. There's a shy. There was a thought of a shy at the stumps, but not taken in the end. Just the single. Yes. Now Western Storm will hope that she doesn't do to them what she did last year, which was 5 for 34. So Western Storm obviously have a bit of problem with Lindsay Smith.
Yes, her career best List A figures. They were.
I imagine I didn't mention it. And she also took a 3 for against Sunrisers earlier this season and a 2 for against Lightning. She's having a good season with the ball in the Rachel Hayhoe this season, and that's just a dot ball.
Yeah, I think the 50 over really suits her. Perhaps a bit more than what the 100 does, although like T20 wise she's a solid T20 player as well, but I do think she adapts more to the 50 over game.
She was she was in last year's PCA Female Team of the Year. So yes, she's a useful all-rounder. Of course, left arm is always useful, and that was a dot ball. Is always a bit different, left arm round, and it's a different trajectory, isn't it? Because we know that Sophie Eccleston and Sarah Glenn are much taller, so different angles for the left arm.
I think that's
spin.
the issue at the moment with her looking towards England is there are so many England spinners,
Yeah,
aren't there?
quite. And there are more coming through, he says, looking at the home team in this. But yeah, and there are a couple of things with Lindsay Smith. One is the fact that she just owns that power play, which is a captain's dream, to have somebody that you can throw the ball to. And she pretty much never seems to go for runs up front, but she wants to bowl those tough overs. She doesn't want to sort of have it, have it easier and bowl through the middle with fielders back. She wants to take that roll on up front.
Scott to Corney. Corney flicks that off her legs, and they get through for a quick single. Score moves on to 36 for 2.
But I mean, the other thing is just in general, from a left-arm spinner's point of view, because there are so many right-handers out there, you're always going to be slightly better off than the off-break bowlers. And I suppose it's one of the reasons why we had a little bit of trouble finding an off-break bowler after a couple of retirements, and then Charlie Dean has come along.
Yeah, Bryony Smith is off spin as well as Scott comes into Wilson, and she plays that straight to the field, and there's no run. Is Bryony Smith off spin? I think
yes,
she might
is.
be.
Yeah.
So
speaking of Charlie Dean, by the way.
Oh yes, Charlie Dean. Yes.
She opened the batting for the Southern Vipers in this round. She's out for 11. Southern Vipers 61 for 3 in reply to Thunder's 203. So they do sometimes like to make things interesting, Southern Vipers.
Scott to Wilson, and Winfield Hill does a huge dive, gymnastic style.
Yeah, especially this season, Ed. It feels like Vipers have had a bit of a shakier. They always seem to be able to get over the line, but it hasn't been as convincing.
No, but you look at Northern Diamonds' 4 wins. A couple of those came, as I've been mentioning a couple of times, in sort of lower scoring games. One where they just about chased down around about 200, and one where they defended 194.
Scott to Wilson, she carves that to cover point, and there's no run.
But I mean, as far as the Vipers are concerned, they've got themselves into some really sticky situations, but got themselves out of it, which annoyingly that's even better probably than if you actually just won everything easily.
Winning ugly, as they say in football, because that is the point. Because when we were at Cheltenham, it looked like they were going to get beaten, and they didn't in the end, didn't they? As Scott comes into Wilson, who again carves that almost exactly the same to the fielder at cover point, and there is no run.
Yeah, because they'd got themselves, I'd have to look at that score
exactly,
but they got themselves about sort of 30 odd for 5, I think, something like that, and then went on to make about 200.
I remember doing an update. It was like, there's going to be a shock result. The Vipers going, no, there isn't.
Yeah, they got themselves up to 233 for 9 in the end in that game, and they were 38 for 5.
Yeah, Leslie Scott into Fran Wilson, who plays that to mid-on, who dives over the ball and doesn't know where it's gone. Oh, and there's a single.
And then in reply, chasing that to 34 to win, Sunrisers were 99 for 1. It just doesn't matter, does it?
Well, I mean, I'm going to repeat what I said at Cheltenham, that I was at Chelmsford for that game, Sunrisers versus Western Storm, that went to that last ball that was the overthrow. And, I mean, you just think Sunrisers cannot buy a victory. I mean, the spectators couldn't believe them. Well, no one could believe themselves.
They might be able to buy one today, though, he says.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps with too much confidence.
How are Sunrisers doing?
They are 93 without loss in reply to 231 made by Lightning.
So presumably they've got Scrivens and Griffiths at the crease, have they?
Scrivens has made 53 off 60. She's opening the batting with Jodie Grucock.
Oh, that's a new name to me. Well, I haven't seen Sunrisers play that often. That was a dot ball.
Cordelia Griffith isn't playing. I'm not sure why, but she isn't playing. I'd missed her getting injured if she is injured.
There was a potential injury, I think.
It's Mr. Wilson. Oh, it's a catch, is it? Oh, it's a brilliant catch. If you're going to be out, I suppose, caught, you want to be caught from a brilliant catch at short cover.
It's Holly Armitage again, isn't it?
It is. How she's got the energy to do that, that was some catch, because it was going at speed, and it was low and dipping as it came towards her. It was a great catch, and there was almost there's a sort of disbelief from the fielders. They kind of went, oh, did she actually catch that? She did. It was a great catch.
She just cannot get out of the action,
No.
can she? Every single
No,
match.
she should bring herself onto bowl. I mean,
Yeah,
they need. If you, speaking about their position in the table, I mean, if the
yeah.
Vipers aren't going to win with a bonus point, which it looks as if there's a chance, if they can bump their net run rate way up, which at the moment, unfortunately, from a Storm point of view, it looks as if there's a fair chance they can. They could get their net run rate above Vipers, and even if Vipers were to win, then Diamonds could be in pole position for that automatic spot in the final.
Because I guess the question is as well, is this Northern Diamonds team a team that will get over that last line? Do you think these could be the champions?
Well, if they're playing this well without Siver Brunt, and they're not going to lose anybody, well, unless somebody gets a recall or something. But
alongside Gunn and Langston.
I suppose it is going to come, a lot of it is going to come down to their final game, because they do have Southern Vipers at Headingley, but you want to be top going into that.
Smith to Wraith for her first ball faced. Wilson only got 5 before she was caught brilliantly by Captain Holly Armitage, who's doing just about everything, and as Hannah said, she'd really bring herself onto bowl because it was a bit lazy really that she hasn't bowled so far. One could argue. I make a jest. As Smith bowls round, left arm round the wicket to Wraith, who again just defends that, and there is no run.
In that Northern Diamonds match, it's at home as well, isn't it? And they are offering free tickets. So I think we want to get that Northern crowd in.
Get them in, yes. Smith to Wraith, who defends that again, and there is no run.
You know, there's an obvious comment there to be made about free things in Yorkshire, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to go there.
You're not going to
I
go there
won't.
because
I
I
refuse to say anything
I can
along
hear
those
the
lines.
cliche klaxon warming up. If you do, Smith to Wraith again, struggling to get her away. Oh, Holly Armitage, another dive. And, yeah, she's back up again. It's all right. It's all right, everyone. Breathe a sigh of relief. So that's 12. What?
I will not let petty regionalism come into things at the second oldest first-class county in the southwest.
Oh, okay. I'm sure that makes sense. 12 overs gone, 37 for 3, which is not good reading for Western Storm. Chasing, they need 335, 3 wickets down, 37 runs. They're going to need some heroics from these batters. Corney's on 16, and Nat Wraith is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well because the average score this year, according to Hypercost on Twitter, 2022 is 245.1.
And that's turned off her hip off the bowling of Lizzie Scott for a single there by Nat Wraith.
So the Diamonds have set a total.
Emma Corney.
Yes, the Diamonds have set a total that is way above that average by a good.
Without Gunn, without Civil, without Brunt.
Yeah. I was trying to do the maths for, but my brain's too slow.
Oh,
but a good
I don't do numbers.
90 odd runs.
Lizzie Scott, right arm over. Beautiful bowling to Nat Wraith, who only manages to put that down to long off, and there is no run.
But it does, you know, this innings from Northern Diamonds, I think, has shown you just in terms of the 1s and 2s, the lack of dot balls. I always say this. I know I bang on about it.
Scott to Wraith, who tries to peel that past Holly Armitage, who's again in the action, shying at the wicketkeeper's end as Lauren Winfield Hale does some sort of yoga stretch.
Well, she is a yoga expert, isn't she?
Ah, right.
As
black belt,
regular TMS listeners would know. She is the yoga master of the England team.
Oh, well, there you are then. Lizzie Scott into Emma Corney. Plays that again to the fielder, and there's no run.
And according to her Instagram post the other day, she had a bit of a timeout, had a bit of a yoga retreat. Well,
this Lauren Winfield Hill?
Yeah. I saw she posted it on social media, and it made me want to go for a bit of a spa day, etc. But
well, I'll tell you that after this.
Scott to Corney. It sort of flicks it, but it's down the leg side, and it's a wide. Another one to the total.
one of our colleagues, Scott Reed,
Oh, yeah?
the
Yeah,
commentator for
Scott Reed.
Lancashire, for all sorts of other things, TMS included, he'll make sure that he books his own accommodation when he goes on away trips.
Right.
I'm throwing him right under the bus here.
Wait a minute. Scott to Corney, who manages to find a gap there. It's going towards the rope. Can the fielder get to it? No. That's 4 runs. 44 for 3. Yes, where were we?
No, I'm gonna talk about that beautiful shot first because.
Oh, okay. It was a lovely shot through there.
It
through
was
the covers for 4.
Beautifully threaded. If we look at the replay,
Yeah,
yes, it was a
threaded
bit
good.
overpitched, but that is a beautiful swing of the bat. No, but he will always make sure that he
Scott
books
Reed.
his own accommodation,
Yeah.
so that he can get sort of spa hotels.
Oh, brilliant. I knew I liked him. When I was commentating with him at Worcester, Central Sparks versus, that would have been Northwest Thunder, the batter played a ball through the, I don't know, would have been sort of gully region. I said, oh, that was posted. And he just looked at me and went, posted? I said, yeah, it was. And he went, yeah, probably was. So, yeah, it's my memory of Scott Reed. That he was lovely to commentate with, as indeed are you.
Oh,
Ed,
thank you.
And Hannah and Kath. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, Hannah Thompson-Radford and Ed Seaborn. You'll also hear the voice of Kath Wilkins. The 4 of us on the Western Storm live stream going out over Somerset County Cricket's YouTube. Please press the like button as Smith comes in to Wraith, who just puts the ball back to the bowler and there is no run.
We mentioned Hypercourt's tweet about the average first innings scores.
Wraith plays the ball into the offside to deep point and they get through for a single.
The jump from this year to last year, never mind the gargantuan leap from 2019 up to 2022, just even the jump from this year to last year is quite extraordinary. It's 17 runs on average higher, the scores this year.
Yeah,
Smith to Corney and it's dot.
It's a sign of what professionalism does, and I absolutely love the fact that at Paul F. Rowe on Twitter replied back to Hypercourse saying, put money into women's cricket to allow professionalism.
Yes.
And things quantifiably improve. Who knew?
Yes. And that ball is threaded, I think. I like Ed's word, through cover. And they get through for 2 runs to Emma Corney, and the score moves on to 47 for 3. Yeah, I mean it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean that I've seen it compared. There's an American woman who played ice hockey for the US. I'll come back to that in a minute. Smith to Corney, who is another dot ball, and she's one of these. She played Olympic level sport. She's now in charge of a data company in America, and she's saying compare women's sports to a startup, you get so much more value for money. Because you've got more access to the athletes, you've got more opportunity for them to, be engaged. You get more fan engagement. That was a dot ball, by the way, at the end of the over, 45 for 3. You get more fan engagement. You get more player engagement. You get more bang for your buck, as it were, literally from the States. And it just makes business sense. I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's the point. That if you invest in this, you can also amend things. Like you would if you were investing in a startup company. You can actually amend how things are done and have them done your way. I am going to give way. Yes, I'm having a little rest, and I'm going to hand you over to Hannah and Kath and Ed Seaborn.
Yeah, so as Claire mentioned, we've got Kath back. And we're just having a quick chat about that professionalism piece that we also saw in the WPA health insurance video earlier. We've got a new bowler on, Katie Levick, and her first ball looks like it might be creeping out to 4, but the fielder just slides and keeps it in, but she was touching the rope, so we'll see what the umpires say here. So she might have just done enough.
No, that's 4.
No, I would say I didn't think she had.
No, well, I'm afraid her problem was that she was actually lying the other side of the rope when she then touched it back in for the last time.
Yeah, it was that dodgy corner on this box, but was giving her the benefit of the doubt. She didn't signal it too early, but good decision by the umpire.
It's nicely bowled by Katie Levick, who doesn't need as much introduction, I feel, as even with her extraordinary achievements in the game, it felt as if you still somehow had to kind of introduce it in terms of, making sure that people knew exactly what it is that she'd achieved in the game. But I think actually, thankfully now, for reasons of her prominence in this and in the 100, you don't quite have to introduce her sort of the way you used to have to. All-time leading wicket taker.
Of the modern game, yeah, and her signature frog in a blender, self-described. I think she self-described it, didn't she? Or somebody described it as that, and it kind of stuck around.
Did she describe? Okay, I didn't know that, because that used to be the way that they described the action of Paul Adams, former South African spinner.
Yeah.
Left arm wrist spinner, I think we call them now, don't we?
I'm questioning it now whether she said it or whether somebody else said it, but somebody definitely said it, and it kind of stuck around as.
Well, it does. She does have a bit of that. You just sort of watch the head as it just there goes down into the side. That's hit strongly down the ground. That could go. Oh, it's just fallen short. Yeah, I thought it was going to be 6 for a moment, but that's a powerful strike from Emma Corney, who's on to 27. This is a statement from Emma Corney, who's got a big opportunity at the top of the order with some absentees, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, definitely. And Levick's coming in now.
Oh, it's a bit of bounce.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see how Corney does play this, because she's got a lot of responsibility on her shoulders now. She's been here from the start, and somebody has to step up for Storm now. They're in such a difficult position, being 56 for 3. If they want to win this match, they need somebody with a big contribution.
First over for Levick went for 9, and Lindsay Smith's 5-over spell so far has gone for 7. She must be wondering what she's done to deserve that.
Yes, I'd be very happy with those figures right now.
5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 7.
Lindsay Smith is someone who can start to strangle teams, though, isn't she?
Yeah.
Ooh, yes.
Well, that's going to be a few runs, though. It's going to be 6 of them. Nat Wraith goes big down the ground for 6. And the first of the Western Storm's innings.
Yeah, fantastic shot.
Nice and clean. Over the top.
And right in front of the Lord Ian. This time just rocking back and taking the 1, which, I don't know, it used to be that coaches loved that. You score a boundary, get a single, but as I've said before many a time, I think nowadays it's just get another boundary.
Yeah.
Gone are the days when it's just,
I've
sort
got
of rewarded
back
for...
on my bat,
yeah, exactly.
Watch the other 5 balls out. Not quite anymore.
Doing that Civer 666.
Yeah.
Oh, that was something. I think it's fair to say that got me out of my quite comfortable seat as I settled in for the afternoon for the eliminators. Bit of width there, and they've got 2 fielders. As you'll see, the second has come into shot. 2 fielders at short extra cover. So this is quite different from the field that Western Storm had, where they almost kind of gave Northern Diamonds the short boundary towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, whereas the Diamonds have done the exact opposite. They've decided that actually that's where we need to protect more. There's a singles taken for that one.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's why hopefully, I guess, there was some thought into batting first, was obviously set a total to get that scoreboard pressure, but also have a look at the conditions here, because we've mentioned it quite a lot, haven't we, about how this field would play.
You can see those fielders there, sort of a conventional extra cover, and then kind of a short, straight extra cover. And that's going to be past Holly Armitage, who is the straighter of the 2 fielders in that position, and down to long off. I can't recall Western Storm really having a long off at all in their innings, pretty much. 65 for 3.
Just talking about those cover, those cover fielders, it's very intelligent captaining or from the bowler, because if you look at them, they're very close together, but, if you're bowling to your plans, it's all about the angles, and they've cut off that angle, so they're either forcing the batsman to make a shot that they wouldn't naturally want to make closer to point or to then be going over the top. So it's very intelligent field placement.
And the other thing is, if you watch Lindsay Smith bowl, you know that that's where she forces you to hit her in the V, pretty much. She seems like, it must be the length and the angle that she bowls with, but she's quite a difficult bowler to cut, and she's also quite a difficult bowler to sweep because of, I guess, the length that she bowls. So you kind of end up seemingly always having to play her through the V. That's hit hard and half stopped at mid-on. They thought about going through for a cheeky single, but Dobson recovered in time.
And you mentioned about the captaincy and the bowler and stuff, and Lindsay Smith and Holly Armitage are very good friends, so Holly Armitage just bops that one up. But yeah, they know each other very well. They've played a lot of cricket together. They've spent time in Australia together. They would have worked their plans a lot.
More use of the feet. That's it. Very well. That could be another 6, is it? Nope, just short. Couple of bounces again. Something about this angle. It makes it look as if they've hit it further than they have down the ground, but certainly struck well enough to pick up another boundary. And Nat Wraith has started very positively, 19 from 18. It's almost as if she's seen the innings of Bess Heath and thought, okay,
let's have a go at that
over
myself.
to me then.
Yeah, why not?
They're really taking Levick on, aren't they?
And drops it a bit shorter, but fielded. In fact, they've got the same field, even to the slightly longer boundary towards Gimblet's Hill, if you know the county ground here. Oh, that's up in the air, running back, extra cover, and that is a catch, and that's a wicket. Nat Wraith has gone for 19. She was looking to be positive, looking to take on Katie Levick, but she falls into the Katie Levick trap that has been laid so many times over the years. It just wasn't quite full enough, that one, to get underneath properly. In fact, got underneath it too much, straight up in the air. And that is the 4th wicket, 69 for 4.
Yeah, that's a shame. Wraith was, showing what she wanted to do and attacking really well there. Just maybe one shot too many for this over, and sadly, she's on her way back to the shed now, and Corney's still out there, but we need a partnership. Western Storm need a partnership, and that looked like a promising one, but sadly not to be.
Yeah, you absolutely nailed that, didn't you? She didn't have to play that shot then at all. She, she got her boundary options. She could have just reviewed that, took her time, and there's so many overs, so many balls remaining. It was a bit too much of a high risk.
Yeah.
She does. She asks you to do that, though, Katie Levick, doesn't she? She gives it a lot of loop, and also she'll, because of that, you've got to get to the pitch of it. Really, if you can get to the pitch of it, you can launch it. But if you don't, then that happens because of the bounce that she can generate, as well as any turn there might be. So she requires you to be perfect in order to go after her. If you can get it right, then it isn't being bowled particularly quickly, and she's not one of those leg spinners. And you see a few of these around the world. You think of somebody like a Poonam Yadav, who's looking just to fire the ball wide of off stump. She's not looking to do that. She's challenging you to hit her down the ground. She's not just looking for you to slap her out to the cover boundary for a single.
So it's brought Danny Gibson into the crease. They were just checking whether they'd crossed, and they had. So Danny Gibson is on strike.
What's that come off? There's something on it.
Lauren's convinced. Lauren Winfield-Hill's convinced that there was something there.
There must have been something, because it's not been signalled wide, but maybe just a little bit of pad. I think Lauren Winfield-Hill thinks that it was out. We can see if we can glean anything from this. Might have been pad, might have been bat. It's tricky to say, really. Make up your own minds. I think I would say Winfield-Hill was really convinced, but actually I don't think Katie Levick was as vociferous as she was.
Certainly not as animated, no.
So 69 for 4. It's nicely worked by Corney for the 1.
And And now with the arrival of Danny Gibson, we know what we're going to expect, and we're going to be expecting a bit of fireworks, hopefully. She is somebody who does hit the ball hard and likes to play really positively, but she may have to adapt that slightly because of the game situation.
That's not always easy when you're coming as a aggressive middle order bat, so it's a test to her as well and her character, how she can support Corny and, like I say, just try and get a partnership going and edge those runs along.
That's cut and will be at least a couple, I would think, out towards deep point. Gibson's going to turn and go. Kasparek out there at deep cover, who we've not yet seen bowl. So it's a pretty tricky position to be in, really, when you're 72 for 4 and you haven't seen Lee Kasparek bowl. Gibson off the mark.
Yeah, again, Lindsay Smith just bowling nice and tight, not giving them too much to play with at all.
I must say, I do quite like this field. It's again just worked off the back foot to one of those fielders at short extra. It's not just that, though. I like the fact that there's fielders out straight, but they haven't really absolutely stacked that leg side. Oh, she's come a long way down here as Corny and manages to get back, but not by too much, I don't think. I think she would have been in if that had been a direct hit.
I think, but it's just made her ground back.
Bit of width, but it's in the air. It's wide of extra cover, though.
She was in there.
I thought she picked out extra cover off the bat, but gets one. She'll keep the strike. It's 73 for 4.
We've got the replay on now. We'll see if an outstretched arm would have made any difference, but I don't think it would have. I think she's found the gap just
about, yep. I think it's another one of those things where maybe just from this particular angle you get a bit of foreshortening there.
Overexcited here, don't we?
Oh, we can get overexcited. They're not looking particularly even excited, never mind overexcited on the Western Storm bench at the moment. They've glum faces, as you can imagine, really, because this is the Western Storm season on the line here. That's swept around the corner, and that should carry to the rope.
Sweep shot before, lovely. I think as well, when you lose your comfort blanket, for want of a better word, of Sophie Luff, and then super quickly after Fran Wilson, that's that can change the mood of a team on the sideline quite quickly, because you'd expect at least one of them to fire today. And unfortunately, neither did. So that puts added pressure onto some younger players as well, but also an opportunity potentially for them to step up and get some runs here today.
Cut off stump that time by Danny Gibson. But when you get gifts like that first ball, you have got to put them away, because maybe on a pitch where you had foot marks or something and Levick was turning the ball out of them, you would be able to help that on its way quite as easily as that. That's cut fine. That's going to go. I mean, you can't really see it necessarily from up here, but there is a bit of a slope down there, but it seems to almost have got backspin on it, so that it's stopped short of the rope. But they've got 3 runs for that, so it's been a decent over in terms of runs already. There's 7 runs from it, with still 3 balls to go.
Yeah, in comparison to the other bowlers, Levick has been quite expensive here.
Corny in the air, the simple catch. It's another wicket. It's a second for Katie Levick. She doesn't care too much about the runs as long as she's still picking up wickets. And Emma Corny, who opened the batting and made a bright 29, has got to go. And it is 80 for 5. And another catch, I think that is for Holly Armitage.
It is, yeah. She's very much in the game today. It's Holly's game for sure.
I think you might have just put the headline for some of the reporters listening in. But yeah, absolute magnet. And like you just mentioned as well, I made the comment of Levick being quite expensive, but if she's taking wickets, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, so a second catch for Holly Armitage to go with her career best score in List A cricket of 131 not out from 131 balls, in case you missed that earlier. 74 from Lauren Winfield Hill and a 70 from Bess Heath. And it was
Chloe Skelton, who was by far the pick of the Western Storm bowlers in the end. 10 overs, 2 for 39, her figure. She was the only bowler to go at under 6.5 runs per over, and substantially under it as well. But as far as Western Storm go, with Sophia Smale out there as far as their reply goes, I think it's pretty much the case that Danny Gibson may as well have a bit of fun now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're five down, 80 for 5. I think. Yeah, let's see what she can offer over the next few overs and play her natural game. That's probably all you can ask of her.
Just has a look at the first ball. We saw, sorry, go on, Anna.
No, I was just going to say it's a real opportunity for her now. She's had so much success with the ball this summer to actually show what she can do with the bat, because she is cited as an all-rounder.
And we did see her composure with the bat as that over ends, and it's 80 for 5. We did see her composure with the bat in that extraordinary Sunrisers finish where she was at the other end with Alex Griffiths.
Yeah, coming in at number 11, wasn't she? And didn't she sit like an A-level or something the next day? It was something ridiculous, wasn't it? She was like finishing Sunrisers at 10, school at 9 AM the next day, despite being on that away trip as well. And she had to play such a key role in that Sunrisers match.
Yeah, it's sort of, it is kind of look at your phone time, really, isn't it? If you're,
yeah, I might
you're a
just
supporter.
A quick shout out. I mentioned earlier that I thought I stumbled across a hen do. It's actually, I popped down to the Thatcher's stand down below, and it's actually Wellington women's softball cricket team, softball division 3 winners.
Oh, nice.
So they were here today picking up their medals. So they were all dressed in their T-shirts and kits, so my apologies for thinking they were a hen do, which they were amused by, but there we go. So they're here celebrating their success.
I absolutely love that though, 'cause softball has really taken off. Because to begin with I was a bit like, oh, is it really going to be that successful, and is it a bit patronising? But actually, no, it's the complete opposite.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I thought exactly the same. We've got Emma Marlowe on here now, by the way, who's having a very impressive season with the Northern Diamonds, and I don't think that she is going to be being left out of 100 teams for too much longer. So that's helped round the corner, straight to short fine leg, and there's no run. She couldn't make it into that Trent Rockets side, but with her wicket-taking record this year, I think this may be the last year that she's not getting into the, into the 100 as well.
And she had quite a late call-up, didn't she? I think it was June time. And she got that call from Sally Ann Briggs to say, we'd love to have you at the Trent Rockets, and unfortunately, yeah, sidelined quite a lot. And there's quite a lot of discussion about getting her on, wasn't there? Which is what we want to see on social media. We want people to be calling it out.
Just a little bit short. It wasn't that short, and it wasn't that wide, but Gibson's really strong through there, and that's 4.
Raced away to 4 there.
So 3 dots to start the over, and then the boundary. And I'm totally with you on softball, because I think actually it was probably a bit shorter looking at the replay than I thought, but it still wasn't that wide, and she did well to pierce the infield. Just going to try it again, but straight to cover this time. Fielded.
I don't think I can shout out that team without shouting out the team that I coach softball.
No?
Otherwise they might be disgruntled.
Go on then.
Not sure they're listening, maybe. But yeah, so Kongsbury ladies, we have a softball team. We're in Division 2 and we finished 3rd this year. So
congratulations.
Going very well as well. And it's a great format of the game for a completely different audience as well. So for those who don't want to play hardball cricket, and it's just getting as many women and girls as possible playing cricket, which is fantastic.
And also it's something that the whole family can do as well.
Absolutely.
So let's pull that towards deep backward square, but then it'll only be 1.
You're absolutely right. Sorry, yeah, you're absolutely right. We run it on the same night as All Stars and Dynamos, so it's literally a family club event throughout the evening, which is really great to see.
Ah, is that them there? Have we got them?
No, they're all wearing black T-shirts with Wellington Warriors, I believe they are.
I think that could be friends and family potentially, and a cricket team towards the left-hand side of the screen.
Either way, it's a wonderful place to watch
a game of cricket from.
They may have gone back out into the stands. Maybe it's the free drinks are finished and they've gone back out to the stands, perhaps.
Got Katie Levick back down here. But yeah, I'd love to see some more men's softball as well and mixed softball because there's definitely a gap for that.
That's slapped through the covers and will not be 4. It's one of those longer corners out there towards the main scoreboard, but they'll get 2 runs. Yeah, and you know, there is a certain amount of people who like to do it down, but I don't think there's much of it. And anything that can get people involved in the game is good.
And it's a quick, fast game, and you know there's going to be a certain group that will want to push forward onto hardball cricket, which is exactly what it was designed for, to introduce you into the game of cricket. And then if you want to push on into hardball cricket, that's the next step. So yeah, I think it's, like I say, for me, it's just encouraging as many women and girls into cricket as possible.
And there's also that group that won't want to. They just want to go for fun and have a bit of Prosecco and cricket.
Yes. I knew it wouldn't be too long before that got brought up.
I love that.
It's a little shorter again, and another powerful-looking cut shot from Danny Gibson, but just for the one.
Hitting that matting on the way back through, so Lauren Winfield unable to carry that one into the grabs.
Yes, she's having a stare out there towards deep cover, and I think I mentioned in the first innings, I thought Nat Wraith might have a stare at a few of her fielders at some point, but Winfield Hill certainly didn't mind doing that there. Katie George, Lauren Filer, Chloe Skelton and Claire Nicholas to come for Western Storm, and that was that a caught and bowled chance?
I think it was. She looked very casual about it.
That's what I thought. I just thought for one moment, was it a bump ball? Yeah. We'll get a chance to look again. The way that Winfield Hill reacted, I thought for sure it was a catch, and I think it was.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's an odd one. I don't know if was she afraid of diving into Gibson at the non-striker's end?
Potentially, it did seem that way. I think perhaps a slight delayed reaction is coming back at me, and there's a batter in the way.
I mean, it came back pretty quickly, but still, you'd certainly expect it to take that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless she just thought that it was a bump ball somehow herself. I don't know, an odd one, but you would have thought that was a really good opportunity for the 3rd wicket for Levick, and the end of Smale, but she lives to fight on.
Yeah, and Sophia Smale's got a real opportunity here, like we mentioned before. There's still so much time. Is it about 29 overs remaining? So she could really build herself in here.
Gibson drives out towards deep extra. Should be 2 there. Oh, Smale's fallen over. So there won't be 2. But fortunately, from their point of view, exactly, yes.
Been seen that a few times before over the summer.
Yes.
So they've moved that extra cover field now, haven't they? They've dropped them out.
Yeah, I think that's for Smale. That's probably quite a good move because she probably would look, and in fact they're even bringing Long on up, which I was wondering whether they might do as well, because she does look to play very straight. Got a really open stance as she prepares to face, and then just nudges it towards backward point. Gibson's got to get her skates on a bit, but gets home, so Smale off the mark.
Yeah, I haven't seen a stance as wide as that before, to be fair, within the games I've done previously. It's quite a dramatic stance, isn't it?
Yeah, and I quite like it because there was nobody fine on the offside. Backward point's the finest fielder. That's up in the air, over mid-off, and 1 bounce 4.
Great shot, Dan Gibson. Great shot. That's the strength she brings to this, isn't it? That's, you know, she saw the fielder was up. They brought the fielder up and obviously hadn't dropped them back, and she just saw that as absolutely swing through the ball straight over.
Yeah, I think that perhaps might have been a slight forgetful moment by the captain and bowler. Brought them up for Sophia Smale, but forgot that Danny Gibson has got that power and can go over the top. So I think they probably will leave the fielders out there, which they have done.
Gibson cuts backward point with a good stop. It's Callis at backward point. Only 8 with the bat for Callis today, but as mentioned, she's been a heavy run scorer for Diamonds in their history, but
know what you're going to get from her in the field as well. Put in one of the hot corners at backward point. Just clouded over a bit, actually, this afternoon, but I'd imagine it's not too bad in terms of viewing temperatures out there. And that's cut past backward point this time. Should spin away to the rope. It's a bit of a teaser, but it'll make it. It'll just dribble over the rope. And so that's an over which has produced a couple of boundaries for the Western Storm, and 98 for 5 is the score after 22 overs.
It's 22 degrees at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's warmed up. I mean, it was quite chilly this morning, wasn't it? Unless it was just me.
No, I think it's very, don't like to say it, autumnal when we turned up this morning.
That word again.
Fog to get here today.
Yes, things have just got a bit greyer. I say grey, it's sort of silvery.
Yeah, to be fair, at the start of the week, the weather forecast was going to say this was an absolute washout, so it's changed, and yes, it's a bit cloudy, but we're getting a game on, and Western Storm are still in it at the moment. They've got a big task ahead of them, but Katie Levick's coming back into bowl.
Right on the stumps to start off with. So Levick into her 5th over now. And Smale, oh, she's got an edge on that, and that's going to fly down to the deep 3rd boundary. I say fly, actually it might have been slowed down by a bit of glove from Winfield Hill, actually. And what it will do, though, is bring up the 100 for Western Storm. In fact, there wasn't a glove on it. It was just a bit more of a thick edge than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Just dropped a little shorter. Gibson thought about the one, but Smale sent her back. And
rightly so, I think. That
yes.
may have been a bit too excitable.
So Hannah Thompson-Radford has taken a bit of a break. And as Smale picks up one into the offside, Claire Nicholas isn't. No, Claire Nicholas isn't here. Oh, no.
If only you had a celebrity.
I give up.
It's just Claire Jenkins.
Yes, that's Claire Jenkins.
Yes, that's the one.
Claire Nicholas.
There's a lot of Claires.
I would say it's been a long day, but it hasn't really. Dear me.
You're getting tired and emotional.
It's been a long season.
It's been a long season.
That's what I'll go for.
Well, they're going to burgle single, going to burgle
That
single.
that is very much burgled, isn't it? It was right on the stumps, and she just plopped it at the last moment into the mid-on area, and it went so close to Levick that you felt there shouldn't be a single there, but there was.
When you came back from your last break, you'd mingled with the hospitality below, hadn't you?
Just be sent down to long on, so another run.
And I met up with a friend of a daughter of someone I used to work with, Sophie Fardell Rudd, who is heavily involved with Columpton women's team.
Okay.
So, but we've been trying to meet up because I came to watch the test match here, and we were trying to arrange to meet up then. But just a lovely time with them. She's talking about softball festivals down there and hardball team. And
you missed my.
It's funny. We've just been talking about softball. In fact,
what did you say?
You know, I thought it was a hen do. It was Wellington Warriors, who were softball Division 3 champions for Somerset. So I've given them a second shout out.
Well, there we are
today.
then.
So yes, they were collecting their medals.
So I think I have to say up the Cully, but I'm not quite sure in terms of Columpton. I hope I haven't said something terrible there.
Up the clumps.
Clumps, yeah, clumps. No, it was lovely to finally see them. I haven't seen them in a long time. And Smale manages to post that out through the covers. Got 2 runs there. She's got a very open stance, hasn't she? The batting stance. Have you had a decision?
Yeah, we were talking about that. I sort of thought it might be because she was trying to access the 3rd area.
I don't know. It's a very exaggerated, and she puts that behind a square, and they get through for a single. I mean, it's working for her. So she's on 8. Gibson on 28. Score is 106 for 5.
I saw her so little in that. I say relatively little in that game at Chelmsford, and I was too busy
being nervous about the general match situation, so I didn't really notice the stance.
Yeah. Well, we're probably not in a brilliant position to see that, were we? So that's a single through mid-off, and the score moves on to 107 for 5 off halfway through the 24th over.
Unsurprisingly, that run rate has creeped right up to 8.6 now, and I know that's not probably something they're looking at right now, but it's certainly run away.
And that's back past the bowler, and they're going to get a single there. And score 108 for 5. Chasing, they need 335, which seems highly unlikely at this point. But, you know, ever optimistic. Gibson plays that, recovers and beats all the fielders there. That's a nice, Casson, a nice 4 there for Gibson.
Again, it's the vagaries of the angles, because on many grounds that's just 2 as well as she hit it. But because you can cover relatively little angle at long off, it's still 4 here.
Yeah. Tries to play that outside of off, but it goes straight through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So it's 112 for 5 off 24 overs. So almost at the midpoint, but even doubling it from here would be well short.
Yep. And as far as Western Storm are concerned, it is, I'm afraid, going to be their chances of qualification over if they can't win this, because the South East Stars, or I should say the Central Sparks, are giving Western Storm no help whatsoever because Central.
Eddie's looking accusingly at me. Oh, do you
no,
Central
not
Sparks
at all.
well,
I think I'm not paranoid, but everyone's getting at me. Central Sparks are 64 for 6 in reply to South East Stars, 254 for 9. So I think it's safe to say the South East Stars are going to be winning that one, which means if Western Storm do not win, then their chances of qualification are over. Eva Gray's taken 3 for 13 for South East Stars, a couple of wickets for Phoebe Franklin, and 1 for Rihanna McDonald-Gay, who I found out yesterday went to school with my cousin.
Oh, there we are, then we're almost related.
Yeah.
Mrs. Scott coming on at the other end, so change of
She's had a brief spell, I think, maybe of an over or 2 from this end.
She's been bowling all day from both ends. Well done, Grandad. You've been enjoying this. Lots of Lizzie Scott for you to watch with your glass of red wine.
I wonder how many he's into now.
Yes.
Into
how many wickets has she got? So
into her 6th over. That'll be a run out towards backward point. So Smale is into double figures and moves on to 10. In the game between the Sunrisers and the Lightning, Sunrisers were 97 without loss. I think at the exact point that I announced the score, 3 wickets then fell without the addition of a run, and 4 wickets fell for the addition of 1 run. And they're now 129 for 5, which is actually a bit of a recovery from where they were. Down the leg side, there's a little tickle on that, and it will be stopped with a slide just about. They'll get a couple here. I assume it's off the bat. It has been given as runs in the end. I thought the way that it came off, it was probably runs. Well, actually, looking at the replay, I think Gibson may have been possibly handed a couple of freebies by the umpire there. It's down the leg again, and yeah, this time there's no touch on it, so that'll be 2 more onto the board. Yeah, Grace Scrivens made a 54 off 65 deliveries for Sunrisers, but now it's up to Jess Alluranshaw and Mia Rogers to try to rescue things. Sunrisers need 102 runs from 18 overs. Punched away out into the covers, and that will be another single, or it won't be, because that's a poor throw. It's the first thing, I think, all day that Holly Armitage has got wrong.
Bless her. She must be very tired. Yeah, I mentioned that I was at that game at Chelmsford that Western Storm won on the last ball. And the thing about Sunrisers is they're top order batters hit the ball very, very cleanly, or there's some odd audios at Chelmsford. I'm not sure which.
Another wide.
It will be,
Wide.
and
Drifting.
multiple more wides. They're thinking about coming back for 2 in addition to the 1, but it is just the 2 wides.
Yeah, Chelmsford. So there was Scrivens, Griffiths, and Datani, and the sound of the ball on the bat, the crispness, really, really struck me. Now I've been at Chelmsford before, but maybe I just wasn't concentrating. But either they are very, very clean hitters of the ball, or there's some strange acoustics at Chelmsford, or possibly both, I suppose. But nice clean hitters of the ball.
Yeah, definitely. Wide this time, and that'll probably be yet another couple of runs onto the board, deep third, with work to do out in front of the River Stand, which I'm given to understand will be renamed the James Hildreth Stand.
We were hoping
in
for
time.
Sophie Loft Stand.
Well, yes.
In time, there will be one. In time.
Yeah.
So it's that great score. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, he's done it.
Clip towards mid-wicket. It's not stopped cleanly by Lindsay Smith,
like
but it would have been a single
I
anyway.
feel like a firework should go off because that is very good. I'm very pleased with that.
Well,
I'm pleased for it for you.
Always
1, 2, 3, 4,
got
5.
to get it
I'm
in.
proud of you.
You've always got to get it in.
Do you know what a smudger is?
Yes, it's a slow left-arm spin bowler for Gloucestershire.
Do you know what a smudger is?
I do, because you educated me.
Oh, yes, we did.
Yes,
We
Commonwealth Games.
learnt it via the scorers for the Commonwealth Games, and apparently it's when every ball in an over has a different value. And it gets the scorers very, very excited.
I like
when
that.
they anticipate a smudger. So you see?
Thank you.
Educate and entertain. That's what we're here for.
Thank you very
Aren't we,
much. No,
Kath?
I cannot thank you enough for
There you
that.
are. See, that's a good one. You're going to like that, aren't you?
I am.
I
I'm.
can
You know,
tell
that's if
he's got a glint in his eye,
that's
listeners.
going to get used at first possible opportunity down the line.
Yeah.
Smudger.
You'll
Also
be well in
because
with Polly and the scorers if you say that. Yes.
you know because we've got Smith coming back into the attack. It's very good.
Oh well, there we are then. There's a connection. See how your brain is like, listeners. Firing. And this is Lindsay Smith from the far end, the river end, and that's just hit smoothly out to point, cover point there, and just a single, easy. Score moves on to 1, 2, 5 for 5. Into the 26th over, so we're in the second half, as it were, of these 50 overs. Diamonds bowling, Storm batting. Smale just defends that, straight to Holly Armitage, and there is no run. Lindsay Smith bowling through the umpire, behind the stump, round the stumps, left arm to Smale, who again does not get that past Holly Armitage. Still no run.
I used to find that really off-putting, I have to say, when I was umpiring. I used to abhor these bowlers that used to do that. Just let me concentrate, can you? Get out of the way!
Sophia Smale manages to get a single out there to cover point. And single. Easy one there, 120.
Oh, that's a shin burner.
Yeah,
Oh, I missed that. I was just looking
Thank
at the
her fielder
scoreboard.
for that. Throw back in.
Is that not good? Another bruise. Yeah, not so bad for Lindsay Smith because the umpire can see probably round and through her, but I imagine the taller bowlers, Sophie Eccleston, etc., a bit more distracting for the umpire. And that's a single to Holly Armitage.
The other thing about Eccleston is she's got that arm swing, doesn't she? I would
She's got a
imagine
bit of
that the arm swinging about would be a bit more pronounced than for Lindsay Smith.
Because everyone's saying Alex Hartley has removed the weight.
She has, hasn't she? She's
from
made a
her
sort of
action
balletic
now.
approach.
Yeah. Lindsay Smith to Smale, who again puts that cover point. But I mean, Western Storm are not going to make a big dent taking singles out there, unfortunately. Although the score is going up, not by significant amounts with that single, and they are taking a well-earned drinks break.
Wow.
So
Did they know, do you think, what
they were
Oh, yeah.
each going to wear
Come with a check
when they
shirt,
came
Dale.
here. Did somebody not
Come with a
get the
check
memo
shirt.
in the rest of the group, or?
Perhaps it's team kit.
I mean, that's got to be awkward, doesn't it? You turn
I'm
up to the
liking
cricket for the whole
I'm liking
day.
the yellow sunglasses there. Look at that.
Well, they're good, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
They don't even know they're getting talked about. Bless them.
it doesn't look
Check
like a
shirts.
uniform
Good
to me,
spot
does
from
it? I
whoever's-
think
looks like
they.
whoever's on the roving cameras.
Somebody's not got the memo.
Yeah, I think the chaps are wearing the same type of polo shirts as well. So I think
Yeah,
they-
there's a bit of
they definitely
a
did
bit
get
of
the memo.
mirroring going on. Oh, mind you, some cricket just broke out. Right, Lizzie Scott, is this you or me? Shall I?
If you'd
Well, I'm
like
here.
to take Lizzie Scott
She's been
and
bowling
resume the
all
personal service
day
for the.
at both ends, Grandad. Right now, Smale manages to use that very extreme batting stance again to play a single to almost the cover point boundary there, and just 1 run to the total. 129 for 5.
It's a good thing none of us turned up in the same outfits today.
yeah. We are somberly dressed, as befits the occasion. Scott to Gibson, who takes a big flail at that, but unfortunately just goes straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. We're respectfully dressed in somber colours,
grey and
given the
black
circumstances of today's game. Scott to Gibson, who's on 40. Plays a shot through third, and they just get through for a single. 130 for 5. Gibson to 41. Smale on strike on 15.
And the 50 partnership
Excellent.
has just gone.
Interesting
round
enough, the
PA.
DLS par would be 215. So,
Okay,
rain is
bit,
not going to
bit
help.
of work to do
Yes,
there.
Scott to Smale. I only raise that just as a wry smile because it does tend to be a par that team need to keep up with. But
this partnership of 50
good.
has come in 47 balls. So
Yes,
you know,
pretty good.
yes, it's not the 8
On
and 3
another
quarters
day-
and over, but they can still you can still build from there.
Scott to Smale. Smale.
They're going really well, these two, you know.
Yeah, they're rotating the strike,
Gibson's
as we
got
say.
a good strike rate as well.
More the balls.
And that's the thing. As long as Gibson is still in particular, then there is. I still think that Northern Diamonds are. You'd be looking at over 90% win probability from here. But as long as Gibson is still in, Storm would feel they have some sort of a chance. Now Lauren Filer can strike the ball well. She scored a 50 earlier on this season.
Yeah, Gibson plays that back towards the bowler, and there is no run.
Is that
She's on 41 off 36 balls she's faced.
the extraordinary partnership in the Central Sparks game,
Oh, yeah.
which, I mean, Lauren Filer ended up, look at the numbers exactly, 58 not out from 69 deliveries.
Wow.
And
For a
they were
bowler,
chasing
for a
20,
bowler.
yeah, they were chasing 206 and then slipped to 67 for 8, then managed to get up to 184 for 9.
Oh,
He's got a different ball now.
Oh, a lot.
He's got a
Bowling
bright
practice.
red ball.
Oh, no, it looks like a different person
Incredible
to me.
or something.
I think that's a different person.
That
I'd
could
have
be
to see
another
his-
member of the
I'd
ground
have to
staff.
see
We
his
like the-
action, but it
yeah.
feels like a different.
Lindsay Smith to Smale, who only gets that back to the bowler. There's no run. There's all sorts going on here. Yeah, so
Sort of doing it from more of a standing start here rather
Perhaps
than
this has
the
some
run up
feedback.
the hill.
commentating on the
car park cricket.
the car park cricket as Lindsay Smith comes left arm round.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's up and over. Lovely shot from Smale there. It's heading towards the boundary. Will the fielder cut it off? No! Despite a very spectacular dive. 4 runs to the total. So Smale moves on to 16, 20.
She starts in that unconventional position, Smell, and if you look at the replay,
Yes, the
she really
trigger
does
is-
skip into into a very conventional position actually to hit that particular shot.
Yeah. Smale again. This time straight
I
to
wonder
the
if it's
fielder.
deliberately wide so that she does then get her foot back into the position where she needs to
Yeah,
be
you see a lot of
positioned.
left-handers do that, don't you? I mean, you think even even just in the regional setup, somebody like a Grace Scrivens does that.
Yeah, not quite as exaggerated though. But Smell again plays that shot through to over mid wicket, and they get through for a single. Think about the second, but get sent back. Just the one.
But it helps left-handers keep the angle that they want to, particularly for right arm over. But you don't tend to see that so much from right-handers.
Gibson on strike to Lindsay Smith, left arm round to the right-handed. Gibson, who slices that. Smale thinks about a run, but Gibson does not. She gets, and Smale gets sent back, and they don't take a run. 136 for 5. Smale on 21 and Gibson on strike on 41. Can she get to 50? Lindsay Smith, left arm round. Gibson straight, the ball straight to Holly Armitage again. Who gets a bruise, I think, for that. That's the last ball of the over. 28 overs gone, 136 for 5. Smale on 21, Gibson on 41.
He's just winging it now. He's not even bowling it.
Oh, we're into the car park.
What's he?
Well,
this is a weird bowling action, I've got to say.
He's not using his front arm
No.
at all, is he? I mean, Dominic Cork could be all over that. You know, left arm, tuck it in.
This is sort of, no front arm fling. I mean, that's either getting a lot of wickets in club cricket or it's getting none. It's one of the two.
Lizzie
because
Scott
these strange actions can so often produce wickets.
Smale smites that. Oh, and through the fielder, and they burgle a single. There's a stair Callis down here. She won't be pleased with that. Dear me, underneath her for a single. Score moves on to 137 for 5. Gibson on strike.
Dancing about the crease there, though, was Smale. He was dancing all over the place.
Scott to Gibson, who clubs that into the onside rather, and that's gone for 4. Lovely. That's out of my view there from the driving seat now. 141 for 5. Gibson on 45, heading towards that magic 50, which feels like it may be a consolation prize without a big score at the back end of this innings. Scott, to Gibson, and that's a wide ball. She takes a big swing at that, and Lauren Winfield Hill must have thought she was going to get an edge there, potentially.
Just not quite got the line.
Yeah, because they haven't even got a particularly attacking field here, have they?
Yes, just had a few wide issues. Scott from this Trescothick Pavilion end in this spell.
Yeah, Lizzie Scott into Gibson, who hits that through the covers. There's a fielder there and picks that up, and they get 3 for 2. So 2 more to the score.
But she has much more of an excuse than without picking on people unduly. She's got more of an excuse than some of the more experienced bowlers who've had wide troubles today. Exactly.
It's her debut, and she's bowling. This is nice bowling.
She finished off the innings well with the bat, and she's got a wicket as well. That of Sophie Luff as well, no less.
And that was a good ball there, which was a dot straight to the mid-wicket fielder. That there was no run. Lindsay Smith doing the fielding there. 144 for 5. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, Ed Seaborn, Kath Wilkins, and off mic at the moment is Hannah Thompson Radford as Scott comes in to Gibson, who plays that past long on, and I think it's gone over the right. That's another 4. Nice 4 there from Gibson. And does that take her? It's a 50 up. So that's brilliant. So Danny Gibson, she gets 51 off 42 balls. That includes 7 4s at a strike rate of 121. So it's nice batting there from Danny Gibson, and probably a consolation prize, I suspect, for today's match. Welcome back, Hannah Thompson Radford.
Yep, I'm back. And
in the cheap seats, the back.
Yep.
Scott coming into Gibson. Who hits that to Holly Armitage once more, who manages to tidy up. not rapidly but efficiently, and they just get through for a single. So Western Storm approaching that 150, so 149 for 5 off 29 overs. Gibson on 52, Smale on 22.
They've just about tethered this run rate in a little bit. It's not accelerated much away from them, thanks to the way that this partnership is built up.
Yeah, absolutely. And personally as well, in terms of Danny Gibson, that's her highest score since July at present anyways, and she's had a bit of a difficult season when it comes to playing in the 100 and for Storm, a lot of low scoring innings. So getting this under her belt is going to be absolutely fantastic for her confidence.
Lindsay Smith into Gibson, who again Holly Armitage in the action at cover there, and they get through for a single.
And I wonder if it's just almost the fact that she hasn't bowled today or hasn't been bowling today is clearly something which has stopped that from happening. I wonder if that's almost helped her a little bit, just focusing purely on the batting.
Yeah, Lindsay Smith round the wicket to Smale, who plays that to long on, and they get through for a single. Score moves on to 151 for 5.
She's really taken on this responsibility, hasn't she? Like we mentioned earlier, somebody has to step up if they want to get anywhere near the total that the Northern Diamonds have made.
Gibson plays that to point, but it goes past the fielder, and they get through for a single. And in fact, 2.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that the Diamonds did really well in their innings. They were running those 2s even out towards the slightly shorter side of the ground.
I mean, it will be tiring for doing lots of 2s and singles, as Gibson just takes a breather and steps forward again. Lindsay Smith round the wicket. Gibson comes forward and just defends that, and there's no run.
Lindsay Smith in her last over now as well, so that'll be one fewer options up the sleeve of Holly Armitage.
Gibson can only get that to Holly Armitage, who takes a shy, probably very close actually at the backing up batters stumps, but only has one stump to aim at, and I don't know, it almost feels like to keep herself awake at that point in terms of she must be shattered. Anyway, Lindsay Smith into Danny Gibson, who tries to, I'm not quite sure what she meant to do with that, but it went down to long on, and they get through for a single. I think Gibson's tiring a little, judging by her body language, but she has to pinch the strike at the end of that over. 30 overs gone, 154 for 5. Gibson on 56 and Smale on 23.
10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 34 for Lindsay Smith, and I think, what was it, her first 5 overs went for 7, which was quite something.
Yeah, well in this spell she's only done 3 overs and 14 runs, so a little bit more expensive, but
still rather good, yeah.
Yeah, you would not complain about that at all. And looking at Danny Gibson once again, her strike rate is over 100 as well, which this is what Storm need. It's at the moment it's 116.67 and 56 or 48 balls, 7 fours within her innings so far, and that's what she brings to this Western Storm side. It is that power, it is that energy with those shots.
Because it strikes me that the partnership that they put together might be a match-winning partnership in another context, in a different game.
Yeah.
It's just that it's just unfortunate, really.
But in terms of, we're talking about Gibson potentially being freed up a little by the fact that she hasn't bowled today, is also, to a certain extent, if you come in with the right frame of mind, in this situation, there was very little to lose. Western Storm were, what were they, 69 for 4 when she came to the crease. So you're coming out in a situation where, really,
you've got to save the game.
And you've got to play your shots, and she has played her shots with freedom, but hasn't as yet really done anything too berserk.
So we've got a change of bowling this end. Lee Casbrick, the Kiwi, is coming on from the Trescothick end. She took 3 for 39 in the recent game against Lightning. She's warming her arms up.
Yep, the Scottish Kiwi.
Edinburgh-born Scottish Kiwi. She did start her playing career playing for Scotland, country of her birth, and has now moved to New Zealand for international purposes, and that's played out to mid-wicket by Danny Gibson for a single. Score moves on to 155 for 5.
Lee Kasparek has the best bowling strike rate in women's T20 international history.
Oh yeah, it was up the Ireland games, was it? Was it the Ireland?
No, I mean, for her whole career.
Okay, yes, excellent. Well, this is good.
And that's where the debate over why and what's happened with New Zealand, etc.
Yeah, she bamboozles, I think, doesn't she?
Such a hot topic. Why she's not still there?
Yeah. As Smale manages to work her out to mid-wicket and they get through for a single. Yeah, I was saying that earlier. There's sort of hot debate about whether Kasparek or Mackay should be in the. I mean, I think should have been in the World Cup squad. I mean, I would have picked Mackay for a wiliness anyway, and probably better in the bat than Kasparek. But that's my personal opinion. As Gibson strikes that for 4 through mid-wicket, beautiful shot there, a real thump, which Kasparek will not be pleased to see that shot through there.
No, she wasn't particularly bamboozled by that one, as it turned
no,
out. It was
no
quite short.
It
didn't really get up
short
masses, but she's hit that so hard.
Yeah, Kasparek into Gibson again, who's going to play that into the offside this time, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Sent Smale scampering back into her crease as a backing up batter.
And this
to
is
avoid the run out.
It's so good as well for like Danny Gibson and Sophia Smale to face an international bowler.
Well, that's true, yeah. I mean, it's good match experience for all concerned. As Danny Gibson thumps that towards the... Oh, and that's going to be a 6, isn't it not?
It is.
Yes,
and
it is.
It's landed on the covers with a splash. There's a great big puddle down there, which you might have just been able to see. And so, yes, it's time to get the towels out and dry the ball. Here's the replay. She gets right to the pitch of the ball and bang.
That's a proper wallop.
And there's the splash
Yeah, and the
down.
splash.
I think, what are you giving that on entry, Hannah? What are you? I mean, was it a bit too much splash thrown up, I think?
Slightly, yes. I'm not sure Tom Daly and the likes would have appreciated it. Commonwealth potential, maybe, you know. She wants to take up that sport, but terrible puns.
That was the end of the over, if anyone's interested in the cricket.
Yeah, hopefully everyone's interested in
Everyone's
the cricket.
interested. No, it's a splash of the ball.
I'm particularly interested in watching cricket balls splash into puddles, though.
Spectacular. Well, we've been commentating on cricket in the car park as well, but we got to change of bowling from the far end. Oh, look, we said
we have to, because Lindsay Smith has bowled out.
Yes, and we said Holly Armitage, she's batted all first half. She's fielded in the position where the ball's gone, and now she's going to bowl. So we've got Holly Armitage coming on from the river end with the wet ball in her hand, potentially. And Smale smashes that out to mid-wicket. And they just get a single. So, yes, so Holly Armitage has done just about everything so far. I mean, she nearly affected a run out in the last over or so as well. So, bit of spin from Holly Armitage as she sends the square leg fielder out to the rope. And what does that mean? She's going to drop one short. I'm not quite sure. We shall see. Gibson, no, they're on the offside, and Gibson plays that beautifully for 4. Winfield-esque cover, drive up and over the fielder there for 4 runs, and the score moves on to 171 for 5.
That was a rather fetid delivery, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it was a loosener as they adjust the field again, and the long off fielder comes in a little. Gibson smacks that one to mid-wicket. The fielder's right behind it, manages to stop it, possibly get a bruise at the same time. Another single.
I'm not sure I'd want my hands in the way of that.
No. Gibson on 72. Smale now on strike 25. Armitage bowling. Smale just manages to defend that to Lindsay Smith at short cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, again, we mentioned Sophia Smale and her granddad earlier on. Obviously coached her, and a lot of respect towards him, and she likes to play the traditional way.
Other than this stance that she's got, which is very extreme, and that's just a single.
Although, as I said that, she tries to play that aerial over the top. So,
mind you, she did get a short ball to hit.
Yes,
at the moment, Armitage is
dragging pretty much every delivery down.
Serving them up, really. There's some shiggling with the field. You know the word, shiggling with the field. As third comes into the ring, and so does Cover Point.
Oh, now this is even worse.
She's moving people around. She's going to come round the wicket.
She's going to start her run up from in front of the umpire.
Yeah, and she's quite tall, Holly Armitage. So Gibson manages to squeeze that into the big gap. And they're going to get 2 because that's a huge gap. I don't know quite what Northern Diamonds are trying to do there. There must be a plan.
Well, I think they're thinking you've got leg spin from round the wicket, so you're going to have to play against the turn and the angle to hit it there, but then it's not coming particularly quickly. So you're going to have time to get across your stumps and do that. And as you say, you don't really have to do anything too special. So those players there, dressed in their green, will be just thinking that this game might still be just about alive. The required rate is still round about where it was about 7 or 8 overs ago.
There's not a lot of activity on the bench there, is there? As Kasprick just surveys the field that she's got to bowl to, and Sophia Smale taking that very wide stance. Plays it straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. Not quite sure what to do with the ball there, I think. 175 for 5. Run to the 33rd over of Western Storm's innings against Northern Diamonds in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Kasprick into Smale, who just tickles that down the leg side. There is a fielder there, and they get through for a single, and the score moves on to 176 for 5.
Yeah, Kasprick taking all the pace off the ball, but at the moment, well, both these two, but Gibson in particular, is so powerful that actually you can't just rely on taking the pace completely off the ball.
No, because actually taking the pace off probably suits Donny Gibson in that sense that she's got longer to wind up, and that's picked up in the covers, and they get through for a single.
And even that one there could easily have gone through the field there, and I just don't think that bowling it as slowly as possible, which can work in many situations and on many pitches, I think because this pitch has been a very good one, that it's not really working quite the same way as it would on others.
Kasprick to Smale. Ooh, I thought there was going to be a brilliant catch there from Stair Callison, just goes out of her reach, fingertips almost, and they go through for a single. That was Callis was at short mid wicket there, but couldn't quite affect a chance there, unfortunately. And Kasprick's just bringing out her fine leg and bringing that fielder into a short sort of cover point. We've got a sort of cordon on the edge of the 25-yard circle, fielding circle there. What's Kasprick's plan to Gibson? She's hoping she's going to club one to those fielders, but she's managed to instead send it down to long on, where the fielder tidies up there and then just get through for a single, as Kasprick just puts the furniture back together again at her end, and the fielders swap. There's obviously a plan for each batter here, or they're certainly making it look like there's a plan. The fine leg goes back in, and the short mid-off comes in also. Kasprick, they hope, as clubbed that is, and Smale down towards the fielder at long on. Again, a single. Singles will not be enough for this enormous chase that Western Storm face.
Yeah, they're just behind, aren't they, on the DLS as well. So 228 is what they'd ideally be at if they were in contention.
That's the 100 partnership, by the way, up between these two
100
as
partnership,
well.
which is
Quite
brilliant.
Some going,
Yeah,
and they've done it at a very good rate as well. 100 from 86 deliveries, and they are accelerating.
Hats off to Gibson and Smale, because they are making a real engine room here as Armitage comes in from the river end to Smale, who only has to push that to square leg and goes herring for the first run. Oh, and coming back for the second. They're not messing about here. The chance of run out. What does the umpire say? Not out. He says not Not, he said not out.
I think we'll see that on the replay. It might be slightly closer than what the umpire perhaps first saw out
With
there.
that, without the benefit of a second look at that, it's going to be tight.
Gosh, I must say, I didn't think she was going to make
It
that.
seemed like a bit of a suicide run, that second run. We're not seeing her in replay yet. So Holly Armitage into Smale again. Oh, that goes down the leg side for wide.
I suppose the only danger is there, I'd say, on another day when you've got foot marks. We were talking about that with Katie Levick earlier, that with the leg spinner bowling, you can get bowled around your legs with a delivery like that.
Armitage into Smale, who clacks that up. There's a fielder underneath it. Oh, it goes through her hands. And they're busy running as many as they can get here. And they got another 2 there. Unfortunately, it was just, well, I think it, what do you reckon? Would you have taken that, Hannah?
I'm not sure about me personally, but she should have taken that without a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt.
Armitage into Smale, who just dobs that down, and there is no run. 185 for 5. We're halfway through the 34th over, because we're getting through these quickly, because Armitage's got a very short run up for her spin bowl. Smale thinks about playing into the leg side, but instead just pops it to Lindsay Smith at short cover, and there is no run.
She seemed to settle as well. She settled, and then suddenly it looked as if she thought, hang on, I'm not actually underneath this. And I think she was.
Yeah, it's a change of mind there. Smale knocks that up. It's into a gap, and it's picked up on the bounce from the fielder, unfortunately, and they get through for another single. So they really are pushing this. I mean, you've got this is a great cameo of play here, these two, in terms of this partnership. And again, you know, this might be a winning one in different circumstances. Armitage winds up, and oh, is that caught? And that was going to be a wide. That's such a shame for Danny Gibson, because she flailed at what would have been definitely a wide, and all she succeeds in doing is putting the ball straight to the fielder, who takes a good catch. As it drops in front of her, she manages to get her hands. Lindsay Smith managed to get her hands underneath. It's a good catch, but such a shame to finish the innings in that way, because you really sense that she could have kicked on at that stage, and score moves on to 186 for 5.
I think for 6.
It must be 6. I know.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. Oh yes, Smell. That's right. Doesn't click over yet.
I mean, we talked about it with Lindsay Smith, but I think you could argue that was possibly an even worse delivery to get out to than that. It would have been a wide. It wasn't far off bouncing twice. We've seen one of those already today. And Armitage, yet again, the one to have.
Yes, benefited.
You know,
yes,
she's just having a day, isn't she? She's just having one of those days. And a catch for Lindsay Smith low down to her right, and that is the shame, as you say, because Danny Gibson has played beautifully there. 76 off 59 balls, 9 4s and a 6. Katie George is out, but we've also got Sophie Luff coming out to the middle as well.
I'll tell you what, if I needed a runner, I would.
Oh yes,
I would have Sophie Luff, because they have to wear the same amount of kit and stuff, don't they? But oh, the umpires really hate this.
Oh yes, exactly. I can tell you they do, because when I was on umpire training courses at the ECB, the unofficial rule is get rid of the runner as soon as possible. So if there's anything that's at all close here in terms of LBWs or run-out appeals, then it's getting given. So they're going to have to watch out here. Now, which side? Katie George is going to go and stand on the leg side.
She's going to stand with the umpire.
With Sophie Luff at the non-strikers end, and this is something that you don't see very much anymore, because you're not allowed runners in a lot of cricket now. So this just gets
we should explain that to viewers
way too fun.
That different competitions will have different regulations, and therefore some you will not be allowed a runner, but in the Rachel Evelyn you are allowed a runner. So Smale to strike with Kasprick bowling, and there is no run.
So Georgia's just got to stand on her bat at that end there.
With the umpire.
And when she's facing, she has got to remember not to run.
Yes. But has to call. Well, I suppose they can either of them call, but Smale to face Kasprick. Smale puts that up and over mid-wicket, and they get through for a single, which now means we have a runner going to being sent to the far side, sort of out to. Oh no! No, they're
come back.
Swap in
Stay
over.
there.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Well, Sophie Luff's getting her steps in anyway.
Sophie Luff. All right, okay. Sophie Luff has gone to square leg. The umpire has gone to point so he can see both players. And Katie George is on strike to Lee Kasprick, but must remember not to run. Well, this is exciting. 3 batters on the field. Katie George is hobbling, even walking at the crease.
Yes, she still wants to take a couple of steps down there, which you just got to fight the instinct to take off, because you are out if the stumps are broken at that striker's end, if you leave your crease.
Yeah, that's right. Kasprick into George, who plays that to point, but has to remember not.
Yeah, there you go. So she started to run again.
She's out of her crease there. You're quite right that if Lauren Winfield-Hill, who will be switched on, and because we know they were having a little bit of a tete-a-tete in the first innings, Lauren Winfield-Hill will be alive to the fact that she can stump either of them or run out either of them.
Yeah, and of course you can't probably see Sophie Luff on the live stream at the moment because she's running
she's
on.
At square. She's at, yeah. So this is Smale who just manages to dot that down to the fielder, and there is no run. 188 for 6. The last ball of the 35th over. We've got 3 batters on the pitch, or 2 batters and a runner.
Yep.
Lee Kasprick comes into Smale. Smale plays that to put cover point, and she and Sophie Luff do the dance and get a single. Katie George comes back into the team of batters that they have. That's the end of the over. That's 35 overs gone, 189 for 6. Smale on 36. George on strike with 1 run and a runner. Hello.
Hiya.
They've let Kath in the front seat. You'd have to navigate now, you know that, don't you, when you're in the front? Because you've been in the cheap seats all day, haven't you?
Quite like it back there, to be honest.
Yeah.
I know where I'm
not
at.
going to nosebleed higher up there now. And Hannah's in the back now.
Yep, remember me? I'm here.
Are we there yet? You have to keep saying, are we there yet? And can we have ice creams and things if you sat in the back seat, don't you?
Yeah, so I do find it interesting how you've got these 3 as well, and unintentionally it's probably amazing to have Sophie Luff out there in terms of her batting brain.
Oh yes,
to be able to potentially
batting brain and running legs, as Armitage comes in from the river end to Smale, who hits a good shot there. We might get between the fielders. Yeah. Yes, we do. There's a dive, but it's a despairing dive, and they get through for 4 runs, and the score moves on to 193 for 6 into the 37th over. Smale on 40. Do you think we're going to get a 50? You think, Smale?
I think she's certainly not going to give it away easily. That's for sure. I don't think so.
Stance will stay with me for a while. Armitage.
She's gone again.
She's gone again for the same spot, and it's going to go for the gap again. That is proper replay there. That was the same shot, the same dive from the fielder, and a yoga stretch afterwards.
I think she wants to get there quickly as well.
The ball's gone into the covers, and is going to be wet again. Score moves on to 197 as Western Storm on another day, heading towards 200. This might have been a more winning-y type total.
Yeah, anything can still happen.
Anything can happen, that's right. Holly Armitage has now probably got a wet ball since it's been in the covers, and Smale to strike. She plays that into the offside, into a gap. It's a lovely gap. And they get through for a single. And that's Smale and her runner, which is Sophie Luff. And that brings Katie George to strike. She's got to remember not to run.
I think you're right, Hannah. Sorry, Claire. In terms of having Sophie Luff out there, just to bring a different energy, to have that conversation between balls and at the end of an over, just to help boost the team. And those 2 players out there, they're doing really well.
George just misses that, and Winfield-Hill takes the bails, but I don't think she was out of her ground. But I think almost warning Katie George that she's right there. Any wondering will be punished with a stumping Armitage. Spin right arm over to Katie George. She plays a lusty blow, but straight to point. And that's the end of Katie George and her runner. It's caught by Stair Callis at point there off the bowling of Holly Armitage for 1 run, unfortunately.
And credit for George coming out injured, clearly.
Yeah.
She's limping off slightly, so good on her for coming out and giving it.
Let's hope it's just some nasty cramp. But poor old Katie George, she's suffered with back injuries, and now she's limping off. So
Here
let's
comes
hope that's
Filer.
all sorted.
I think Filer's coming
Lauren
in
Filer.
now. Here we go.
You've got a good feeling now.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
I can tell that.
Yeah.
Lauren Filer. So we could be interesting for how this partnership will go. Lauren Filer coming to the crease to bat with Sophia Smale, who's on 40. So Smale has got 45 off the 49 balls she's faced, including 3 fours. The score is 198 for 7, and that's the end. Oh, was that the end of the over as well? 36 overs. Oh no,
one ball to come.
One ball to come. Oh, it's going too early. 1 ball to come of the 36th over.
Filer on strike to face it.
Yeah.
1 ball.
And we've got, so we don't have the excitement of a runner now. 2 batters. An exchange between Smale and Winfield. I don't know what that conversation was about. So, the field resets itself. Holly Armitage, the captain, bowling to Lauren Filer. First ball. Lauren Filer plays that through to long on, and there's a single, so she's off the mark. First ball. Maybe your feeling was right.
With
And
Lauren,
she nicks a strike as well. Hannah.
yeah, I was going to say with Lauren Filer as well. She has had some 50+ scores in the past, so yeah, she is predominantly a bowler, but she is more of a bowling all-rounder. She can bat and she can definitely contribute, and hopefully that's what Western Storm need. If you want to be optimistic, they're still in this.
Yeah, because she got 58 not out against Sparks, didn't she? So
But she had a really good day that day at Bristol. I think she took 3 for 36 as well with the ball, and she had.
Did 3 for.
She had a mix of a 100 performance with the bat, but obviously she shone with the ball. But this is her time now. Like today's match has given a real opportunity for these youngsters to come in and show what they can do and prove that they are genuine all-rounders.
Yeah. And impressed in the 100, I think. People will have taken notice. Kasprick to Filer. Plays a similar shot that she played in the last over and gets through for a single and sends Stair Callis into a diving stop at short mid-on. 200 up for Western Storm, 200 for 7 in the 37th over as Kasprick bowls to Smale. Smale plays that to mid-wicket to Scott, and there is no run.
Yeah, and she's so textbook, isn't she? Like we mentioned before, she's been trained really well by her grandfather, and the story there is just so beautiful in terms of really wanting him to watch her play at that Lord's final in the 100.
Brilliant. Kasprick to Smale. And she plays that behind square and they get through for a single.
I definitely think you still need those players who do play the elegant shots and the traditional shots, because we do see a lot of creativity, and obviously it's great to see that, but it's also it's nice to see some traditional cricket shots being played.
Yeah, and you need that mix, don't you? If you're watching like Smriti Mandhana, classic textbook stylish left-hander, as you say, classic textbook shots here, and then there's still room for the Sophie Lofts funky 360 playing as well as Kasprick comes in to Filer. Oh, is that bold? Oh, it's bold. It sort of happened quietly, didn't it? Oh,
didn't really do much. I'm interested to see the replay on that. I'm not sure what she was. She was obviously trying to fine cut it, but just hurried her along, I think.
Clipped the off stump, I think.
Oh no, it did turn. Good bit of turn there.
Bit of turn and just missed the ball.
Yeah.
Oh well, much promise.
Yes.
Much promise, but not necessarily today. So all right with the ball, but not so good with the bat. And that means that the score is now 201 for 8. And 201 for 9, will that be? Just waiting for the scoreboard. Used to click over in the old days, wouldn't it, when somebody was in there, dum, 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 pulling the old cords with the scoreboards. Now it's all electronicals now, isn't it?
I think Skelton's coming in. Yeah, Skelton's in now. Yeah, all electronic now. One of those days.
Yeah.
You know, half numbers. You remember you used to pull on the half the number would be missing. So
yeah, and it was platinum. We're like, oh, we know that's missing, or the one number's missing, or something. But some of the Aussie scoreboards, I think, are still manual. I've got a feeling that one of the ones at Sydney, I don't know, somebody will correct me. 201 for 8.
Yeah.
Skelton to the crease with Smale. Kasprick still bowling. She's having a debate with Holly Armitage about the field. And Skelton on strike.
I think there's probably a part here that they want, obviously, Smale to get a 50 without hopefully losing 2 wickets.
Yeah, and that was respectfully.
I'm sure that's on the last 2 batters' minds to ensure that they try and get her over.
Yeah, defended back to the bowler and no run. Kasprick to Skelton. She comes forward and defends that again and once more back to the bowler. And a little think about flicking it back to the stumps to get the backing up batter out, but I don't think there was an opportunity there. And that's the end of the over, so 201 for 8. And that's 37 overs gone.
And although Chloe Skelton comes into this more as a bowler, she is traditionally more of a batting all-rounder, so she does offer something with the bat, and hopefully, again, as a youngster who can get some experience under her belt going into the winter and going into next year, hopefully these are the names that will be making that next step up again and cementing their place as regular players.
Yeah, and getting this kind of match experience as Armitage comes into Smale, plays that to long on, and they get through for a single. Score moves to 202 for 8.
Previously, Chloe Skelton, this is only her 3rd game in this competition for 2022, and she played 3 games in 2021.
Which had that brilliant game against Stars at Cheltenham, 5 for 54.
Yeah.
It was unfortunately a losing cause, but still 5 for Armitage to Skelton with the bat in hand. Tries to carve that, but misses it completely and goes straight through to Wingfield Hill. There's no run.
Yeah, she's only 21 as well, so plenty of time ahead of her.
Yeah.
Plays for Gloucestershire.
And Skelton again defends that, and there's no run. There's got a lot of the Gloucester girls, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a really good representation from Gloucestershire. And I believe one of their under-17s teams, under-19s, are heading to the finals as well. There's
brilliant.
Some really good work being done in the region.
Armitage to Skelton, who can't get the ball away, and it goes straight to Lindsay Smith. There is no run.
And we haven't mentioned either her Game 2 partnership here as well, which is brilliant.
Armitage to Skelton. Again plays a game. Oh, there's a shy at the stumps, and they're going to burgle a single because I think it was a bit of a mad shy, because I don't think the batter was out of their crease at the backing up end.
So 1 ball to come. I think Smale will be looking to get back on strike if she can.
Yeah.
Try and squeeze a 1.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that
get
Skelton will be happy to oblige if she can to get down the other end.
Yes. And get Smale towards her 50 as Armitage comes in to Smale, and who manages just to defend that, and there is no run. And that's the end of the over, and Smale won't be on strike, unfortunately. So the score is 203 for 8 off 38 overs. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, Kath Wilkins, Hannah Thompson-Radford, all ex-Somerset players at the moment.
Still proudly.
Still proudly ex-Somerset, yes. And well, of course, and we should say Kath played for England as well, so we didn't get to those lofty heights. Oh, of course, Hannah, you could still get to England.
I'm not too sure.
Your aspirations,
I'm not too sure my body is anywhere near the near the standards that is required to be a professional athlete these days. let alone.
I saw your net practice when you were still with child.
Yeah,
it was very impressive net practice.
Yeah, I was losing my head. 36 weeks pregnant, and I was like, I just need to do something. Need some energy to be released, and had a nice little net.
Looking good there. I saw that.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
I'm very impressed. We've got a change of bowling.
Yep.
So Kasprick off.
Emma Marlowe
coming on from the Trescothick end. And that's defended down by Skelton. It's just on the one run.
A bit of late sun as well over the county grounds this afternoon.
It is it's a spectacular place to sit. We're very high up. We've got a great view across the rolling countryside here as Skelton again defends that back to the bowler and there is no run.
It's the best part of the country, I'd say, down here. You know, this definitely feels like home for me.
Yeah.
And a lot of inspiration has been taken from these players and this ground, and it's going to inspire so many people within the region.
Yeah, and seeing women's cricket, seeing it on the live stream, watching that. And if you're watching the live stream, please press the like button, because those likes do help just about everything, and will help other people find the live stream too. As Skelton jams down on that, and again it's a dot ball.
Yeah, it helps to show that there's a demand for it as well, doesn't it? So the more eyes on the live streams, the more bums on seats and everything, the more that we can prove.
Yeah, prove the worth of women's sport, women's cricket in particular. And if you get a chance to watch that, the video that they showed at half time, which I'm sure you can pick up on the live stream, or if you do Somerset, watch that if you can. And it's again a dot ball. It's a great sort of summary within only about 8 or 9 minutes of the life of a women's professional cricketer here down at Western Storm. You get insight from Sophie Luff and Nat Wraith, etc. And it's a really nice little short video. But I think it says a lot in a short amount of time. So if you get a chance to watch that video, it's sponsored by WPA Health Insurers. There's no sell for them at all in the video. It is purely documenting what it's like to play at the moment, and the challenges that the players face as well. So.
Yeah, because Fran Wilson mentioned about the structure, like we can praise having some professional, but not everybody is professional. And in terms of the background staff, does everybody have access to a psychologist, a nutritionist, etc.?
Absolutely. Levitt coming on from the river end. Smale places that out to cover point, and they get through for a single. 48. She looks like she might be cramping a little bit in her legs. She's not moving that smoothly, but I'm hopeful that
it's
I'm
50
wrong
overs.
there.
You know, it's a long day.
Yeah, it's a long old day, isn't it? As Levick comes in from the river end, and Skelton again jams that down, but gets through for a single. There's a try of a shy to get
gets her back on strike.
Smaler out. She's back on strike now. She's on 48. Can she get to that magic 50? Yeah, score is 205 for 8.
Most people would have seen her this summer as purely a bowler, and it's such a good opportunity.
Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's a brilliant showcase, isn't it?
Yes, that's one of them.
For Smale, that's another one, 49. Because that's the thing they've got to think about. A showcase for themselves for maybe the franchise leagues around the world that are starting to pop up. Maybe the 100 next year, you know, if you can do well with the bat and the ball. As they change the field, Lee Kasprick's coming into the fielding circle for this ball, which goes straight to the point fielder, and there is no run.
And for Smale, especially looking at the Under-19s World Cup.
Oh yes, good point.
So she's definitely put her hand up for that. I would be surprised if she didn't get picked for it, but you never know.
You never know. This is a good opportunity to get those runs on the board. Levick to Skelton. Oh, I thought she was going to get stumped or bowled then. Yes, that's a good point. We should mention that the first ever women's Under-19 World Cup will happen this January, February in South Africa. So it'll be very interesting to see what side England take with them. Levick to
nicely picked up.
Skelton. She plays that backward of square. There's a fielder running round. Who's going to win that battle? The fielder's won that. Yeah, she's got there. It's a bit of a corner, slowing up in the field. But that's another run to the total. Score moves on to 208 for 8 of 40 overs, so 10 overs to go. What could they possibly get to, do you think, Hannah? What do you reckon they should be aiming for with 10 overs to go?
At least 250 plus, I'd say.
They want to be doing that, don't
At
they?
least. Ideally, you'd want them to take the game on and get as close to that 300 mark as possible and do the unthinkable. Like, they're not completely written out of this yet.
Have I missed that? Do we know what number that Northern Diamonds need to restrict Western Storm to get the batting point? Or is that a calculation too far? I'll leave that thought with you. As Marlowe comes into Smale, but that she has got. I told you she looked like she was cramping
I'm sure she
up.
just hit herself actually.
Oh,
I think
and
she might
hit
have
herself.
just driven the bat into her own foot.
Oh, well.
Which is never pleasant.
No, Smale on 49. Marlowe coming in. Smale tickles that. I think they're going to get through for that single. It is.
Wait, no.
She's a bit crampy,
leg
I think.
buys.
Oh, it's leg buys. Oh. Big build. I was giving it the big build up there, and Smale's definitely. Look, she's. Oh, that's not good. That feels like crampy cramp. That's more than a bruise, isn't it? As Marlowe comes into Skelton, who can only get that
no
back
quick
to the ball.
singles here would be my message to
That's
Skelton.
right, yes.
I don't think
I want my
Smale
50,
will
but
forgive
not.
you.
But yeah, I want to hit
You're
it
taking a
easily.
rapid run.
Yes. Let's hope she's got an eye on what's going on. Well, that would have been. I was going to say it's a wide ball. Served to Skelton from Marlowe. Score moves on to 209 for 8, 210 for 8. As if by magic, Marlowe to Skelton, who's on 4. Plays that back past the bowler, but they don't go through for the run because she's obviously got the memo about no quick singles.
But unfortunately, they're going to need some sort of singles because they're now looking at 13.26 per over needed.
And Marlowe into Skelton, who again doesn't manage to get the ball away, and that's another ball. Last ball of the 41st over, 210 for 8. Marlowe to Skelton. Big swing, and Smale makes it clear she's not taking that single at the end of the over. She wants to take strike at the end of the next over. And we should remind people about the video, and here it comes. Please watch the full version if you can of this video with Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson and Nat Wraith, and it's on all the Somerset and Western Storm YouTube channels. So WPA channel, and I'm sure you'll find it if you go onto social media for Western Storm as well, and the WPA health insurance. Well worth a look. Levick to Smale, who's on 49, tithering on that 50 and probably cramping up by the look of her, hobbling about at the crease. Levick. Oh, and she puts it up into the air. This should be an easy single for that 50. Yes. Yeah. The bat goes up, and that's 50 for Sophia Smale. That's a brilliant bit of batting given the circumstances of the game. Yeah. 50 off 58 balls with 3 fours. 50 off 59 balls with 3 fours. Strike rate of 84, but really it's about the stage of the game as Skelton faces Levick and pops the ball straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. 211 for 8. Western Storm batting against Northern Diamonds in this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Skelton plays that ball through cover point, and they get through for a single in the covers. 212 for 8.
And of course, that's her first 54 Western Storm in Western Storm colours. Yes. So she previously hit 32, 9 not out, and just a single score earlier this summer.
Brilliant. And that's Smale knocking the ball up through to long on, getting through for a single. Score moves on to 213 for 8. Last ball of the 42nd over. Smale on 51 and Skelton on 5. Skelton on strike now to Levick. right arm spin bowler, fairly distinctive action if you've not seen Katie Levick bowl before. Sliced down to deep third, and they actually are going through for a fairly rapid 2 there, which is great. And I think it's going to be great match practice, even if it's going to be in a cause which is getting slimmer and slimmer in terms of chasing 335, but 215 for 8 off 42 overs. Smale on 51 not out, Skelton on 7 not out.
I think as well, just coming back to the video, I encourage any young cricketer looking to make that step up into the professional game, just how insightful that hearing from the players directly, those that have been in the game a long time and those that are brand new to it. I think it's really important to understand, dare I say the word journey, that women's cricket has been on. So please do take a look. Like I say, that video is available on the Somerset channel and the WPA channel. So do have a look and listen to the players' first-hand experience on what it's like to become a professional cricketer.
Yeah, because they do talk about what's still to come as well, don't they?
Absolutely. And there's plenty more still to come.
Welcome Hello again.
Ed. Hi.
As that's slammed down the ground by Smale for a single. Good to see her get to her half century.
Yeah, really impressive. And like we mentioned before, she's been seen this summer as a bowler. So for her to come out off the back of the success of the 100 and to put a performance in with the bat, it just speaks volumes of her intentions for that Under-19s World Cup. And
this is actually another thing about the setup, is that really pretty much everybody can bat. They might be batting down at 10 and 11, as that's going to squeeze past Dobson at mid-on, so they'll be able to get an extra run out of that. Skelton with a couple. But really there are very few Wallies out there with the bat in the regional setup. Even Claire Nicholas, I think back to 2020, and Claire Nicholas against the Southern Vipers, no less. So that's a low full toss dragged into the leg side. There's work to do for Lindsay Smith here. She's done well to get there and palm it back, but not far enough. So Skelton gets a boundary, her first one, and it's 222 for 8.
That was a great effort, but just palmed it over the boundary in the end, unfortunately.
It was a full toss, which probably did deserve to go. And this time it's a wide full toss. And all that could be out with a hit. Was alert work from Lizzie Scott at extra cover, but only one stump to aim at for her. And Smale was nearly caught napping there. But I mean, I think back to that game at Bristol in 2020 against the Vipers, and Claire Nicholas looked as if she was going to get Western Storm over the line in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And that batting depth now is causing England problems when you've got the likes of Izzy Wong and Sarah Glenn near the tail batting like 10 and 11 in T20s, etc. When in a domestic game, you've got Izzy Wong opening.
Yeah, well, that's been a great development, hasn't it? Just
hugely.
Tickled round around the corner, actually into the leg side. Might be a run there, but 7 runs off that over. And for the Western Storm, it's really mostly about a good finish. Now, I've been doing some rudimentary calculations, so this maths may not be on, but I believe that Northern Diamonds need to restrict Western Storm to 251 to get the bonus point.
So currently 222 for 8. Fingers crossed that doesn't. 222's often the same as 111, so hopefully no wickets will fall.
Southern Vipers have won, by the way. Hooray. That's cut away for a single. Out to deep cover.
Unsurprising for the Vipers as well. Emily Windsor back in the action, saving the day.
Oh gosh, was it Emily Windsor? Well, I'm okay. I'm happier about that because Emily Windsor is lovely, and I really enjoy working with her. As that's going to be a stumping, and that is wicket number 9. So Levick getting her 3rd wicket and
great
forcing
again.
Skelton down the pitch, tempting her down the pitch, really, I think you would say. And here's the replay. Just couldn't really get to the pitch of the ball. Then a bit of turn. And
great quick gloves from Lauren Winfield. She's had a great season, actually, behind the stumps. I mean, she's beyond competent as a wicketkeeper, but that was very quick glove work there, which brings the last batter for Western Storm to the crease. It's Claire Nicholas.
It is.
It's the way in.
Levick 3 for 39. She's doing it again. She's finding a way to pick up wickets.
It absolutely is, and she's become slightly more economical compared to her first stint as well. So she's always in the action. never needs an introduction, like you said earlier, but again, she's one of those names that people have called in regards to England, but she's missed potentially the boat now, but somebody who should have played.
Yeah, when you think about, again, you're talking about looking for certain types of things, looking for a leg spinner for a while, and Levick, I don't know how. I suppose it was just the case that things used to be a lot more insular, and there was a reluctance to kind of call people up from outside the established setup as Nicholas cuts and misses at her first delivery.
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't personally think it is too late for any player, because I think if you're in form you should be given a shot, but obviously there's a lot of look to the future kind of approach.
Nicholas pulls, that looks pretty close, not out is the verdict. And I think you can see what Sarah Callis at Slip thought of it.
Yes, heads on hands.
Looks like a slight discussion between batter, keeper and Slip there.
Oh, that looks rather out from the replay, but the umpire doesn't get one. And Nicholas with another attempted cut shot which misses. She's looking rather disgusted with life. Is Claire Nicholas.
I think that's what the three of them were perhaps chatting about.
This time she does make contact with the cut shot, but not for any runs. So 223 for 9 at the end of over number 44. So yes, as I say, I think I make it 251 for the bonus point for Northern Diamonds. Fewer than, I should say, 251 rather than 251, if you see what I mean. So that's what they'll have their eyes on, and already once this season, in particular, that I'm thinking back to that Central Sparks game where Lauren Filer denied Central Sparks the bonus point, which could potentially have been critical at the time. Southern Vipers will be watching this and hoping they don't get it, and that's going to be over the top of mid-off from Smale.
No, it's going to be cut off. 2 runs.
Well, as long as you get it over the infield, you're pretty safe. So it's a decent option from Smale, even if she didn't quite get as much of it as she would have liked.
Yeah, Western Storm now are approaching that average, I know this is the second innings, but average first innings total that Hypercourse put out earlier from last year. That was 228.7.
Well, that was hit. Was that hit straight into her pad? And then I'm not sure whether that could have been a catch if that had just looped closer to Emma Marlowe. I do love this stance, though, I have to say. This time forced back to the bowler. I always like to see somebody doing something a bit different.
Yeah.
It's open, and it's really quite wide apart as well. Makes that into a full toss. Hits it over extra cover. I don't think it's quite got the legs again, though.
It's gone very slow down that corner of the ground.
Still, again, it's a good area for Smale to target, and the performances of Gibson and Smale have at least given the Western Storm some more positives out of this game. I think the bowling of Chloe Skelton would be a standout from the first innings, as well as that has not quite beaten the defences of Smale, who tried a reverse sweep. I think that's the first time she's played a shot like that, isn't it?
I think it's the first reverse sweep played today, to be fair. Don't think anyone else has tried one.
I haven't seen too many, that's for sure. Let's have a look at this again. Probably just going down leg. Well, drops it in short. She saw her coming there, did Emma Marlowe.
I feel a message has gone out with the last batter, around increasing the runs quite quickly. So perhaps they know about your maths as well, Ed, around 251, and trying to get there as quickly as possible without losing their final wicket.
Well, I mean, as as far as integrity of the competition goes, you would, if you were at any of the other sides involved in the chase, you would want Western Storm to do everything they can to try to deny
that bonus point.
Yeah, it's an extra level of excitement, isn't it? Something else to play for.
Yeah, and I actually quite like these bonus point type systems, I have to say. I mean, you don't see them that much around the world, but I do like them.
Levick continuing, big swing across the line. I think, though, that even though she fell over, Sophia Smell managed to get her foot back down. And she's...
Just to clarify as well that Lauren Winfield-Hill and Sophia Smell were teammates. So
Yeah.
there's no malice in that at all.
That was lovely. She's fallen over backwards. She's her helmet seems to have gone down over her eyes a bit as well, by the looks of that. And then she gets a glove thrown at her, throwing down the gauntlet. Lauren Winfield-Hill. In the air a little towards mid-off. They're going to try at Claire Nicholas's ends, but she was alert to the call of her partner.
Just to clarify, they won the 100 together. I'm sure that was all in jest, as you mentioned.
Nah, get the fines out.
I was gonna say,
Penalty points.
Yeah, we don't normally see
disciplinary
stuff like
action. No, thankfully not. Oh, Nicholas has gone for an almighty heave there. She's going to get off the mark with it. So at 2:30 for 9. But just looking at some of the other scores as well, I mentioned that Sunrisers score. Oh dear, I'm afraid it's just another chapter of despair in the history of the Sunrisers. As Smale plinks that up in the air, slip. Oh, that's a good catch. Over her shoulder, taken by Stair Callis, and that is the match done. Bonus point in the bag for Northern Diamonds. They have won this match by 104 runs, and here's the winning moment. A fourth wicket for Katie Levick, just spooned up in the air. And a catch for Stair Callis. Levick 4 for 41, and the Northern Diamonds have put in a comprehensive performance today, deservedly winning this match.
Absolutely. I think, like you say, from start to finish, they had real intent of how they wanted to attack this game. They showed that with their batting and their aggressive bowling and field placings as well, so I think rightly deserved their win for them today.
And we can't not talk, Hannah, about Holly Armitage, because she is, I don't know if they officially award players of the match here. I don't think they do, but she's finished 131 not out from as many balls. She's taken 2 catches and she's taken 2 wickets. Decent day.
Absolutely. She spent the most time out on that pitch, didn't she? 191 minutes, 10 fours, 1 6, as you mentioned, not out. She was full of confidence, a captain's innings, all-round magnet in the field as well. She'll be certainly getting that ice bath that we were talking about earlier. But yeah, Northern Diamonds really, really positive, especially considering they were missing Beth Langston, Jenny Gunn, Nat Siver and Catherine Brunt. So some big names missing.
Yeah, she was out there for all bar 9 deliveries today, Holly Armitage. And Kath, when you look at Western Storm, what do you think they will reflect on about this game?
I think there's probably quite a few things to reflect on. I think those early power plays are really crucial, and I think, you know, we know they gave away probably far too many extras as well today. But yeah, I think there's certainly, in terms of the fielding and attacking part of that, probably needs to be looked at. And unfortunately, the 2 key batters in the opening top 5 today just didn't fire, and that just goes to show that they came really close in terms of they've actually got up to a good score in the end. Still, you know, very shy of 100 shy, but you know, if Sophie Luff or Fran Wilson added to that, it might have been a different story. But yeah.
Yeah, you know, as you look at the card there on the screen, just not enough runs from the top 5. And Danny Gibson, 76 off 59. That was wonderful to watch. She is so good to watch when she gets going, isn't she?
Absolutely, and she just bludgeons it. I love that word for her, because that's what she does, isn't she? She just absolutely hits it out of the park. She's so positive with her play.
And then Sophia Smale, 59 from 71. There wasn't really, in some ways, a huge amount to play for her, but she's certainly advanced her case and has proven why she's batting as high as 7.
And as Hannah said, I think it's her first 50 for Western Stormers today, and that's really well deserved. She carried herself brilliantly out there when those were falling around her. She sort of, like I say, played her own game and had a really great innings. Yeah, and then, I mean, when you look at the Northern Diamonds bowling effort overall, here are the figures. Levick, 4 for 41, stands out, but I think a lot of the hard work you'd have to say was probably done, even though actually Rachel Slater didn't pick up a wicket. 13 off her 4 overs at the start. Lindsay Smith was superb as well. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 34. She finished with, and you know, I would personally say that actually as much as
the wickets of Levick. It was the bowling effort at the start that has won. Well, I mean, it's the volume of runs, but in terms of the bowling effort, I would say the hard yards were done by Slater and then Smith and Lizzie Scott, who got rid of Sophie Luff, that huge wicket.
Yeah, an amazing debut for Lizzie Scott, and like I said, those bowlers just squeeze that pressure so early doors. That scoreboard pressure was always on Western Storm.
Indeed. So that, unfortunately, means that it is the end of the Western Storm's hopes of lifting the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. And they will have one more game, and that takes place next Sunday. Some of the matches are taking place on Saturday next week, but it's next Sunday, and that's up at Old Trafford. So hopefully you can join our colleagues up there for that one. Thanks very much for watching today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage, and we've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. It's the Northern Diamonds who have won this match by 104 runs, and that is it from all of us for the season. So thanks for your company throughout. Do remember to check out that video on the WPA Health Insurance channel and on the Somerset YouTube channel and on the Western Storm YouTube channel as well. It is well worth a watch if you missed that earlier on. And with that, it is goodbye from Taunton. So from Kath Wilkins, from Hannah Thompson Radford, from Claire Jenkins, from Ed Seaborn, thanks very much for your company, and we will see you again soon.